Welcome back to Cosmic Wand. Today's story is, Dumbledore sealed 99% of Harry's magic at birth, but at his sorting a voice said, True Core, awakened, a tale of a boy whose true power was hidden from him for 10 long years, and the moment a voice from beyond the sorting hat finally set him free. If you love stories of unsealed magic, hidden inheritances, intelligent villains, and protagonists who refuse to be made small, you are in the right place. Hit subscribe, ring the bell, and let us know in the comments which chapter hits hardest, and stay until the end, because the final scene rewrites the whole game. Chapter 1, The ceiling. The cottage at Godric's Hollow had stopped burning long before the old man arrived, but the smell of magic still hung in the air like an unfinished sentence. It clung to the broken stones and the hedge that should not have been ripped open, to the shattered front door that hung from a single iron hinge, to the tilting picture frames inside, where moving photographs went on smiling at people who would never come down the stairs again. Albus Dumbledore stepped through the wreckage as if it might break further if he were unkind to it. Snow had not yet begun to fall, but the night was cold enough to fog his breath, and his beard had collected a few drops of mist that caught the moonlight. The wand in his hand was tipped with a small white star. It made no sound. He had been headmaster long enough to know that the loudest thing a man could do at a moment like this was breathe too quickly. He passed the splintered banister where someone had stood and shouted, the umbrella stand that had once held a wand, the little embroidered sampler the Potter family had hung by the door, a deer running past a stag, stitched in James's mother's hand. None of these things mattered now. What mattered was upstairs. He climbed the stairs slowly. The treads creaked. The third one had always squeaked, he remembered Lily mentioning it once, with a soft laugh, as if a squeaky stair were the worst thing she would ever have to live with. He let the memory pass through him the way one lets a stranger pass on a crowded street. The nursery door had been blown from its frame and lay across the corridor like a fallen banner. He stepped over it. He did not look at the body that lay just inside the threshold, the one with red hair fanned out across the rug. He had seen too many bodies. He had learned, after a great many wars, that the trick of being able to keep walking was not to look at every loss as if it were the only one. There were other tasks. There was always one more task. The crib stood at the far end of the room, beneath a window where the curtains had been ripped from their rod. A toy hippogriff lay on the floor, its stuffed head pressed flat by something heavy that had passed over it. There was a spray of plaster across the cot's rail. The wallpaper above the crib bore the unmistakable scorch of a curse that had not gone where it was supposed to go. And in the crib, a child was watching him. The boy was small. Of course he was small, he was only 15 months old. But there are degrees of smallness, and the child Albus Dumbledore was looking down at had the strange, focused stillness of an animal that has just survived a falling rock. He did not cry. He did not reach. He looked up at the bearded stranger with eyes that were lilies exactly, green and clear and somehow already older than they should have been, and a thin, weeping cut on his forehead in the unmistakable shape of a lightning bolt. "Hello, Harry," Dumbledore said. His voice did not shake. He laid his palm against the air an inch above the child's chest and closed his eyes. The instant he did, his other hand tightened on his wand of its own accord, and he became very, very quiet. Magic does not have a smell, exactly. It has something better, a sense, a pressure, the way a thunderstorm has a pressure even when you cannot yet see the clouds. To a wizard with Albus Dumbledore's experience, magic announced itself in tears. There was the small, friendly hum of a baby with healthy power, like a hearth fire. There was the bright, prickling note of a young man at the height of his promise, like a flute. There was the low, terrifying organ swell of a fully grown wizard at the peak of his strength, the kind of pressure he had felt for the first time in his own brother's chest. He had felt that pressure 4 times in his long life, once in his own breast as a young man, once in Gellert Grindelwald's, once in Tom Riddle's, and once, a very long time ago, in his sister Ariana's, just before she ceased to be. Each of those 4 discoveries had cost the world something dear. Beneath his palm, in the rib cage of a 15-month-old boy, that pressure was building. It was not at the height yet. It could not be, the child was too young to have grown into it. But Dumbledore had felt enough of the world's terrors to know what a seedling looked like when it would, given another decade and a spring or two, become a forest. Lily and James had been remarkable. Riddle's curse had come in like a hammer and rebounded off the boy as if from anvil iron. Whatever had survived in the crib had not survived because of luck. It had survived because something in the boy had answered. And the something was very large. Dumbledore opened his eyes. Harry was still looking at him. There was a smear of soot on the bridge of his small nose. His tiny fist had closed around a corner of his blanket and would not release it. "Oh, Harry," Dumbledore whispered. "What in Merlin's name are you?" The wand in his hand twitched. Not on its own, at the suggestion of his own thought, perhaps unconscious. Dumbledore did not raise it yet. He stood by the crib and listened, instead, to a great many old voices in his head. Gellert's voice, in particular, was very loud tonight. He had spent a long time pretending he had silenced it. For the greater good, Gellert had said once, in a stable in the Black Forest, with both their wands lit. "We could not do otherwise. There are some powers a child is too small to hold, Albus. There are some children who must be allowed to grow into themselves slowly, or the world will pay the price." Dumbledore had agreed with him then. He had been very young. He had stopped agreeing with him on a summer afternoon in 1899, when Ariana had stopped breathing on the kitchen floor, and the world had paid a price anyway. But the voice came back, now, in the quiet of the nursery. What if he had been right? What if the only mistake had been doing it badly? Dumbledore lifted the wand. He did not say the word aloud. There was no incantation for what he was about to do. There were spells that bound. There were spells that suppressed. There were spells that locked an item in a vault, or a man in a cell, or a curse in the heart of a beast. To bind a child's magic itself was a spell rarely spoken of in books that anyone would lend you, and it required an instrument of will rather than an instrument of words. He set the tip of his wand against the cut on the boy's forehead, and very gently, very slowly, he began to weave. The seal came up, one strand at a time. He had only seen the technique done twice before in his life, once by his own teacher when he was a very young man, on a girl who had been bitten by something dreadful, and once by Newt Scamander on a creature who, if it had not been bound, would have torn its way through 3 counties before sundown. Dumbledore was not Scamander, and the boy was not a creature, but a seal was a seal. You laid the strands across the core, you tied them at every cardinal point of the body, and you fastened the knot beneath the breastbone, where no probe could find it without being told where to look. He worked slowly. The boy did not cry. Once, in the middle of it, Harry made a small sound, not pain, not fear, but the tiny, indignant noise of a child being told it could not have something it had thought was its own. Dumbledore's hand trembled a fraction at that, and he forced his hand to be still. "Forgive me," he said, very quietly. "I will tell you, when you are old enough. I promise." He did not know yet whether he was lying. When the last strand of the seal was tied off, the pressure that had been building under his palms sank away as if the tide had withdrawn. It did not vanish, it could never vanish, not without doing something terrible to the boy himself, but it withdrew far below the surface, where no Auror, no Hogwarts professor, no family friend, no enemy, would ever sense more than a normal child's quiet hum of power. 99 parts in 100, locked away. 1 part left, polite as a candle, for the boy to grow up beside. It was, Dumbledore told himself as he tucked the wand back into his sleeve, only a stay. A holding pattern. When Harry was older, when the world was safer, when there were no Death Eaters lurking in attics and no Tom Riddles thought to be returning, the seal could be undone, and the boy could grow into his power as a man, with a man's wisdom to balance him. It was kinder this way. It was, he told himself again, kinder. He picked the child up. Harry came easily, blanket and all. The cut on his forehead had stopped weeping. Dumbledore held him for a moment against his shoulder, and the small head with its wild dark hair pressed itself, by accident or by some very young instinct, into the hollow of his collarbone. "Come along, then," Dumbledore said. "You have a long road ahead of you. We must get you somewhere safe." He carried him down the stairs. He did not look at the body with the red hair, or at the body in the sitting room with the broken glasses, although he closed his eyes for half a heartbeat as he passed each. There would be time for grief. There would be a funeral, and speeches, and a kingdom of grateful witches and wizards eager to make a hero of a baby boy with a scar. Tonight there was only one job left, to put this child somewhere no one would ever look for him. Hagrid was waiting at the broken garden gate, on a flying motorcycle that should not, by any law of physics or magic, have been airborne, and which seemed to be running on grief and a borrowed engine. The half-giant's enormous beard was wet. He held out his arms for the bundle without a word, and when Harry was settled into the great cradle of them, Hagrid bowed his head and made a sound that anyone with sense would have pretended not to hear. "Take him to Privet Drive, Hagrid," Dumbledore said gently. "Number 4. I will meet you there." "He's so small, Professor," Hagrid said, as if this were the worst thing in the world. "He's so small." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "He is." He did not say anything else. He turned, his cloak swirling behind him, and disapparated with a sound like a door politely closing. Number 4, Privet Drive, was the kind of house that thought it could get away from anything by being painted just like its neighbors. The hedge was clipped. The porch lamp was brass. The door knocker had been polished by a woman who believed, sincerely, that polishing the door knocker on a Tuesday morning was a form of moral life. Petunia Dursley opened the front door at 6 in the morning, holding a milk bottle, and screamed. She did not scream because of the bundle on her doorstep. She screamed because of the letter pinned to the bundle's blanket, and the handwriting on the letter, and the name written in the salutation, which had not been said out loud in her house for almost a decade. She knelt anyway. Vernon would not be down for another 20 minutes. There was no neighbor in sight. The street was dewy and quiet. She read the letter twice. Then she folded it, very carefully, and slid it into the pocket of her dressing gown. "Of course," she said aloud, to no one. "Of course." She picked up the basket. The child inside it was still asleep, which was a small mercy. He looked so much like Lily that for a half-second she had to lean against the doorframe and breathe through her nose. Then she carried him inside and put him on the kitchen table, basket and all, and went upstairs to wake her husband. By the time Vernon Dursley came down in his dressing gown, Petunia had already decided what kind of life this child would have under her roof. There would be no questions about his hair. There would be no birthday cakes that told him he was special. There would be no story about parents who loved him. There would be a cupboard, and a routine, and a chore list, and a pair of cousins' hand-me-downs, and absolutely no magic in this house, no thank you, never, not while she was alive to scrub it out of the carpet. The cut on Harry's forehead had not stopped bleeding entirely. A tiny pearl of blood beaded at the edge of the lightning shape and slid down toward his temple. Petunia, without thinking, blotted it with the corner of her dish towel. Then she sniffed, set her shoulders, and went to find a cot. Years went by, and a child grew up under the stairs. He was thin where he should have been growing. He was quiet where another boy might have shouted. He was clever in a way that made his uncle's neck go red, and he had learned, very young, that the way to keep clever from showing was to keep it inside his head where the cupboard door could not get at it. There were strange things. There were always strange things. A jumper Aunt Petunia tried to force over his head shrank and shrank until it could only have fit a doll. A teacher's hideous wig turned blue. A pane of glass at the zoo simply was not there, and a python whose name Harry had not asked, but who had said something kind in his head, slithered through the gap and away into the world. None of these things made any sense. None of them happened when Harry wanted them to. He would have liked, very much, to make Dudley Dursley's tongue stick to the roof of his mouth, but in 11 years of trying, he had never once managed it. He simply did not have enough magic. It is hard to explain, to anyone who has never lived inside their own skin, the feeling of having less than you should have. Harry could not have named it. He had no comparison. He only knew, in some quiet animal part of himself, that something he was supposed to have had been taken before he could remember it. It made him careful. It made him watchful. It taught him to listen at doorways, to notice the difference between a real smile and a polite one, to learn the rules of every room he entered and the names of every adult who could harm him. He turned the loss into a habit of attention. It served him very well at school, where he was always near the top in arithmetic, and it served him very poorly with Dudley, who liked to use his head as a doorstop. Then came the letters. They came on a Tuesday, the first one. Petunia caught it. Vernon burned it. They came on a Wednesday, in stacks. They came on a Thursday, down the chimney, like vengeful soot. They came on a Friday, on every flat surface in the house, until Vernon Dursley packed his family into a car and drove them across half of England trying to outrun an envelope. They reached him anyway. They reached him on a rock in the sea, on his 11th birthday, in the hand of an enormous bearded man who broke the door off its hinges with his shoulder and said, "Sorry Abu, that," as if the door had been the one in the wrong. "You're a wizard, Harry," said Hagrid, and the world began to make a different kind of sense. Diagon Alley was loud. That was the first thing Harry noticed. Loud and tall and packed in tighter than anywhere he had ever been, and yet not crowded the way London streets were crowded, there was an order to it, a rhythm, the way a beehive is crowded but not chaotic. Brooms hung in shop windows. Children stared up at displays of dueling robes. Owls rotated on perches outside a shop with a sign that read, "Elops," in faded gold paint. A cauldron rolled, on its own, down a narrow side street, as if late for an appointment. Hagrid moved through it like a friendly cliff face. People got out of his way without seeming to notice they were doing it. Harry had to hurry to keep up, his knees knocking together at every new shop window. He did not want to ask about everything. He did not want to seem like a small boy. But everything was new, and everything was extraordinary, and the inside of his head was a constant low whisper of mine, 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 this was supposed to be mine. They went to the bank first. The goblins of Gringotts watched him from behind their teller stations as if he were a small, peculiar exhibit. One in particular, old and stooped, with a long nose and longer fingers, looked up sharply when Harry walked past, and his black eyes narrowed. "Mr. Potter," the goblin said. Harry stopped. Hagrid, 2 steps ahead, did not notice. "Yes." The goblin tilted his head, slowly. "Be welcome to Gringotts." "Thank you," Harry said, because Aunt Petunia had drilled politeness into him with the sort of efficiency that did not survive an opportunity to use it. The goblin's expression did not change, but his eyes followed Harry all the way to the cart. Hagrid, oblivious, was already arguing with the cart handler about whether his back could survive the trip down to the high-security vaults. Harry's own vault was lower than he had expected. Inside it, gold piled like grain. He watched as Hagrid scooped some of it carelessly into a leather pouch, and he did not say what was on his mind, which was that the size of the pile in the vault did not match the size of his own life. Aunt Petunia had told him, often, that his parents had died penniless, in a car crash, drunks, the both of them. He had a great deal of practice at not believing what Aunt Petunia said, but he had not had any reason, until this very moment, to disbelieve her about money. He did not say a word. He pocketed his coins. He did, however, look back at the old goblin on his way out of the bank, and the old goblin tilted his head a fraction in return, as if marking the shape of his face for later. The one shop was darker than the rest of the alley, and quieter. Dust hung in the air the way dust hangs in cathedrals, in slow uneven drifts. The walls were stacked floor to ceiling with thin boxes, and the boxes were stacked, in some places, in pillars taller than a man. A bell rang as the door opened. No one came. Then, from somewhere beyond a curtain at the far end of the shop, a thin, papery voice said, "Mr. Potter. I have been wondering when you would come." Mr. Ollivander stepped out from behind the curtain, and Harry stiffened, because the old man was looking at him as if he had walked in on something he had not been meant to see. He measured Harry. He passed him wand after wand. Holly with phoenix feather. Ash with unicorn hair. Beechwood. Mahogany. Cedar. Each one Harry took, and each one sent a small, polite nothing through his fingers, as if Harry had picked up a butter knife. Ollivander's expression went from interested, to puzzled, to grave. "Curious," he said, after the 18th wand. "Sir." "Very curious." Ollivander did not elaborate. He pulled down another box. Cypress and dragon heartstring. The wand twitched feebly. Olive and unicorn hair. A small, embarrassed cough of golden sparks, like a candle being blown out by a child. "Curious," Ollivander said again. He stepped back. He looked at Harry the way a doctor looks at a patient who, by all rights, should be sicker than he is. He pulled down a long box from a high shelf with a flick of his own wand. He opened it. "Try this. Holly. Phoenix feather core. 11 inches. Nice and supple." Harry took it. He waved it. The candles in the shop flickered, but they did not flare. A few of the boxes on the shelf rattled and went still. A breeze moved Ollivander's papers. That was all. It was, Harry could tell from the wandmaker's face, not enough. Ollivander gathered the wand back from him with great care, and his hand was shaking very slightly. "This wand," he said softly, "is the brother of the wand that gave you that scar, Mr. Potter." "Oh," said Harry. "It chose you." "It didn't seem to do very much, sir." "No," Ollivander said. His voice was thoughtful in a way that frightened Harry more than anger would have. "It did not." He stood very still for a moment. Harry could feel the old man trying to look through him, the way a man squints into a dim shop window at twilight. Whatever Ollivander saw, or did not see, made him close his eyes. "You will need this wand, Mr. Potter," he said at last. "Whether you can use it yet or not. Take it. Pay the 7 galleons. And," he hesitated. "And do not think yourself too much, in the days to come, by what your wand does or does not show. Not yet. Sir." "Some doors open slowly," said Ollivander. "Some doors are held." Harry did not understand him, then. He took the wand. He paid. Hagrid was waiting outside on the step, eating an enormous ice cream cone, and noticed nothing. The Hogwarts Express was scarlet, and it was already steaming when Harry pushed his trolley through the wall at platform 9 3/4. Owls hooted. Cats wove between robes. Mothers fussed. Older students hung out the train windows and shouted at one another in the high, performative voices of children showing off how much fun they were going to have. Harry felt, in that moment, deeply and embarrassingly small. He found a compartment near the back. He had hardly settled when the door slid open and a freckled boy with a smudge of soot on his nose said, breathlessly, "Mind if I sit? Everywhere else is full." "Go ahead," Harry said. The boy collapsed across from him. They eyed one another with that particular interest of two strangers who have decided in the first 3 seconds that they are going to like one another. "I'm Ron," the boy said. "Ron Weasley." "Harry Potter." Ron's mouth opened. He shut it. He opened it again. "You're joking," he said. "I'm not, actually," said Harry, who was used to this, although he had only had 2 whole hours of practice. Ron, manifestly, did not know what to do with him. He stared at his forehead, then at his shoes, then made a tremendous effort to talk about anything other than scars or families or Voldemort, and ended up, after a great deal of throat-clearing, on the topic of chocolate frogs. He was so charmingly bad at being calm that Harry liked him at once. The witch with the trolley came by. Harry, who had never owned more than a pound coin in his life, bought half her cart, and Ron stared at the spread on the seat between them as if it had been laid there by a benevolent god. There was a brief intrusion by a round-faced boy looking for a toad, and a longer intrusion by a girl with a great deal of hair and a great deal of opinions about goings-on in the corridor. She introduced herself as Hermione Granger and informed them that the toad situation was now under control, that they should change into their robes, that she had read all their textbooks already and frankly thought Harry's might be defective if he had not, and that she would be very surprised if either of them ended up in Ravenclaw. She left in a swish of bushy hair, and Ron made a face. "Whatever house she's in," he said, "I hope I'm not in it." There was, after that, a less charming intrusion. The compartment door slid open and revealed a pale boy with white blonde hair and two larger boys behind him, like bookends. "They're saying all up and down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment," the pale boy said. "So that would be you?" "Yes," Harry said. The boy walked in as if it were already his compartment. He glanced at Ron, took in his faded robes and the smear of soot, and gave a small, expert sneer. "You'll find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. I can help you there." He held out a hand. "Draco Malfoy." Ron made a small, indignant noise behind a chocolate frog. Harry looked at the offered hand. He looked at the sneer. He had, in 11 years of life, learned a great many things about people who walked into rooms as if they had bought them, and he had learned, in particular, what to do with the boys who looked at thin coats first. "I think," he said evenly, "I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks." The hand stayed out for a moment longer. Draco's pale face went a degree paler. He withdrew the hand without breaking eye contact, smiled in the small, tight way of a boy who has been taught to remember slights, and said, "Be careful, Potter. People who pick the wrong friends sometimes lose them." He turned and went. The two bookends thumped after him. The compartment was quiet for a moment. "Blimey," Ron said, in a tone of pure delight. "You've already got an enemy. You've been a wizard for 2 days." Harry stared at the closed door. He did not feel, particularly, like a hero. He felt like a small boy who had been made to swim in deep water all morning. But there was something else in him, something quiet and watchful and old, that had taken the measure of the pale boy in 3 seconds and filed him away for later. He could not have named it then. Behind his breastbone, beneath a cut shaped like a lightning bolt, 99 parts in 100 of his magic lay coiled and silent, where it had lain for 10.5 years. It was beginning, very softly, to listen. A long way away from a scarlet train, on a pathway carved into a Scottish mountainside, an old man stood at a parapet and watched the lake below him without seeing it. Albus Dumbledore had not slept well in 10 years. He had, in fairness, not slept well in considerably longer than that. Sleep had been a difficult companion for him since his sister's funeral, but there were certain seasons in which it was particularly stingy, and the late summer of his 110th year was one of them. He had paced the corridors of Hogwarts for 3 nights running. He had reread, twice, a letter he had written himself 10 years ago and tucked into a desk drawer beside his pensieve, on the chance that he forgot the precise reasoning. He had not forgotten the reasoning. He had only forgotten how it had felt to believe in it. The boy was on the train. There was no reasonable way for him to have known this from a Scottish parapet, and yet he did, the way a beekeeper knows when his hives are restless. There was a shift in the south wind. There was a low, polite humming, as of distant strings, that had not been in the air an hour ago. There was a tightening of the ancient wards woven through the stones beneath his feet, the way a sleeping dog's ears lift before a far-off door has opened. The castle was preparing itself for a new year, the way it always did. But it was, this year, preparing itself for something else as well. He had laid his palm against the seal at every birthday for 10 years. He had not visited the boy. He had not interfered. He had only checked, every July the 31st, when the magical resonance of children of his age peaks in their cot, and he had reassured himself, year after year, that the seal held 99-1. Polite. Quiet. A candle. He had felt, last July, an uncertain shiver. A flicker. A part of the seal had pulled. Not snapped, pulled, the way a knot pulls at a sleeve before it begins to unwind. He had told himself it was nothing. He had told himself a great many things over the course of the year. Now the boy was on the train, and his old joints were aching in a way they had not ached since the duel with Grindelwald, and the stones under his feet were waking up to greet a child he had not yet seen since the night of the seal. He did not know what he was going to do, if the seal failed. It was an entirely different thing, he found, to know what to do for a baby than for a child of 11. A baby could be carried. A child of 11 was a person had a face and a voice and an opinion about the way you parted your hair. A child of 11 would, sooner or later, ask why. He did not have a why ready. He had only excuses, dressed in the high, gentle clothes that excuses wear when they belong to old men who have stopped sleeping. Far below, in the still water of the Black Lake, a single ripple spread from the center outward, although nothing had touched the surface. The giant squid, unseen in the depths, turned in a slow careful circle and listened. It did this every year, when the train was due. This year, just for a moment, it kept listening even after the wind had changed. The express slid past hills the color of old bracken and meadows where sheep stood like marble and slept like men. The compartment had warmed with afternoon. Harry had stripped off his school robe and laid it across his knees. Ron had eaten more chocolate than was good for him and was now half asleep against the window, his mouth slightly open. Hermione had pushed her way back in twice, first to remind them about robes, second to inform Ron that he had a smudge of dirt on his nose that had been there for 2 hours, which she said with the air of a person performing an unwelcome public service, and Harry had watched her go and wondered what it must be like to be her, a girl who had read every book in her trunk before the train had even set off. The window framed the afternoon like a moving painting. Harry watched a hawk circle a hill and ached in a way he could not name. He had thought, in the cupboard, sometimes, of being someone like this. He had not let himself think of it often. Now that he was on the train and the cupboard was 100 miles behind him, the wanting hurt worse, not less. It hurt like a tooth that had stopped throbbing only because someone had finally pulled it. Ron snored. Harry, very quietly, watched the country roll past, and tried to think about nothing. Something behind his breastbone hummed. It was so small a feeling that he might have ignored it altogether, if he had been used to feelings of any kind in that particular spot. It was as if a string had been plucked very softly. He pressed his palm against his sternum without thinking. The small hum moved up under his hand and seemed, for a half-second, to lean against it, like a cat finding a warm place. Harry's mouth opened. He shut it. He looked, sharply, at Ron. Ron snored on. He sat very still. The hum did not return. He waited, and it remained absent, and he began to wonder if he had imagined it. The train rattled over a switch. The afternoon light tipped a degree toward gold. Outside, on a hill, a single sheep had stopped grazing and lifted its head to look at the train. It stared at the window of his compartment for a count of 3, and then went back to chewing. Harry, who would, in years to come, learn to read this kind of sign, did not know yet what to make of it. He pulled his robe more tightly across his knees. He wished, in a small hopeless way, that there had been someone in his cupboard at any time in the last decade who could have told him what he was. Dusk fell. Hagrid was at the station with a lantern, his beard moved like its own weather. Harry stumbled with the rest of the first years onto a wooden landing where boats waded in still black water, and the long enchanted dark of his first night at Hogwarts began to swing open. The castle, when they came around the headland, took his breath out of him as if a hand had closed on his throat. It was tall. That was not enough of a word. It was tall and many-towered and lit from within in 100 places, and it sat on its mountain the way an old king sits on a horse, with the unembarrassed authority of something that has been there for 1,000 years and intends to be there for another 1,000 more. Lanterns moved on the parapets. A bird that was not a bird wheeled around the highest spire. The reflection in the lake was so clean that for a half-second Harry could not tell which way was up. He did not realize, then, that his palm had crept up to his sternum again, where the small string had been plucked. He did not realize, then, that the hum had come back, very softly, in the boats. He did not realize, then, that the gigantic stone face of a 1,000-year-old building was, in some way that no architect had ever quite been able to explain, looking back at him. The first years were marched up out of the boats and across the courtyard and into a small antechamber of the great hall, where a tall, severe witch with her hair in a tight bun met them and gave them the kind of welcome speech that contains no welcome at all, only directions and warnings and the implicit promise that there would be consequences for forgetting either. Her eyes flickered over them as she spoke. They lingered, for a half-second, on Harry. He could not read what was in them. He thought, perhaps, that it was something a little like grief. Then she opened a door, and the first years filed into the great hall, and 1,000 candles floated in mid-air over 4 long tables, and the ceiling above their heads was the deep blue of the September night with stars in it that were as real as any star Harry had ever seen, and the Sorting Hat sat on a stool in the front of the hall on a patch of worn flagstone, and the small string in Harry's chest was not a string anymore, but a chord. The hum had become music. He could feel it now without pressing his hand against his chest. It was not loud. It was not painful. It was simply there, inside him, in some place no one had ever told him about, and it was leaning out toward the hall the way a person leans out a window to listen to a parade. Harry breathed. He kept his face still. Aunt Petunia had taught him, however badly she had meant it, how to keep his face still. He was Harry Potter, and he was 11, and he was about to be sorted, and he could feel, for the first time in all of his short life, something he should have been able to feel for 10.5 years. At the staff table, far above the floor, an old man with a long silver beard set down his goblet too carefully, and did not pick it up again. Many of the first years were trembling. The hat was singing, a long, jaunty song full of bad rhymes about the 4 founders, which Hermione, in front of him, was mouthing along to with concentration. Harry could not have said a word of the song aloud. He could only feel. The chord in him was tuning itself. There was no other word for it. It was tightening and slackening, by tiny fractions, as if some unseen hand were turning pegs at the head of an instrument. He had no concept of what tuning would feel like from the inside, but he knew, the way a child knows when a fever is going to break, that something was about to change. McGonagall began calling names. Abbott, Hannah, went to Hufflepuff. Bones, Susan, to Hufflepuff. Boot, Terry, to Ravenclaw. The hat shouted from the stool with the unembarrassed pleasure of an old performer who had not lost his voice. The 4 tables cheered in turn, and the candles overhead flickered as students shifted on benches. Harry, pressed in among the first years, kept his hands folded in front of him. His knuckles were white. He was not afraid of the hat. He was not afraid, really, of anything in the room. He was afraid of the cord in his chest, which was now leaning toward the staff table. It was, specifically, leaning toward Albus Dumbledore. Harry could see him from where he stood, silver-haired, blue-robed, half-moon spectacles set on a long nose, hands folded on the table like a man at prayer. He had a kind face. He had, indeed, a deeply kind face. His eyes were blue and old and tired, and they were turned, very steadily, on Harry. Some part of Harry that was not a part of him at all, some part that had been put to sleep with a wand a long time ago, in a nursery, at the end of a very bad night, recognized, abruptly, the touch on its arm. The cord in his chest tightened a single, decisive notch. The wallpaper of his life, which had been painted over a long time ago in the steady whitewash of an ordinary boy's afternoon, began, very quietly, in the corners, to show through. McGonagall called Hermione Granger to the stool, and Hermione half ran up to it, pink-faced and determined. She sat with the hat barely settled on her head before it shouted, Gryffindor, and the red and gold table hooped. McGonagall called Neville Longbottom, who was going to be a Gryffindor, and Draco Malfoy, who was going to be a Slytherin, and a number of other names that Harry, in his current state, did not entirely register. The hum in him grew. The chord rose. Across the hall, Albus Dumbledore had not moved. His goblet sat untouched in front of him. He had not blinked. McGonagall raised her parchment. "Potter, Harry," she said. The hall did not go quiet, because the hall had been entirely quiet for the last 10 seconds. The hall went, instead, somehow more so, as if a great breath had been drawn and held by every single student who had ever heard a single bedtime story about the boy who lived. Robes rustled. A fork dropped onto a plate. Somewhere far down the Hufflepuff table, a girl gave a small, involuntary squeak. Harry stepped forward. He had walked many small distances in his life, but none of them had felt as long as the walk to the stool. The hall stretched, the way a corridor stretches in a dream. His shoes seemed too loud on the flagstones. He felt the heat of 1,000 pairs of eyes. He felt, more sharply, the eyes of one particular man at the staff table, and that gaze was not curious, it was assessing, and it was old, and it was, if he had been able to read what was in it, frightened. He climbed the 3 small steps. He sat. The stool was harder than he had expected. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. It was too big. It came down over his eyes. The hall vanished into the brim of an old felt cap. For a moment there was nothing. Then a small voice, very near his ear, said, and stopped. The hat said nothing. Harry waited. His ears were ringing. The cord under his breastbone had risen now into his throat. It was no longer humming. It was singing. The hat tried again. It said softly. Difficult. Very, it stopped a second time. There was a silence. Even outside the brim of the hat, even in the noise of 1,000 students breathing, Harry could feel the silence at the staff table, the silence around one specific old wizard who had stopped, for the first time in a great many years, even pretending to be still. Beneath the felt of an old cap, in the small dark space between Harry's hair and the inside of a brim that had heard 1,000 small first-year thoughts, something else began to speak. It was not the hat. It was not Harry. It was a voice, vast and calm, neither kind nor unkind, with the steady cadence of a thing that has been waiting to speak for a very long time. In the dark of the brim, in letters that were not letters, in a sound that was not a sound, the voice said, "True core, awakened." And 99 parts in 100 of Harry Potter's magic, which had been sealed beneath his breastbone on Halloween night in 1981 by a man who had told himself, year after year, that he had done it for the greater good, began, like a tide returning, to come home. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, True Core, awakened. The brim of the Sorting Hat went dark, and inside that darkness, a tide came in. There was no other word for what Harry Potter felt in the half-second after the voice spoke. He had heard tides before, in books, in the speech of fishermen on the television, in the way Aunt Petunia pronounced the word as if it were a small unpleasant fact about the world. He had never stood on a shore. He had never seen one in person. But what came up beneath his breastbone in that moment was not metaphor. It was tide. It was salt and weight and the low, indifferent strength of an ocean choosing to remember the shape of itself. The cord in his chest, which had only just learned to be a cord, became 100 cords, became 1,000. Strings he did not know existed snapped into tune. Some old, complicated scaffolding inside him, strands of woven magic laid across his core 10.5 years ago in a nursery, began, in long, patient ribbons, to come apart. The first ribbon went with a sound like a string being cut. The second went with a sound like a door unlocking. The third went with a sound that was not a sound at all, only a feeling, the feeling of something on the other side of a wall realizing the wall was no longer there. Harry had time, before the rest of his body caught up with what his magic was doing, to think one small clear thought. Oh, he thought. So this is what I am. Then the candles went out. There were 1,000 candles floating over the great hall, and they did not so much go out as bow. That was the way every student who survived to tell the story of that night put it later. The flames did not wink and relight the way candles do when a window has been opened. They leaned, in unison, in the direction of the small boy on the stool with a hat pulled down over his eyes. They leaned the way a field of wheat leans when wine passes over it, with a soft and thorough courtesy. Then, in the same instant, every flame in the hall, every candle, every torch on the wall, every flickering lamp on the staff table, pinched itself out. The hall went black. Not the black of a room with the lights off. The black of a cave. The black of the moment before someone strikes a match. The blue night sky on the enchanted ceiling went out as well, as if a curtain had been drawn over it. For a count of 3, the only thing in the great hall that anyone could see was a small, silver-edged shape on a stool, Harry, his outline picked out by something that might have been moonlight, or might have been something else. A first year somewhere down the line of unsorted students made a small choking sound, like a hiccup. A girl at the Ravenclaw table dropped her fork. At the staff table, the goblet that Albus Dumbledore had set down too carefully began, very slowly, to rattle on its saucer. And then, all at once, every flame in the hall came back, brighter than they had been before. The torches roared on their sconces. The 1,000 candles overhead burned a clean, bell-bright white. The blue ceiling rolled back open, and the stars in it, which had been a faint and friendly suggestion of stars, were now cold and clear and named, as if some old astronomer had taken a brush to them and reminded them which constellations they were supposed to be. A wind came up from nowhere. Not a draught, a wind. It moved the hair of every student in the hall. It tugged at the long white beard of Albus Dumbledore. It tipped the sorting hat half off Harry's head and revealed, for one flash of a second, a boy with his eyes closed and his teeth clenched and his small hands gripping the edges of the stool as if he were riding out a storm. There was a thin trickle of blood at the lightning scar on his forehead, but the cut had not opened. It was older blood. It was blood that had been waiting under that scar for 10.5 years. Then the wind went, the sorting hat settled, and the great hall stood in its own light again, blinking. At the staff table, no one moved. It was the silence of professionals at the moment a child does something none of them know what to do about. Phileas Flitwick had risen halfway out of his chair and gone still. Pomona Sprout had a hand pressed flat against her chest, the way she pressed a hand against her chest when one of her plants did something she had not predicted. Severus Snape, at the far end, was leaning forward very slightly, his black eyes narrowed to slits, and the line of his mouth was entirely white. Minerva McGonagall stood in the middle of the floor with her parchment in her hand, frozen, her sharp eyes moving from Harry to Albus Dumbledore and back again, and her mouth working without any words coming out of it. In the very middle of the staff table, behind half-moon spectacles, the eyes of Albus Dumbledore had gone the color of frost. He had not moved. He did not move now. The goblet on its saucer had stopped rattling. The trickle of blood on the scar of the boy on the stool was already drying. He had spent 10 years preparing himself for the particular pressure that he had felt, a moment before, surge across the room and find him like a hand on his shoulder. He had told himself, every July, that he would know what to say if it ever broke loose. He had even rehearsed. He could not, now, remember a single word of any of those rehearsals. In the dark of the sorting hat's brim, the small voice that had begun to speak, and stopped, was speaking again. It did not speak to Harry. It spoke, very urgently, to itself. "Bless my brim," the hat muttered. "Bless my brim. Oh, dear. Oh, dear me. Mr. Potter, yes, I see now, I beg your pardon, my boy, I beg your pardon. I have not, there has not been such a, oh, that's awkward, that's deeply awkward, what's happening?" Harry whispered. His own voice sounded very far away from him, like someone speaking from the bottom of a well. He could feel the ribbons coming undone in his chest, more and more of them, the great soft work of unbraiding. He could feel 99 parts in 100 of himself returning the way a long-lost friend returns, not all at once, but on the breath, in the second pulse and the third, and the small private knowing that the friend has been near for some time and is only now at the door. "Quite a lot, my boy," said the hat. "Quite a lot. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. There is a great deal of you, isn't there? Let me see, yes, there is a great deal of you, and most of it has been, the Hat hesitated, in the way an old bookseller hesitates over a book whose spine has been mended badly. Tied, it said. Tied off. I have not seen so neat a piece of binding work in some time. And I have seen a great many pieces of binding work, Mr. Potter, you may be sure of that. The man who tied this off, and it was a man, I can tell you that much, my boy, never a woman, women tie cleaner, the man who tied this off knew his business. And he tied you off when you were very small. Harry did not, in that moment, know what binding work was. He knew, however, what tied off meant. He had been tied. Someone had tied him. The cord under his breastbone, which had been singing, dropped half a step to a darker key. By whom? He asked, in a voice very small and very flat. The Hat made a very long, low sound. It was not exactly a sigh. It was the sound of an old object that has been told a confidence and is choosing how much of it to keep. Mr. Potter, it said carefully, the Sorting Hat is bound by oath not to repeat aloud what it sees in a child's mind. I will not, name the man for you. But I will tell you this. The man is in this hall. Harry's hands tightened on the edges of the stool until his knuckles went white. Now, said the Hat, recovering itself, there is the small matter of where to put you. You are a great many things, my boy. You have a hot heart. You have a careful head. You have the long patience of your mother, and you have the long memory of your father, and you have, oh dear, you have very much more besides. You would do well in any of the 4 houses, even the one your aunt would not wish to hear me speak of. The question is which of them, yes, which of them. The Hat stopped. It went very still on Harry's head. Oh, it said, softly. Oh. What? Harry whispered. You have made up your mind, said the Hat, with a small and almost startled note of admiration. You have not even told yourself that you have made up your mind, but you have. Yes. Yes, I see it now. Very well, Mr. Potter. Far be it from me to put a boy in a house his magic does not wish to be in. Are you sure? Harry was not, in any sense of the word, sure of anything. He was sure, however, that the man who had tied him off was in this hall. He was sure that the hum in his chest was leaning, with new and silent attention, toward the staff table. He was sure that Aunt Petunia had taught him, however badly she had meant it, that when you were small and the world was very large, you went where it would not expect you to go, and you made it look for you. He was sure, also, of one other thing. The pale boy from the train. The one with the offered hand. The one who had said, you'll find that some wizarding families are better than others, with a small expert sneer. He had told himself, in the corridor of the train, that he was not the kind of boy to be fooled by a name. He still believed that. But he was, perhaps, the kind of boy who would learn very quickly the difference between the sneer of a frightened child and the sneer of a frightened man, and he was the kind of boy who had already decided that he wanted to learn that difference up close. Yes, he said. I'm sure. Very well, said the Hat. Very well, Mr. Potter. May the founders forgive me for what I am about to do. The Hat lifted its voice for the hall to hear, and it shouted, Slytherin. For a count of 3, no one in the great hall moved. Then the Slytherin table, having been the last table on earth to expect Harry Potter to be assigned to it, began, almost shyly, to applaud. It was not the great triumphant whoop with which Hermione Granger had been welcomed to Gryffindor an hour ago. It was a startled, calculating, considering applause, like the applause at the end of a very expensive concerto. A pale boy in the middle of the table had his mouth slightly open, and was clapping in the way one claps when one is not sure if one is supposed to be clapping at all. 2 larger boys flanking him were not clapping. They were staring. The Gryffindor table sat in a frozen tableau. Ron Weasley, halfway through reaching for a roll of bread that was not yet on the table, had gone the color of his hair. Hermione Granger had a hand over her mouth. Neville Longbottom, who had wandered up to the Gryffindor table after his own sorting, looked as if he had been told by a doctor that he had 3 months left, which he was determined to spend with grace. The Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables stared, simply. At the staff table, Severus Snape leaned back, very slowly, in his chair. The white line that had been his mouth softened a fraction. He did not smile. Severus Snape did not smile in public, on principle, but something in the column of his shoulders, which had been wound tight as a clock spring for the last 2 minutes, eased itself a degree, and his black eyes moved across the room to find Albus Dumbledore. The headmaster did not return the look. He had not moved at all. He was watching Harry Potter step down off the stool, hand the sorting hat back to Minerva McGonagall, and walk, not run, walk, with the careful placed feet of a boy who has spent a great many years learning how to be quiet on stairs, toward the green and silver banner at the far end of the hall. Albus Dumbledore had told himself, 10 years ago, in a nursery, that he had done what he had done for the greater good. He had told himself, every year since, that there would come an evening when he would explain it to the boy, and the boy would forgive him, and the world would, in some small fashion, balance itself. He had not told himself, had not allowed himself to tell himself, that there was a perfectly real possibility the boy would not forgive him at all. The boy was now, at the very least, sitting at a table whose head of house had every reason to dislike Albus Dumbledore intensely, and whose students would have every reason to teach him to do the same. Albus Dumbledore took a long, careful breath. "Minerva," he said quietly, "if you would. We have several more students to sort." McGonagall, startled, looked at her parchment, and lifted her voice to the hall. "Smith, Sally Ann." The sorting resumed. The Slytherins shifted along their bench to make room for Harry. He sat down at the very edge, where the boy he had refused to shake hands with was sitting next to 2 larger boys with the slightly puzzled look of cattle that have lost track of their herd. Draco Malfoy did not say anything at first. His pale fingers were folded around a goblet that had nothing in it yet. He was, Harry could tell, working out a great many calculations at once. A girl across the table, with cool grey eyes and long pale blonde hair, leaned forward. "Daphne Greengrass," she said. "I won't pretend I'm not curious." "Harry Potter," said Harry. "Same." The girl's mouth moved at the corner. It was a half-smile that was not unfriendly. She nodded, accepted, and sat back. A dark-haired girl beside her, with a snub nose and eyes the color of strong tea, said, "Tracy Davis. I'd ask if you knew what you'd just done, but I think I'd rather watch you find out." A boy with quiet, watchful eyes and hair the color of damp straw said, "Theodore Nott. Welcome to Slytherin, Mr. Potter. Try not to die on the first night. We have a competitive culture, but we don't tolerate poor sportsmanship." The Slytherins were clever. Harry had assumed they would be, in the way one assumes a wasp has a sting. He had not assumed that he would, on the very first evening, find their cleverness restful. After 3 hours of the hat's brim and the wind in the candles and the bone-deep dread of finding out what he was, it was almost a holiday to sit beside students who did not want to know what he felt, they only wanted to know what he was going to do. Draco Malfoy finally spoke. "Potter. Malfoy. You refused my handshake on the train." "I did. You will not get a second offer." "I am aware." The Slytherin first years went carefully still. A test of any kind was a thing to watch. Pansy Parkinson, on Draco's other side, paused with her fork halfway to her mouth. "You are at my table," Draco said, his voice low, "and you are at my house. You will need to learn how this works." Harry looked at him. He looked at him calmly, and unhurriedly, and with the small, animal patience of a boy who had been taught, in 11 years under a staircase, the very particular trick of making a room slow down around him. "I am at our table," he said. It was not what Draco had expected him to say. The blonde boy paused. Tracy Davis bit the inside of her cheek to keep her face from doing anything. Theodore Nott, very faintly, smiled. "And as for how it works," Harry said, I expect I'll learn. I learn quickly. Draco held the look another second, evaluating. Whatever conclusion he came to in that second was visible in the small shift of his shoulders. He did not warm, exactly. But he did not, particularly, draw his sword. Yes, he said, after a moment. I can see that. He turned to the food, which had just appeared, and the sorting went on at the front of the hall. At the staff table, Severus Snape leaned the smallest fraction toward Albus Dumbledore. Headmaster, he said, very softly, what was that? In a moment, Severus, Dumbledore said, equally softly. We have a feast to begin. Headmaster, in a moment. The sorting ended. McGonagall took her seat. Dumbledore stood. He did not, on this evening, do his usual short eccentric speech of welcome. He looked out over the hall, took in the 4 banners and the 1,000 candles and the boy at the Slytherin table whose hand was steady on his goblet, and he said, simply, welcome. To our newcomers, welcome. To our returning students, welcome back. Tuck in. He sat down. The food appeared in earnest. The din of dinner began. Snape, who had not stopped looking at him, said again, more quietly than before, Headmaster. After the feast, Severus, Dumbledore said. In my office. With Minerva. With Filius. With Pomona. I owe you an explanation. I will give you one. You owe him one, Snape said. Dumbledore, for the first time that evening, looked Severus Snape directly in the eye. He looked at him with the long, tired look of a man who has been keeping a secret so long that he has forgotten it is a secret, and is only now remembering that he is going to have to put it down. Yes, he said. I do. Snape said nothing further. He picked up his goblet. He drank. The feast itself, for the first-year Slytherins, was a strange and excellent thing. There was lamb and there was potato and there was a great long platter of trout that Tracy Davis explained, in a low, amused voice, was charmed to be hot at one end and cold at the other so that you could choose your preference. There were roast pheasants whose feathers had been removed but whose dignity had been preserved. There were puddings of every conceivable color at the second course, and a small ice sculpture of a serpent in the middle of the table that, every now and again, opened one bored eye to look at the diners and then closed it again. Harry ate carefully. He did not, in his life, have many tools. He had attention, and he had patience, and he had the half-articulate gift of making people forget, after a few minutes, that he was in the room. He used all 3 of these tools at the first feast of his Hogwarts career. He noted that Pansy Parkinson laughed too loudly at things Draco said and did not laugh at all at things anyone else said. He noted that Crabbe and Goyle ate first, before they spoke, and that they spoke very rarely. He revised, in his head, the assumption that they were stupid. He noted that Theodore Nott ate slowly, and watched the high table more than he watched the food, and that Daphne Greengrass had positioned her plate so that she could see the door of the hall without turning her head. He noted, in particular, that the boy in the purple turban 2 tables over, a man, actually, a young man with a long thin face and the title of professor, kept glancing at Harry with the sliding glance of a man making sure his keys were still in his pocket. The hum under Harry's breastbone, which was now a low and steady chord and which he was beginning, in fits and starts, to be able to listen to, did not like the man with the turban. The chord went a degree colder when he glanced at Harry. It went colder still when, at one point in the meal, the man clutched at his turban as if it were giving him a headache. There was something behind the turban. Harry did not know how he knew. He would not, until much later in his life, have a vocabulary for what he was doing, for the way the awakened core under his breastbone had begun, very gently, to read the magical signatures of every adult in the hall, the way a man stepping out of a long illness reads, for the first time in years, the moods of a room. But he knew it. He knew, very calmly, that the man in the turban was carrying something inside it that was not his. He filed the man away. He kept his eyes on his plate. At the end of the feast, Dumbledore rose again and spoke briefly. He gave the year's first announcements with the air of a man performing a task for which he had been overpaid. Filch's list of prohibited objects had grown, particular emphasis on certain Weasley products. The third-floor corridor on the right-hand side was, this year, out of bounds to anyone who did not wish to die a most painful death. The Forbidden Forest was forbidden, which was, indeed, why they called it that. He smiled with his mouth at the small ripple of laughter, his eyes did not do anything. Then he asked them to stand for the school song, which most of them sang in their own preferred tunes. The ceremony ended with Fred and George Weasley in the back of the Gryffindor table singing it slowly, like a funeral march, and being thumped between the shoulder blades by their elder brother. The students rose. Harry rose with them. The Slytherins were marshaled by their prefects, a tall, immaculate boy named Marcus and a sharp-eyed girl named Gemma, and they were led, in a cool and orderly file, out of the great hall and down a wide flight of stone stairs that twisted, by the time they had reached the bottom, into a narrow passage of mortared blocks. The air grew colder. The torches grew greener. Harry, walking at the back of the line beside Theodore Nott, kept his hands at his sides and listened, not to the prefects, who were saying the things that prefects say, but to the cord under his breastbone, which was growing easier and easier to read. Theodore, beside him, said quietly, "You did well. At the table." "Did I?" "Yes." Nott did not look at him. "He was going to test you. He had no choice. His father will hear by tomorrow. If you had taken his hand, he would have taken yours back and dropped you the moment he felt safe. You made him decide whether he wanted you as a friend or an enemy, in front of his audience, without giving him the answer. He did not know what to do. His father will hear that, too. And what does that mean?" "It means," said Theodore, carefully, "that you are interesting. Slytherin does not know what to do with interesting. Slytherin will, therefore, watch. Is that good or bad?" "It is both," said Theodore. "That is what makes it Slytherin." They reached a stretch of bare wall at the end of the passage. "Pure blood," said Marcus, in a clear voice. The wall shivered, the way water shivers when a fish moves under it, and a great rectangular section of stone slid aside. Harry stepped, with his housemates, into the Slytherin common room. It was a long, low chamber lit in green light from beneath, because the windows were below the black lake, and the dark water moved on the far side of them like a slow theater curtain. There were leather couches. There were green armchairs. There was, on the wall above the fireplace, a great carved silver serpent whose eyes followed you as you crossed the floor. The first years gathered in front of the fire, and the prefects, with the brisk indifference of veterans, told them where the dormitories were and what time wake-up was and which corridors they were not, ever, to be caught in alone, and that was that. Theodore took a small, almost invisible step closer to Harry as they moved toward the dormitory stairs. "There will be a meeting," he said. "Tomorrow. The older Slytherins will want to meet you. They will pretend not to. Be ready." "Thank you." "Don't thank me yet," said Nott. "I haven't told you anything useful. I have only told you that there is a fence and that you should wear shoes." The first-year dormitory was a circular stone room with 5 four-poster beds, each curtained in green and silver. Harry's trunk, which he had last seen on the platform, stood at the foot of the bed nearest the window. The window itself looked out, into the lake. A pale eel moved past, untroubled, as he watched. Crabbe and Goyle had already collapsed on their beds and were arguing dimly about pudding. Draco Malfoy was unfolding a set of pajamas with a monogram. Theodore Nott had drawn his curtains the moment he had reached his bed, which Harry took as both a courtesy and a warning. Harry sat down on the edge of his own bed. He laid his hands flat on his knees. He breathed in and out, very slowly, for the count of 10, the way Aunt Petunia's library book on yoga had once told her to do, in a section that she had read out loud to herself in the kitchen on a Tuesday and that Harry had memorized through a crack in the cupboard door. Inside him, the cord was holding steady. It was not a thunderstorm, anymore. It was, he reached for the right word, it was a sea. A calm, cold, wide sea, behind his breastbone, with a small lit lighthouse at the very back of it. He could lean against the lighthouse and look out over the water, and see, very far away, the shape of an immense thing turning slowly in the deep. He had been told, in the Sorting Hat's brim, that someone had tied this off. He had been told, he reminded himself, that the man who had done it was in the hall. He closed his eyes. He set his back teeth. In the dark behind his eyelids, the voice that had spoken in the hat's brim spoke again. It did not speak in his head, exactly, it spoke in his bones. It spoke in the small hot place between his shoulder blades. It spoke as if it had always been speaking, and he had only, that night, learned to listen. "Welcome, Harry Potter," the voice said. His eyes opened. "I am the voice," said the voice, calmly and slowly, like a teacher writing the alphabet on a blackboard. "I am a function of your core. I have been asleep. I was woken by the hat." Harry did not, in his life, have a context for any of this. The closest thing he had was the unfortunate hour he had once spent watching a science fiction film over Dudley's shoulder, in which a robot in a silver suit had given a man directions in a flat, polite voice. The voice did not sound like the robot. The voice sounded like a friend. "You have questions," the voice said. "Tonight, I will answer a few. The rest you must discover yourself." Harry's mouth was dry. He reached, very carefully, and pulled the curtains closed around his bed. He sat in the small green twilight of his own four-poster, with a sea behind his breastbone and a voice in his bones, and he said, in a whisper, to no one his housemates would have been able to hear, "Who tied me off?" "A name," said the voice, "is a lock. I cannot say his name without your permission, and your permission requires your certainty. You are not yet certain. Is he a teacher here?" "Yes." "Is he a man with a long silver beard?" "Yes." Harry's chest tightened. He had known. He had known from the moment the cord under his breastbone had leaned toward the staff table, he had known from the moment the goblet on its saucer had begun to rattle. He was 11 years old, and he did not have the vocabulary for the thing that was happening in him now, which was the thing that happens when a child's first long act of trust is broken before he has had a chance to give it. "Why?" he whispered. "That," said the voice, gently, "is a question he will have to answer you. I do not read his mind, only yours. Will he know I know?" He felt it. Every adult in this castle felt it. He will assume, as you did, that it was an accident of your core. He will not yet know that you and I have spoken. He will, if he is as clever as he is reputed to be, begin to suspect it within the week. Harry stared at his hands. They were not shaking. He noted that, distantly, with a small, professional surprise. They should have been. He was not, ordinarily, a brave boy. He was a boy who had spent 11 years in a cupboard trying not to be noticed, and the thing he was best at, in the world, was making himself the wrong size to be hit. His hands did not, ordinarily, hold steady when an adult was about to come looking for him. The hands on his knees, tonight, were absolutely still. He understood, after a count of 3, why. He was angry. He had not felt this kind of anger before. He had felt small angers, the corner-of-the-mouth angers of a thin boy whose cousin had broken his school book, the cold dismissed angers of a child being told for the 4th time that there were no such thing as wizards. He had not felt anger the size of a sea. He had not felt the slow, level, uncomplicated anger of a person who has just discovered that something belonging to him has been kept from him, deliberately, for as long as he can remember, by a person with kind eyes. The anger was steady. It did not tremble. It did not shake. It sat in him as the sea sat in him, behind his breastbone, with the lighthouse on the headland. He breathed in. He breathed out. Voice. "Yes, Harry Potter. Will you teach me how to use this?" "I will." "Will you teach me how to keep him from sealing me again?" "I will teach you to make the seal impossible." "Will you tell me, one day, what I am?" Yes. When you are ready. And until then. Until then, said the voice, gently, you will drink your pumpkin juice, and you will go to your lessons, and you will speak civilly to your head of house, and you will not, by any means, allow the old man at the staff table to know that you know. You will be a first year. You will be exactly the first year he expects you to be, and in the evenings, in the quiet of your bed, you will learn. Harry closed his eyes. All right, he said. All right. Behind his breastbone, the sea breathed. A great way above the dungeons, in a circular room high in a tower, an old man stood at his window and watched the moon over the black lake. He had not yet sat down. He had not yet poured himself the small dram of brandy he had told himself he would, on this evening, allow himself to drink. The fireplace behind him flared green, and Severus Snape, pale and entirely composed, stepped out of it. Headmaster. Severus. I want to know, Snape said, without preamble, what was sealed in the Potter boy. Dumbledore turned from the window. His face was very tired. It was the tiredness of a man who has spent a long time pretending he was not as tired as he was. His magic, Severus. The greater part of it. I sealed it the night Lily and James died. Snape's eyes did not change. They had been black and flat already, they did not need to do anything else. He stood very still in the middle of the office, in a way that anyone who had ever taught with him would have recognized as a particular kind of danger. You sealed his magic, he said. Yes. Why? Because, Dumbledore said quietly, he was too powerful a vessel, Severus. The curse rebounded. The boy's core, that night, was holding more than any human of his age has ever held in the history of which I have read. He would not have survived to walk. He would not have survived being held. He would have torn his own body apart by his second birthday. I gave him a chance to grow into himself slowly. I would have done the same for any child. You did not do the same for any child, Snape said. You did it for him. Yes. And you intended, presumably, to undo it. In time. When he was older. When the world was, safer. Yes. Headmaster, Snape said, and the word had teeth in it for the first time, the world will never be safer. You taught me that yourself. You told me that the only safe world is one that has been built by the people who survived the dangerous one. And you are now telling me that you have, for 10 years, kept the boy who was supposed to survive the dangerous one in the form of an ordinary child, against his will, without his consent, he stopped. He drew breath. He did not raise his voice. Headmaster, he said, the seal broke tonight. I am aware, said Dumbledore. It broke in front of the entire school. I am aware. It broke, Snape said, very softly, in a way that was not random. It broke at the moment of his sorting. It broke while he was wearing the hat. The hat will know what was done to him. The hat will, by the bylaws of its own enchantment, not say. But the boy will know. He may not yet have the words. He will have them by Christmas. Dumbledore lowered himself, with a great care for his old joints, into the chair behind his desk. He folded his hands. He looked, for a long moment, at his own knuckles, which were thinner than they had been a year ago. Yes, he said. I expect he will. What will you do? I do not yet know. Snape was silent for a long time. Then he said, very evenly, you owe him, at the very least, the truth. I do. You will not give it to him tonight. No, Dumbledore said. Not tonight. He is 11, Severus. He has only just left a cupboard. He will not be in a fit state, this week, to hear the kind of truth I have to tell. I would not give it even to a grown man on his first night in this castle. And until you do tell him. Until I do, said Dumbledore, I will watch him. I will be kind to him. I will let him find me, if he chooses. I will not, in the meantime, attempt to seal him again. That door is closed to me. You felt the resonance, Severus. The hat, or something in him, has set a lock against it that I do not, at my age, intend to test. Good, Snape said. He turned to go. At the door, he stopped, with one hand on the frame, and did not look back. Albus. Severus. He is in my house. Yes. I will look after him. I know you will, Dumbledore said. I am very glad of it. Snape went. The fire flared green behind him and went out. Albus Dumbledore sat at his desk, in a circular room high in a tower, and for a long time he did not move. The silver instruments on their thin-legged tables turned gently, ticking, breathing the small smokes they were enchanted to breathe. The portraits in their frames pretended to sleep. Outside the window, the moon over the black lake was very white, and very small, and very far away. In his lap, on the soft fabric of his robe, the long thin fingers of Albus Dumbledore were trembling, very slightly, in a way that had not been visible to Severus Snape, and that the old man, alone in his office, did not bother to hide. In the dungeon dormitory, the green light through the lake windows had gone deep, the color of an old bottle held up to a candle. Harry did not sleep. He lay on his back with his curtains drawn, and he listened to the breathing of 4 boys who, 3 hours earlier, had been strangers, and were now the closest thing he had to a household. He listened, also, to the sea behind his breastbone, and to the small steady cord that was now his constant companion. He counted the beats of it the way he had once, in the cupboard, counted the steps of his uncle's slippers on the stairs above his head. He found that the cord had a tempo, and that the tempo was his own pulse, and that the lighthouse at the back of the sea blinked, very faintly, in time with each beat. Voice, he said, in the smallest whisper any boy had ever spoken in a Slytherin dormitory. I am here. Show me what you can show me. Tonight. The basic things. A list will appear, said the voice. You will see it in the dark behind your eyes. It is not a trick. It is your own mind, remembering what it is. Harry closed his eyes. In the dark behind his eyelids, in clean, neat letters that were not letters, in a sound that was not a sound, a small, glowing list rose out of the black like a fish coming up under ice. Core, true. Seal, broken. Integrity, rebuilding. Magical sight, available. Wandless threshold, available, rudimentary. Occlumency scaffold, available. Parseltongue, active. Language fragments, sensed, not yet translated. Healing attunement, partial. Recommended priority, night 1, occlumency scaffold. He stared, in the dark, at the small impossible list. Why occlumency? Because tomorrow, said the voice, evenly, at breakfast, a man at the staff table with black hair and black eyes will be looking at you, and he will be wondering whether or not to look inside your head. And behind his wondering, at a separate table, a man with kind blue eyes will be wondering the same thing. We do not yet know which one of them to trust. Until we know, neither of them shall have our thoughts. All right, Harry said. All right. Show me. The voice showed him. He did not, in his life, have a way to describe what he felt as the voice walked him, very slowly, very kindly, through the first courses of his own mind. There were rooms in there he had never been in. There was a long, low, polished corridor of his own most private memories, and the voice taught him, gently, how to put doors on it. There was a great vaulted hall that he was told would, when he was older, be the place from which he cast his most difficult spells, and the voice taught him, simply, where to leave the lights on and where to leave the lights off. There was a black, locked, very small door at the back, on which the voice did not let him linger. Do not open that yet, said the voice. What is it? You will ask that question one day, and I will answer it. Not yet. It is not for the first night. Harry, in the long careful patient way he had been taught to behave around adults who would not give straight answers, did not push. He worked, instead, on the doors. He worked on them for what felt, in the dark behind his eyelids, like a long while, and which was, in the dormitory beyond his curtains, perhaps 20 minutes. By the time the lighthouse on the headland had blinked 100 times, the corridor of his most private memories had a small, thick door at each end, and the door had a key that fit only in his hand. "You have done well for a first night," said the voice. "Will it hold?" "Against a novice legilimens," said the voice, "it will hold. Against the man with blue eyes, it will not yet hold. Against the man with black eyes, it will hold enough to buy you a week, which is longer than he will try. Good. Rest, Harry Potter. The castle will be strange tomorrow. Sleep while you can." Harry let his hands relax on the blanket. He felt the cord under his breastbone slow, settle, and become, for the first time in 11 years, the comfortable steady weight of a body in its own correct shape. He slept. In the green light from the lake window, with a small smile he was not aware of at the corner of his mouth, the boy who would, in time, change the entire shape of a war he had not yet been told he was in, slept the deep clean dreamless sleep of a child who has, after a very long time, come home. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The System Speaks. Harry woke before the bells. This was not, in itself, unusual. He had spent 11 years waking before the bells, because the bells were the school bells in Little Whinging, and his Aunt Petunia had wanted him in the kitchen frying bacon for the family by the time they rang. What was unusual, on his first morning at Hogwarts, was the precise and simple fact that he had slept the entire night, deeply, without waking up to a kick at the cupboard door, and that when he opened his eyes, the cord under his breastbone was the first thing he heard. It was steady. It was patient. It hummed at the tempo of his own pulse. The sea behind his breastbone was wide and calm, and the lighthouse at the back of the sea was lit, and he could feel, for the first time in his life that he could remember, the entire shape of his own body from the inside. He lay still for a while, not believing it. Then he lifted his right hand off the blanket, slowly, and opened his fingers, and the long, friendly cord under his ribs leaned toward his palm like a dog leaning toward an offered hand. A small, almost embarrassed point of light rose, on its own, an inch above his fingers. It was the size of a pea. It was warm, but did not burn. It hovered for a count of 3, and then, when he closed his hand, it sank back into him, the way a candle sinks back into wax. "Wandless," said the voice, in his bones. "Rudimentary. But yours." "Mine," Harry said, and tried not to grin like an idiot at the canopy of his bed. He drew the curtains and got dressed. The dormitory was quiet. Crabbe and Goyle were lumps. Theodore Knott's curtains were already open, his bed neatly made. He had gone to breakfast early. Draco Malfoy was sitting on the edge of his own bed with his shoes already polished, watching Harry with the calculating curiosity of a boy who had spent the night thinking through a question and had not yet decided how to ask it. "Potter," he said. "Malfoy. My father will write to me by tomorrow." "Most fathers do." Draco's mouth tightened a fraction. "He will have an opinion about you." "Most men do." Harry adjusted the green and silver tie at his collar. He had not, in his life, worn a tie. The first knot he had tried, the previous evening, had ended up the size of an apple. The second knot he had tried, after a careful glance at Theodore's, had been better. This morning's was nearly correct. "Will his opinion change yours, or have you already made up your mind about me?" "Both," said Draco. "Honest of you." "It is not honesty," Draco said. He stood up. He smoothed the front of his robe with one pale hand. "It is the nature of my house. Do you intend to take advantage of the lake view, or are you coming to breakfast?" "Coming." "Then keep up," said Draco, and turned for the door. It was not a friendship. It was, Harry could feel, the careful first measurement of a fence that two boys had decided to put up between two pastures, with a gate they were each going to insist on owning. He would take it. He had had worse. The Great Hall in the morning was a different animal from the Great Hall at the sorting. The candles were dimmed. The ceiling overhead was a clear, pale September blue. Owls were arriving in cascades, sweeping in long graceful curves over the 4 tables, dropping letters and parcels into laps and onto plates. There was a smell of bacon and fresh bread and dark coffee. Voices were loud, but happy. Slytherin had, by long tradition, the table by the wall, with its back to the windows. Harry sat down beside Theodore, not with the carefulness of a boy not yet sure of his welcome, and Theodore, without looking up from his porridge, slid a clean fork over toward him. "Good morning, Potter." "Good morning, Not. Severus is watching." "I know. Albus is also watching." "I know that as well." Theodore lifted his eyes for a half-second, then dropped them back to his porridge. There was, in his small, sharp face, a faint and entirely surprising approval. "You learn quickly," he said. "I told you I would." "So you did." The post owls finished their deliveries. A cream-colored envelope slid down to land beside Draco Malfoy's plate. The seal on the flap was a stylized M, in dark green wax, and Draco picked it up with the unhurried small motion of a boy accustomed to receiving such envelopes. He did not, Harry noticed, open it at the table. He folded it once and slid it into the breast pocket of his robe. A short blonde owl, weather-beaten and irritable, swept in low over the Slytherin table, dropped a small package directly onto Harry's empty plate, and was gone before he had time to lift his head. The package was wrapped in plain brown paper. The string was a single twist of common kitchen twine. There was no name on it, and no address. Harry, who had spent 11 years not opening things, looked at it for a long count of 3, and then, with the careful slow hands of a boy who suspected ash inside the wrapping, lifted it. Across the table, Daphne Greengrass had paused with her toast halfway to her mouth. "Subtle," she murmured. "What is?" "The sender. They are subtle. No name, no monogram, common twine. It is the sort of parcel one sends when one does not want, on principle, to be seen sending it." "Should I open it here?" "That depends," she said, "on whether you would like the entire house to see the contents." Theodore, beside Harry, said quietly, "Don't open it here." Harry pocketed the parcel. He went on with his breakfast. The cord under his breastbone, which had been steady, gave a single, faint, considering chime as the small package settled against his ribs in the inner pocket of his robe. "The sender," said the voice in his bones, calmly, "is a careful person. Not yet dangerous. Not yet friend. Worth opening in a locked room." "All right," Harry said, under his breath. Theodore looked at him, faintly puzzled. "Did you say something?" "Just thinking aloud." "Try not to," said Theodore, primly, "in this house." Harry suppressed a smile. He went on with his eggs. The first lesson of his Hogwarts career was Transfiguration, which was held in a long wood-paneled classroom on the 2nd floor where every desk was already occupied by a tabby cat. The cat at the front of the room was particularly large, and was sitting on the teacher's desk with its paws folded under its chest. Its yellow eyes followed each Slytherin and Gryffindor first year as they came in. Harry, who had 11 years' worth of practice at noticing when an adult was pretending not to be an adult, took his seat and folded his hands and did not, by any small twitch of his face, let on that he had noticed at all. The cat watched him sit. It did not blink. The bell rang. The cat unfolded itself in a long slow stretch, sprang from the desk, and on the way down through the air it elongated, smoothed, and turned into Professor Minerva McGonagall, who landed on her feet in the front of the classroom in full robes with no more sound than a coat hanger settling on a peg. The Gryffindors, who had not paid attention, gasped. The Slytherins, who had been paying attention, did not. McGonagall's sharp eyes ran across the room. She did not, by any flicker, look at Harry longer than she looked at any other student. He admired her for it. She gave them a short opening lecture on the nature of Transfiguration, in which she informed them, very clearly, that none of them were going to be turning each other into pigs this year, and that any student who wished to leave the class for being unable to keep up with the discipline of the subject was free to do so at any time, and that she was willing to have a quiet conversation about it after class on the strict and binding understanding that there would be no second conversations. Then she set them their first task, which was to turn a match into a needle. Harry placed his match carefully on the desk in front of him. He took his wand out of the holster at his sleeve. He weighed it in his fingers. The wand did not, this morning, feel like a butter knife. It felt like a wand. The cord under his breastbone leaned toward it, lit, and the long, friendly hum of his magic rolled politely down his arm into the wood, the way a voice rolls into a horn. He spoke the incantation. He moved the wand the way McGonagall had moved hers. The match, on the desk, went silver, slim, and hard, and lay on the wood with the small composed dignity of a needle that had spent its whole life being a needle. The next desk over, Hermione Granger, who had been making small unsuccessful adjustments to her own match for the past 4 minutes, looked across at Harry's desk and went very still. Harry quietly slid the needle off the desk, into his palm, and replaced it with another match. He waited a count of 10. He turned the second match into a needle. He slid that needle off the desk, too. He set out a third match. He frowned at it the way the rest of the class was frowning at theirs. McGonagall, who had been moving up and down the rows giving small tight corrections, stopped at his desk. She looked at the match. She looked at his face. She looked back at the match. She did not say anything for a long moment, and then she said, very quietly, "Mr. Potter." "Yes, Professor." "Your match is being stubborn this morning, Professor." She held his gaze. Her mouth did not move at all. Her eyes did, faintly. They went, for a half a second, to his sleeve, and to the inner pocket of his robe, where the bulge of the brown paper parcel from breakfast was just barely visible through the wool. "I see," she said. She moved on. When the lesson ended, she did not call him back. She did, on the way out, brush her fingers along the edge of his desk in a small absent gesture, and her sharp eyes met his for a count of 1, and then she was gone. Theodore Nott, falling into step beside him in the corridor, said quietly, "She knows." "I know. She will not say." "I know that too." "Why are you hiding it?" "Because," Harry said, "the man at the staff table with the kind eyes is also watching, and I do not want him to know yet." Theodore did not say anything for a long moment. They walked in silence past 2 suits of armor that were arguing with each other in low metallic voices about the proper way to oil a hinge. "You are a very strange first year, Potter. I have been told." Lessons rolled. Charms with Flitwick was a small bright pleasure. The diminutive professor stood on a stack of books and beamed at all of them, and demonstrated the levitation charm for the benefit of a feather, and the feather floated across the room and landed on Hermione Granger's head, where she did not notice it for the next 3 minutes. Herbology with Sprout was muddier. They were introduced to a pot of jumping bulbs that had to be talked down before they would let you replant them. Astronomy was at midnight on Wednesday, which Harry could already tell was going to be the most romantic and the most uncomfortable lesson of his week. History of Magic was taught by a ghost named Professor Binns, who droned the names of goblin uprisings into the ceiling in a tone that put every student in the room into a light coma. And then, on Thursday morning, came potions. The Slytherins had potions with the Gryffindors, in the dungeon classroom that had once been a wine cellar, lit by green lamps and lined floor to ceiling with shelves of jars. The jars contained things. Some of the things were dead. Some of the things were not. The room was cold in a way that suggested the cold had been laid into the stones on purpose. The desks were old, scarred, and arranged in 2 long rows facing each other across an aisle, with the Slytherins on one side and the Gryffindors on the other, like opposing armies. Severus Snape did not enter the classroom. He simply was, between one moment and the next, at the front of the room, his black robes unfurled around him as if he had been taller 2 seconds ago than he was now. His sharp pale face moved across the rows of students and found, with the small unsurprised efficiency of a man finding a name on a list, Harry Potter. He stood there for a count of 5 and looked at him. Harry looked back. He did not, in this exchange, reach for the doors he had built last night. He let the cord under his breastbone go quiet. He let the sea behind his breastbone be a small still puddle. He did not push at Snape's mind. He did not reach for it. He simply waited, in the way Aunt Petunia had taught him to wait, in the way the cupboard had taught him to wait, and he did not blink first. Snape's mouth moved. The line of it eased, by the smallest possible fraction. He did not, of course, smile. "You are here," he said, "to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion-making. There will be little foolish wand-waving in this class. Many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I do not expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even put a stopper in death, if you are not as great a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." The class was entirely silent. "Potter," Snape said. "Yes, sir. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" The Gryffindor side of the room rustled. Hermione Granger's hand snapped into the air. Snape did not look at her. Harry breathed in. The cord under his breastbone breathed in with him. Behind his eyes, on the polished interior corridor where his memories ran, a small label rose out of the dark, the way a fish rises out of dark water, and it bore, in letters that were not letters and a sound that was not a sound, the answer. "You'd get the draught of living death, sir. A very powerful sleeping potion." Snape's mouth did not move at all. "And if I told you to fetch me a bezoar, where would you look?" "The stomach of a goat, sir." "And the difference," Snape said, slowly, "between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, sir. It also goes by aconite." Hermione, across the aisle, lowered her hand by perhaps an inch, and stared at Harry as if she had walked into the wrong classroom by mistake. Snape did not say "well done." He would not, ever, in his career, say "well done" to a student in a public room. He did, however, turn away from Harry with a slow black turn of his cloak, and address the rest of the class. "For your information," he said, in his low, carrying voice, "asphodel and wormwood make a sleeping potion so powerful it is known as the draught of living death. A bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat, and it will save you from most poisons. As for monkshood and wolfsbane, they are the same plant, which also goes by the name of aconite. Well, why aren't you all copying that down?" Quills scraped. Parchment rustled. Hermione's hand, which had still been faintly raised, dropped into her lap. Harry, very carefully, did not look at her. He felt, in the cord under his breastbone, the small surprised note of a girl across the room being reordered in her own head by the appearance of a boy who could answer questions she had thought belonged only to her. He made a private note to himself to find her, later in the week, alone, in a place where she could ask the questions she would by then have for him. Snape, moving along the rows, said, 5 points to Slytherin, for Mr. Potter's well-prepared answers. It was not, by Slytherin standards, a generous award. It was, by Snape's standards, an unprecedented one. Theodore, at the desk beside him, did not move his head. He said, in the smallest possible voice, into his cauldron, "Welcome to the snake pit, Potter." After the lesson, when the classroom had emptied and the green light of the cellar had gone back to its long dim afternoon, Snape stood at his desk and looked, for a long time, at the row where Harry had sat. He passed a hand, almost absently, over the wood. He felt nothing in it. He had not expected to. Then he turned, and at the door of the back office that connected his classroom to his private study, he did not, this once, hurry. In the office, he sat down at his own desk. He pulled toward him a sheet of parchment, and he wrote, with his thin black handwriting, a single line. The boy answered every question. The boy, when looked at, did not flinch. He folded the parchment. He sealed it. He slid it into the top drawer of his desk, beside a small, much older sheet of parchment that had been written, in different ink, in 1981, on an evening on which a boy in glasses had died and a woman with red hair had died on top of a cot. He sat for a long time with his hand on the drawer, before he locked it. That evening, in a small unused storeroom on the 7th floor that he had, by good luck and a stubborn imagination, found by walking past a stretch of wall 3 times and asking it for somewhere quiet, Harry sat down on the floor with the brown paper parcel in his lap, and he opened it. The parcel contained 2 things. The first was a small, leather-bound book. The cover had no title, and no author. The pages, when he turned them, were yellowed and soft. The handwriting on them was small and neat, in a slightly old-fashioned hand, and the very first page bore, in the same careful hand, 3 words and nothing more. For my son. Harry stopped. His chest had gone tight in a way that surprised him. The second was a small folded note, in an entirely different hand. The handwriting was new. It was neat, and careful, and unhurried. The note said, "This was hidden. It is yours. You should have had it 10 years ago. I cannot tell you where it has been. I can tell you that I have been keeping it for you, and that I am sorry I could not give it to you sooner. There are people in this castle who would not be pleased to know that you have it. I do not advise that you carry it on your person. There is a hollow in the wainscoting under the 3rd window of the 7th floor Charms corridor. The wall opens if you press the carving of the lion's 3rd tooth. Read in private. Do not, on any account, mention this letter to anyone. A friend." Harry read the note twice. He folded it. He put it in his pocket. He looked at the small leather-bound book in his lap, and he ran his thumb, very gently, across the embossed corner of its cover, where someone, many years ago, with a careful steady hand, had pressed a tiny stylized stag into the leather. "A friend," said the voice in his bones, gently. "A real one. Not yet to be named. Not yet to be trusted in all things. But real. Whose handwriting is the note in?" "A woman's," said the voice. "Not your mother's. Not the woman who was your mother. A middle-aged woman. One who works in a tight bun." Harry sat back against the wall. "McGonagall," he said. "I cannot confirm. The ink is hers. The words are hers. I do not, on principle, name people for you. But you may act as if." Harry opened the book. The first words on the first page, after the dedication, were in the same old-fashioned careful hand, and they read, "This is the working journal of James Charles Potter, magician, husband, and father. I keep it because I do not believe my son will be a wizard much like me. Lily says I am being silly. Lily is sometimes wrong. Lily, today, was wrong. The boy is going to be more than either of us. I have said so. She has, on this one matter, agreed. If you are reading this and your name is not Harry Potter, please put it back. I am not the kind of dead man who is gentle to thieves. If you are reading this and your name is Harry Potter, hello. I am very glad to meet you. I am sorry I was not there when you were old enough to ask." Harry read the page 3 times. He set the book down on his knee. He folded his arms on top of it. He pressed his forehead against the back of his hands, and he did not cry, because he had spent 11 years not crying, but he sat in the small dusty storeroom in the deep evening light for a long time, and the cord under his breastbone leaned, and the voice in his bones did not speak, and the lighthouse on the headland of the sea inside him blinked, in time, very gently, with each breath. He read for an hour. The journal was, in many places, exactly the journal of a young husband who had been a good and a careless man, full of small remarks about a friend's bad temper and a dog's good aim, about a wife's laugh and a son's first 3 words, about Quidditch scores and a recipe for a hot stew that James Potter had been trying, with limited success, to make on Saturdays. There were sketches in the margins, a stag, a deer, a small smudge that was, James had labeled, an enthusiastic toddler attempting bipedalism. But there were, also, pages of a different kind. There were, scattered through the journal, 6 long entries written in a different ink, in a more careful hand, in which James Potter, who had not, in his life, ever been famous for being careful, had written down, with a precision that startled Harry, a series of magical observations he had made about his own son. The boy's wandless surge at 3 months. The boy's first deliberate pull of a rattle at 5 months, without touching it, from across the nursery. The boy's first transfigured object at 13 months, a stuffed rabbit, briefly, into a real one, which had bitten Sirius. The boy's eyes when he looked at fire, which were, James noted, not the eyes of a normal toddler watching fire, but the eyes of a man older than himself. He has a core, James had written, in the last and longest of these entries, dated 3 weeks before his death. He has a core like Mum's, only bigger. He has a core like Dumbledore's, and I do not say that lightly, and Lily would clip me round the ear if she heard me say it. He is going to be enormous. He is already enormous. He is 15 months old and he is already a small-scale Albus Dumbledore in a nappy, and we will not be ready for him, and the wizarding world will not be ready for him, and I cannot for the life of me decide whether to be terrified or proud. I am going to teach him. I am going to teach him myself. I am going to start when he is 3. I am not going to send him to Hogwarts until he is ready. I do not trust the headmaster on the subject of large children. I do not trust him on the subject of my son. He has views. He does not know I know he has views. Lily and I have been very careful. If anything happens to Lily and me, I want my son to know, read this carefully, son, I want my son to know that I expected him to be enormous, and that I was glad of it, and that I would not have asked him, ever, to be a smaller boy than he was, for any reason, no matter how kind the reason looked. Anyone who asks you to be smaller, son, is not your friend. Harry closed the book. He laid his palm flat on the cover. He breathed, very deeply, twice. You are ready, said the voice in his bones, evenness like a bell, for the second lesson. Tell me. Legilimency, said the voice. Not to use. To recognize. The man with the kind blue eyes will try you within a week. Probably tomorrow. At breakfast, in the great hall, at the moment you look up and see him across the room. He will do it very gently. He will do it, if you let him, without you even knowing he has done it. He will expect to find, in your head, an 11-year-old boy alarmed by a sorting. If he finds no such boy, he will know you have been trained. If he finds no one at all, he will know you have been trained by someone better than he expected. What do I show him? A boy, said the voice. An 11-year-old boy alarmed by a sorting. I will dress the corridors of your mind in the color of an average first year on his 4th day of school. You will allow him in, for exactly the length of 3 breaths. You will not notice him. You will eat your eggs. You will look at your plate. And if he tries again later. At which point, said the voice, mildly, we will teach him a second thing. Harry, very faintly, smiled. All right, he said. All right. Show me. He stayed in the storeroom until the corridor torches had dimmed to night mode. He worked, with the voice, on the long, slow, patient art of arranging a mind to look exactly like the mind it was supposed to be. It was harder than the acclimacy scaffolds of the night before. It was, in places, work that adult aurors took years to learn. He found, with the small surprised pride of a thin boy who had spent 11 years getting good at being beneath notice, that he was fast at it. He had been beneath notice his whole life. He had a great deal of experience in arranging himself to look like the boy a hostile adult expected to see. At 10 past midnight, he tucked James Potter's journal under his arm, walked the 7th floor corridor to its 3rd window, found the carving of the lion, pressed the 3rd tooth, and watched the wainscoting open to reveal a small, soft-lined hollow precisely the size of a leather-bound book. He laid the book in the hollow. He pressed the wainscoting closed. He stood for a moment with his palm against the wood. "Thank you," he said, very softly, to a person who was probably not there to hear it, and probably was. He walked back to the dungeons. In a tower far above him, in a circular office, an old man with a long silver beard sat at a desk in the half-dark, with the silver instruments turning and the portraits pretending to sleep, and he watched, on a slim glass dish on the corner of the desk, a small enchanted point of light that moved across a glass map of the castle, and he watched the point of light walk slowly down through the castle from the 7th floor to the dungeons, and he did not, this evening, say anything aloud. He noted it. He filed it. He folded his hands in his lap. He was going to have, he thought, to invite Mr. Potter to tea. Tomorrow, perhaps. Or the day after. He would not push. The boy had shown, already, the careful patient watchfulness of a child raised among unkind adults. He would not respond well to a sudden summons. A small, light-touched note, slipped into a textbook by an older student. An afternoon of his own choosing. Tea and a lemon drop. A very gentle conversation about how a young man finds his feet at Hogwarts. A very gentle look, perhaps, into the surface of a young man's mind, only just below the eyes, only just under the skin. Yes. That would do. In the dungeons, the boy who had spent the last 6 hours preparing his mind to look exactly like the mind of an ordinary first-year alarmed by a sorting, slid into his bed, drew the curtains around himself, laid a hand on his chest where the cord under his breastbone hummed, and slept the slow even sleep of a child who has begun, at long last, to play a long game. Hermione Granger found him on Friday afternoon in the library, in a corner where the high windows were trying very hard to pretend it was still summer. She had been working her way along the shelves on the principle that a thorough hunt was less embarrassing than asking a librarian where the boy in green and silver had gone. By the time she reached his table she had collected 3 books she did not really need, and she set them down across from him with the air of a person who had, at last, run out of pretexts. "Potter. Granger. I am going to ask you a question," she said, "and you are going to answer it." "All right." She had clearly rehearsed. She drew herself up, folded her hands on top of her 3 books, and said, "How did you know all of that?" Harry set down his quill. He had been making notes, in a small, careful copperplate, on a piece of parchment with the heading "Today's Observations," which he closed before she could lean any farther over the table. "All of what?" "Don't. Granger. Don't pretend with me. The asphodel and the wormwood. The bezoar. The aconite. The needle. The needle, Potter. I have read the textbook 3 times, I have practiced for 2 hours, I have asked Professor McGonagall what I am doing wrong, and you turn 3 matches into needles in a row in a single lesson without breaking a sweat. How?" Harry looked at her for a long count. He had, in the cord under his breastbone, the small clear sense that this was a girl who could be a friend or an enemy, and that the difference would be made by the next 2 minutes, and by no minutes after them. She was bright. She was vain about being bright, which was a vanity he could forgive her, because she had earned it. She was also lonely. He could feel that. The cord could feel that. The lighthouse at the back of the sea inside him did not, at the moment, need to do anything, but it was leaning, very faintly, toward her. "Granger," he said carefully, "if I tell you the truth, you will have to keep it to yourself. I am very good at keeping secrets, Potter. You are 11, Granger. So are you. Fair." She waited. Her hands on her 3 books did not move. There was a small pink spot of pure determination on each of her cheekbones. "All right," he said. "I will tell you part of it. Not all. Not yet. The part one tell you, you do not write down, you do not say to anyone, you do not ask me about in front of other people. If you can promise that, you can hear it. If you cannot, you will go back to your table, and we will not have this conversation, and we will both pretend it never happened." "Why are you giving me a choice?" "Because," Harry said, I would rather have you for a friend than against me. It was the most honest thing he had said to anyone in 3 years, with the possible exception of the thing he had said to the python at the zoo. Hermione Granger sat with it for the count of 2, and then her shoulders, which had been set in the particular hard squareness of a girl who had spent 11 years not having friends, eased. "All right," she said. "I promise." On Halloween night in 1981, Harry said, in a voice low enough that the books on the shelves behind him would not have been able, if the books had cared to listen, to hear, "Someone sealed most of my magic. I do not know why. I have my suspicions. The seal broke at the sorting. That is why the candles went out. That is why I am, this week, more capable than the textbooks suggest a first year ought to be. I am not cheating. I am, you might say, catching up." Hermione sat very still. "Who sealed you?" she said. "Granger." "I will not say. I am asking." "I have my suspicions," he said again, "and I am not going to tell you. Not because I do not trust you. Because I do not yet trust myself to be right. You will, if you watch carefully, work it out. You may find that, when you have, you will not wish to have. Will it hurt me, knowing?" "Yes." "Then tell me anyway." He looked at her. He did not say anything for a long moment. "Some other day, Granger," he said, gently. "When we are sure we are friends, and when you have had a year of school behind you to know the man I am thinking of. Until then, I will tell you what I can tell you. I will help you with transfiguration, if you would like. You are doing the wand movement an inch too high." She blinked. "I am not." "You are." She was, in fact. He had watched her, the previous day, move her wand half an inch above where McGonagall had placed her own. He had not said anything at the time, because he had not known her. He moved his own wand now, very slightly, in the air above the table, and the cord under his breastbone hummed with it. Hermione watched, frowning, and her face changed very slowly as she saw the difference. "Oh," she said. "Oh," Harry agreed. "I am going to be cross with myself about that for the rest of the evening. Probably." She gave a small, surprised laugh. It was not a laugh she had laughed in front of anyone for a long time. He could tell that from the way her hand went up to her mouth a half-second too late. "Potter. Granger. I am going to be your friend." "All right. You are going to be very strange about it, I imagine." "Probably." "That is fine," she said. "I am going to be very strange too." She gathered her 3 books, which she did not need, into her arms. She paused at the corner of the table. She did not look at him. "Harry." "Yes." "Whoever did it," she said, very quietly, "is wrong. Whatever the reason. I do not need to know who it is to know that. I want you to know that someone has said it out loud to you." "Aloud?" "In the library. With witnesses, even if the witnesses are only books." She walked away. Harry sat very still. The cord under his breastbone, which had been steady, gave a single, faintly startled, faintly pleased note, and settled. "I like her," said the voice in his bones, with a small surprised dignity. "So do I," Harry said, under his breath, and went back to his notes. The first lesson of defense against the dark arts came on Friday morning, and was not, on the strictest reading, a lesson in defense at all. Professor Quirrell stood at the front of the classroom in the long, pungent shadow of a turban that should not have been able to hold so much smell. The classroom itself was a riot of garlic, strung in clusters along the windows, packed into bowls on the desks, hung in long braids from the ceiling, and the smell rolled across the room in waves that, by the second minute of the lesson, had begun to make several first-years gently dizzy. The Slytherins, who had been told by older students about Quirrell's classroom, had taken seats nearest the door and breathed through their sleeves. The Gryffindors, who had not been told, suffered. Quirrell stuttered. That was the polite word. He stammered through his own name. He stammered through the date. He stammered through the introduction of the subject, which he managed, after 3 attempts, to identify as defense. He was shaking faintly in the manner of a man who had recently survived an encounter with something he had not, before the encounter, believed in. Harry, in the back row, watched him. The cord under his breastbone, which had been calm in the corridor, was no longer calm. It had pulled, when he stepped through the door, in the way a horse pulls when it smells smoke. It had dropped, when Quirrell had turned to face the class, into a low, watchful silence. It had, when Quirrell had at last looked Harry directly in the face and stuttered, H. Harry P. Potter, what an H-honor, gone to a key Harry had not, in his life, heard before. The key was the key of warning. Behind Quirrell's turban, very faintly, something looked at Harry. It was not the look of a man. "There," said the voice in his bones, very quietly. "That is what you felt in the Great Hall. That is what the turban hides." "What is it?" Harry whispered, into the parchment in front of him, in a voice the size of a moth. "A fragment of a wizard who should be dead," said the voice. "A fragment of the wizard who tried to kill you. He is not yet strong. He is riding a man's back. He will, in time, want more. We will deal with him when he wants more." Harry's hand stayed steady. He kept his face entirely calm. He took notes on the lesson, which was not, in the strictest sense, a lesson. He answered the one question Quirrell put to him, "What is the CC counter-curse for the C-curse of the B-bogies?" with a small careful half-correct answer, the kind a first year ought to give. He did not allow the cord under his breastbone to rise. He did not allow the lighthouse on the headland of his sea to do more than blink. When the lesson ended, Quirrell paused at the door as the students filed out. He did not, this time, look at Harry. He looked, instead, at the floor. The hand on the doorframe was trembling. In the corridor, Theodore Nott fell into step beside Harry. "Did you see it?" Nott said, very quietly. "See what?" "He is afraid of you." "Yes." "Why?" "I do not yet know," Harry said, which was a small lie. "Potter." "Not. I am a Slytherin. I will not press." "Thank you." They walked. That night, in the dormitory, when Crabbe and Goyle were lumps and Draco was doing an elaborate skin-care routine he plainly did not wish to be observed at, Harry drew his curtains and sat cross-legged on his bed with his palms upturned on his knees. He breathed in and out, slowly, in time with the cord under his breastbone, and he opened his hands, and a small, friendly point of light rose from each palm, the size of a pea, and floated, steady, over his fingers. He held them for a count of 10. He let them sink. He raised them again. He held them for a count of 20. He let them sink. He raised them again. He held them, this time, for a count of 40, and at the end of 40 he closed his fists and the small lights went out and he sat in the dark and listened, with the calm patient pleasure of a small thin boy, to the cord under his breastbone, which had not, in any of those 3 exercises, so much as flickered. "You are a quick student," said the voice. "I have practice," Harry said, into the dark of his curtains, "at being unnoticed while I learn things." "I know." He laid his head back on the pillow. He pressed his palm to his chest. Voice. "Yes. Tomorrow, the headmaster is going to invite me to tea." "Yes. Tell me again what I show him." "A boy," said the voice, gently. "An 11-year-old boy, new to Hogwarts, frightened by his sorting, proud of 5 points from Severus Snape, a little lonely, a little hopeful, glad of a lemon drop. And he will see that boy. He will see that boy. He will also, if he looks a little deeper, see the ghost of an older father whose face he remembers, and he will hurt and he will not look any deeper. He is not a stranger to love, Harry. He is a stranger, only, to his own conscience." Harry was quiet for a long time. Voice. "Yes. Is he going to be my enemy?" "That," said the voice, softly, is not a question you get to answer yet. Nor do I, nor does he. It is the kind of question, Harry Potter, that wizards like him are answered for, by the people they choose to lie to. We will see. All right, said Harry. All right. He turned over. He pressed his cheek into the pillow. Outside the dormitory windows, an eel moved, untroubled, through black water lit faintly green. He slept. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The headmaster's game. The note arrived at breakfast on Saturday, slid quietly into the leaves of Harry's open potions textbook by an older Slytherin he had never spoken to, who paused only long enough to incline his head before drifting on toward the porridge. The note was small, square, and folded in the deliberately casual way of a man who has spent a long time pretending to be casual. Harry did not lift it from the page until he was alone again, in the small unused storeroom on the 7th floor that the castle, on his second visit, had begun politely arranging itself for him. He sat down on the floor with his back against a stack of disused desks, and read. Mr. Potter, if you would do me the great honor of joining an old man for tea this afternoon at 4 o'clock, the gargoyle outside my office will admit you on the password sherbet lemon. I do not, by the by, hold you to attendance in any sense. If you would prefer not to come, I shall be no less fond of you for it. Yours, with very great regard, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the note twice. He folded it. He turned it over in his fingers. Voice. Yes. He is being kind. He is being polite. The two are not the same. Kind is a posture of the heart. Polite is a posture of the face. He is a man in whom the one has, over many years, been practiced into the other until he no longer always knows which he is doing. That is not a comfortable thing to say about a man. No, said the voice, it is not. Nor is it a reason to hate him. It is a reason to be careful. Harry tucked the note into his pocket. He pressed the wainscoting, withdrew his father's journal, and read for an hour. At 3:45, he stood at the foot of the moving staircase that climbed up to the headmaster's office, looked once at the great stone gargoyle that stood with its claws folded over its plinth, and said, with the small steady voice of a boy who had spent a long time learning to be unsurprising, sherbet lemon. The gargoyle stepped aside. The headmaster's office was a circular tower room with a ceiling that climbed upward in a slow spiral. It smelled of cedar smoke and parchment and a faint sweet trace of old peppermint. There were silver instruments on thin-legged tables, turning gently, breathing small jets of shimmering smoke, ticking, occasionally murmuring to themselves in a language Harry did not understand. There were portraits on the walls, of headmasters and headmistresses Harry would, in time, learn the names of. Today, almost all of them were politely pretending to sleep. On a tall perch in the corner sat a bird the color of old gold, with red feathers in its tail, and the bird had its head tilted to one side, watching Harry come in with the steady black-eyed attention of an animal that had seen a great many small boys come into this room and had drawn, from those visits, a private set of conclusions. At the desk in the middle of all this, behind a pot of tea and a small porcelain bowl of yellow boiled sweets, sat Albus Dumbledore. He was very old. Up close, Harry could see how very old. The skin at the bridge of his long nose was thin enough that the bone beneath it could be seen. His beard was white silver and fell almost to his belt. His half-moon spectacles, pushed down to the very tip of his nose, framed eyes the color of midwinter sky. His robes were a deep velvet blue with stars on them, embroidered in a thread that had the small, faint hum of an old enchantment. Mr. Potter, he said, and his voice was warm and tired and unhurried, like a fire late in a long evening. Welcome. Please. Have a seat. Tea. Yes, please, sir. With sugar. 2 spoons, please, sir. Dumbledore's eyes brightened a fraction. 2 spoons, he said, with a small approving inflection. An adventurous young man. Some of my colleagues take none. Lemon? No, sir, thank you. Lemon drop, then. I can promise nothing for their reputation, but they have always been a comfort to me. All right, sir. 1. Thank you. Dumbledore poured. The tea steamed. The lemon drop, when Harry placed it on his tongue, was sour at the edges and sweet in the center. He folded his hands carefully in his lap and looked, with a small, polite, 11-year-old's curiosity, around the office. He gave the silver instruments a count of 3 each. He gave the bird a count of 5. He gave the portraits a count of 2. He did not let his eyes linger anywhere. The corridor of his most private memories, behind the small thick doors he had built 2 nights before, was, this afternoon, occupied entirely by an 11-year-old boy who was alarmed by his sorting, proud of 5 points from Severus Snape, a little lonely, a little hopeful, glad of a lemon drop. He felt, at the front of his mind, a touch. It was very gentle. It was the touch of a man brushing dust from the brim of a hat. It moved across the surface of his thoughts the way a moth moves across a window, politely, without weight, with no intention of being noticed. Harry did not flinch. He took a sip of tea. The touch found, in the front room of his mind, exactly the boy he had arranged to leave there. It looked at the boy. It noted the smudges of soot on the boy's hands from the train. It noted the small new pride in the boy's chest at having been right about asphodel and aconite. It noted the boy's small careful new affection for a Slytherin housemaid named Theodore. It paused, with a faint and complicated grief, on the boy's memory of his father's Stagandir sampler in the doorway of a cottage at Godric's Hollow, which Harry had not, in fact, ever seen, because the cottage had been ruined before he could see it, but the cord under his breastbone, prompted by the voice, had laid a small bright counterfeit of it in the front room of his mind for visitors. The touch stopped at the sampler. It hung there for a heartbeat. It withdrew. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said gently, "are you settling in well?" "Yes, sir." "Thank you, sir." "And your housemates?" "They've been kind, sir." Dumbledore's eyes did not change at the word kind. He smiled, a small, mild smile, the smile of a man who has been told by his interviewee that the shoes he is selling are very comfortable. He stirred his tea. "You will forgive me," he said, "for asking you a slightly awkward question." "Yes, sir." "At your sorting, there was, a small disturbance. The candles, well, you were there. Did you, by any chance, feel anything unusual at that moment?" Harry made his eyes a fraction larger. He set his cup down. He folded his hands more tightly in his lap. "I did, sir," he said. "I felt frightened, sir." The hat was thinking very loudly. "It said I would do well in any of the houses. I think I let go of the stool, sir, and the hat said something I didn't catch, and then it shouted Slytherin. And I think I might have done something with the candles, sir. By accident. I am sorry." Dumbledore's eyes brightened with a kind, complicated tenderness. "Oh, my dear boy," he said. "You have nothing to apologize for. Powerful young witches and wizards often have small accidents at moments of great emotion. The candles were perfectly all right. The school is perfectly all right. You are perfectly all right. I only wished, on this small occasion, to be sure that you were." "Thank you, sir." "Mr. Potter. May I ask, have you, in your aunt and uncle's house, ever had similar episodes?" Harry had a long internal conversation in the count of 2 seconds. He let his face look, briefly, at the toes of his shoes. "A few, sir. I once turned a teacher's wig blue. I once made a snake, well, I let a snake out of a zoo enclosure, sir. I did not mean to. I did not, you understand, sir, know I was doing anything." "Yes," Dumbledore said softly. "Yes, of course you did not." He paused. He turned his cup one careful half-turn on its saucer. "And on the night of the sorting," he said, with the same kindness, "you did not feel anything else? Not only the candles. Anything beneath your anything inside yourself? Any sense of change? Harry let his eyes go, very puzzled. He shook his head, once. No, sir. Should I have? Oh, no, Dumbledore said. Oh, no, my dear boy. Not at all. I only wondered. He sat back. His long fingers folded across his middle. His eyes held Harry's for a moment longer, in the kind of mild, blue, grandfatherly way that had, in this office, been used to ease confessions out of wizards a great deal more dangerous than an 11-year-old. Behind half-moon spectacles, behind an old man's curiosity, a great many calculations were running. The touch on the front of Harry's mind, which had withdrawn, came back. It came back very gently. It came back with the apologetic small step of a man knocking on a door he has already opened. It moved a fraction deeper this time, an inch under the surface, looking, the voice said quietly in Harry's bones, for the sound of his core. Harry breathed in and let the cord under his breastbone sink to a hum. The cord went, at the voice's request, to the polite patient hum of an ordinary first year, who has, somewhere in him, the small bright potential of an interesting wizard but no more than that. The lighthouse on the headland of the sea inside Harry blinked, once, and went dark. The sea behind his breastbone became, for the count of 3, a small respectable inland pond. The touch found the pond. It looked at the pond. It noted, with a small private surprise, that the pond was not as small as it had been in the nursery, but that it was also nowhere near the ocean it had felt last Tuesday. It noted the candles at the sorting. It noted Quirrell's odd response to the boy. It noted the boy's quick answers in potions, which were a problem in a different category and which it filed accordingly. It withdrew. Dumbledore's eyes had not, all this time, left Harry's. They were warm. They were tired. They were, Harry could tell, also faintly relieved. Mr. Potter, he said. Thank you for indulging an old man's curiosity. Of course, sir. You will, I trust, come to me, at any time, day or night, if you find that anything in this castle is troubling you. Yes, sir. You are not, you understand, alone here. Harry, at this, allowed his eyes to fill very slightly, in the way an 11-year-old's eyes fill when an adult has, for the first time in his life, told him he is not alone. He let one small embarrassed swallow move down his throat. He nodded. Thank you, sir, he said. Dumbledore reached into the bowl and pressed a second lemon drop into his hand. The hand of the old wizard was cool, and very thin. Harry closed his fingers around the sweet. For the road, my dear boy. Thank you, sir. He stood. He bowed, the small careful bow he had been taught in 11 years under a staircase, which was not, in its origins, an entirely respectful bow, but which served, today, to lower his eyes for the count of 1. He walked, with the quiet placed feet of a thin boy on stairs, to the door. At the door, he turned. Sir. Yes, Mr. Potter. My parents. The lines of Dumbledore's face went a degree softer. Yes. Did they really die in a car crash, sir? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. He did not, in this moment, lie. No, my dear boy, he said gently. They were murdered. By a very wicked wizard. I am very sorry that you have lived 11 years with the wrong story. I will tell you, one day, the right one, in full. Tonight, perhaps, is not the night for it. All right, sir, Harry said. Thank you for not lying about that. He left. In the office, Albus Dumbledore sat with his hand still resting on the bowl of lemon drops, and he did not, for several seconds, breathe. Then he breathed. He poured himself a second cup of tea, which he did not drink. He looked at the door, which had closed behind a small thin boy in green and silver, and he laid his other hand over the first, and he sat very still. The phoenix on the perch in the corner blinked at him, slowly. Yes, Fawkes, Dumbledore said softly. Yes. I know. He set his palm against the side of his teapot, which he had charmed, the day before, to keep its tea at a pleasant warmth for an hour. He felt the warmth. He folded his fingers around it. I went looking for the boy, he said, mostly to himself. I found the boy. I found, as I had hoped, only the boy. The phoenix made no sound at all. Yes, Dumbledore said. Yes, I know what you would say if you said anything, my old friend. You would say that I went looking for what I wished to find. And you would say that what I wished to find may not have been what was there. And you would, perhaps, be right. You are very often right. Fawkes turned his head a careful fraction. He showed me a very pretty picture of his father's sampler, Dumbledore said. I had forgotten, until this afternoon, that I had seen that sampler. I am not sure he could have known what it looked like. I am not sure how he knew. He set down the teapot. I shall not press him. The bird made no sound. Not yet, Dumbledore said. Not yet. He sat for a long time, looking at the door. Harry did not, on the way down the staircase, allow himself the small triumphant smile that had risen from his sternum to the corner of his mouth. He kept his face entirely blank until he had reached the 7th-floor corridor, and then, in front of the wainscoting under the 3rd window, he allowed it for the count of 3. He pressed the carving of the lion's 3rd tooth, retrieved his father's journal, and, on the inside back cover, where there was still a clean span of paper, he made an entry of his own. Day 5. I have just been to tea with the headmaster. He looked. He found what I let him find. The voice was correct about all of it. He is going to be careful with me. I am going to be careful with him. He told me, when I asked, the truth about my parents. That is, perhaps, a kindness. It is also, perhaps, a small offering of trust. He is not an evil man. He is a man who has done evil things. I will not let myself forget the difference, and I will not let myself confuse the two. He paused. He read the entry. He added one more line. Father, I am being careful. He pressed the wainscoting closed, walked down the 7th floor, took the stairs to the dungeons 2 at a time, and slid into the Slytherin common room with the calm tidy face of a boy who had, that afternoon, drunk a polite cup of tea with a kind old man. Halloween came. It came with cold winds along the parapets, and pumpkins 3 feet tall floating overhead in the great hall with friendly orange grins, and a long sloshy week of weather that turned the courtyard puddles into miniature lakes. The first-year curriculum had thickened, Charms had added a small cleaning incantation, which Harry had mastered in private 4 days before his classmates, and stuffed away with an apologetic yawn during the lesson. Transfiguration had added the careful introduction of a wand work that would, by Christmas, have them turning beetles into buttons. Potions had subjected them to a boil cure that had gone wrong, on the Gryffindor side of the room, in a manner that involved 3 trips to the hospital wing and a rude word from Severus Snape in front of a small audience. The cord under Harry's breastbone had grown, in those weeks, into a steady, quiet, walking companion. He could lean on it. He could ask questions of it. He could, in the privacy of the 7th-floor storeroom, raise small wandless flames the size of plums and hold them for a count of 3 minutes without strain. The voice had taught him, in patient evenings, the first arts of magical sight. He could now, when he wanted to, see the faint shimmer of magic on the air around an enchanted object, and the long wandering threads of an old ward, and the small dim color of a person's core when he looked at them sideways. He had, in a single quiet evening on which he had stayed up until almost 2, looked at his own core in a mirror, and the voice had told him, with a small dignified pride, that it was the size of a small private moon. He had also, in those weeks, been quietly building the only network worth building. Hermione Granger sat with him in the library 3 evenings a week and did her homework, ferociously and quickly, in the chair across from him. Theodore Nott, in the dormitory, had begun, in his small careful Slytherin way, to pass him small pieces of information about other students that he could not, in any other house, have come by. Daphne Greengrass had begun nodding at him in the corridors, a half-degree of polite acknowledgement that Slytherin reserved for people it had decided not to harm. Tracy Davis had begun making dry remarks at his elbow at meals. Draco Malfoy, in the dormitory, had begun, after the third week, to ask Harry small careful questions about his views on subjects, and Harry had answered them with small careful answers, and an uneasy and competitive friendship, the only kind Slytherin recognized, had begun to grow between them. Halloween brought the troll. It brought the troll on the back of a stutter from Professor Quirrell, who had run into the Great Hall in the middle of the Halloween feast in a manner so flawless and so theatrical that Harry, sitting in green and silver halfway down his table, had known at once that the man was lying. There was no troll in the dungeons. Professor Quirrell had, in fact, just left the dungeons. The cord under Harry's breastbone, which had been quiet at supper, had pulled at the moment he had entered, and the voice in his bones had said, very calmly, "He has drugged it. He has let it in. He has run from the dungeons. He has gone now to the third floor. He intends to use the troll as a distraction. He will not succeed. Severus is already chasing him." And then, almost as an afterthought, the voice had said, "Hermione Granger is not in the hall." Harry, who had been raising a fork to his mouth, stopped. He scanned the Gryffindor table. She was not there. He scanned the Ravenclaw table out of habit. She was not there either. He scanned the back of the hall, where, in his peripheral vision, he had 3 weeks before noticed her exit it during a feast in tears, after Ron Weasley had said something cruel about her in a corridor. She was not there. The prefects were marching the Slytherins out of the Great Hall under instructions from the headmaster. Marcus Flint, the prefect at the head of the line, was barking orders in the deep careful voice of a senior boy who had been waiting 4 years for an opportunity to bark orders. Harry, who had spent 11 years getting good at not being where adults expected him to be, slid sideways behind a stone column and did not, in any obvious way, leave the line. He simply was, between one moment and the next, no longer in it. Theodore Nott, whom Harry had not warned, paused with his own foot half raised, looked at the place where Harry had been, looked at the wall behind which the place was now empty, and quietly continued in line as if he had noticed nothing. Theodore Nott was, in Harry's growing private estimation, the single most trustworthy first year in the school. He went up. Up, through the staircases, the way a Slytherin went up, which was not the way the Gryffindors were going up, because the Gryffindors had been told to go down, to the dungeons, where, he could only hope, the troll was not actually in residence. He went up to the second floor, and to the long stone corridor with the girls' lavatories, because that was where, if he had been a tearful 11-year-old girl, he would have gone. He found the troll in the corridor outside the lavatory. It was 12 feet tall. It was the color of old porridge. It had a club that was nearly as long as Harry was tall. It was hunched in the corridor with its small dim red eyes staring at the closed door of the girls' lavatory, and the door of the girls' lavatory was vibrating, faintly, with the high and unmistakable voice of a girl who had just, a half-second before, realized that she was about to die. Harry did not, in his life, have a context for fighting a troll. He did not, in his life, have a context for killing anything. He had, however, spent the past 3 weeks under the patient quiet teaching of a voice in his bones, and he had, on the previous Wednesday, looked at his own core in a mirror, and he had seen, with the small dignified pride of a small thin boy, that it was the size of a small private moon. He did not draw his wand. He raised his right hand. He spread his fingers. He looked at the troll. The troll, somewhere in the small dim porridge of its mind, registered the boy. Its red eyes turned toward him. It lifted its club. "Very well," said the voice in his bones, calmly. "Channel through the palm. The core will do the work. You do not need the incantation. You only need the intent. Think of the word stop. Think of the word sleep. Do not think of the word kill." Harry thought stop. He thought sleep. He did not think kill. The cord under his breastbone leaned through his shoulder, down his arm, into the palm of his hand. The lighthouse on the headland of the sea inside him brightened, and a slow steady wave of clean white-edged silver lifted off the surface of that sea and rolled, in his blood, down the long bone of his arm. It came out of his palm not as a beam, not as a flash, but as a soft, broad-spread, unhurried pressure, the size of a wave on a beach, and it laid itself across the troll the way a heavy blanket is laid across a child. The troll's red eyes went wide. Its small porridge brain, which had not in its life been impressed by anything, was, for 1/2 second, impressed. It lowered its club. It blinked. It made, very faintly, a sound that was almost a yawn. Its knees folded. Its shoulders folded. It went down on its great pillared legs to its knees, in the corridor outside the girls' lavatory, and laid itself, with the small and mortified surprise of an enormous tired creature, on its side. The club rolled out of its hand. It went, in 3 breaths, to sleep. The corridor was perfectly silent. The door of the girls' lavatory opened a careful inch. Hermione Granger's eye appeared in the gap. The eye looked at the troll. The eye looked at Harry. The eye widened. "Granger," Harry said. "Potter," she said, in a voice the size of a moth. "Are you all right?" "I am not, on a strict reading, all right." "Are you injured?" "No." "Then come out." She came out. Her hair, which was always at war with the rest of her, had lost. Her eyes were red. Her hands were shaking. She looked at the sleeping troll, and at Harry, and at the sleeping troll again, and her mouth opened and closed on a 6 sentences she could not yet make herself say. "Granger," Harry said, quietly, "we have about 30 seconds before Professor McGonagall comes around the corner. Are you with me?" "Yes." "Tell her you went looking for the troll because you thought you could deal with it on your own." "I did not." "I know you did not." "Tell her you did." "She will tell you it was foolish. She will dock points. She will say you should have been with the prefects. She will not punish you further. I will tell her I came after you, found the troll, and threw a heavy spell I did not know I knew. She will believe me. She will dock me a point and award me 5 for saving a fellow student. Are you with me?" "I am with you," Hermione said, and the small pink determination he had seen in the library appeared again on her cheeks, and her hands, which had been shaking, stopped. McGonagall came around the corner, with Snape on her left and Quirrell on her right, all 3 of them at a run. She stopped at the sight of the troll. She stopped at the sight of the children. She drew breath. The story was told. Hermione, with a small remarkable steadiness, told her part. Harry, with an entirely false and pleasing concern, told his. Snape, on the periphery, looked from Harry to the troll and from the troll to Harry, and said nothing at all. Quirrell, on the other side, was clutching his turban and looking unwell. 5 points from Gryffindor, Miss Granger, McGonagall said, in a voice that was disappointed and quite real. And a deduction from your house common sense, which I will collect from you in writing, before bed. Mr. Potter, 5 points to Slytherin, and considerable surprise from your head of house, I should imagine. Off to your dormitory, both of you. Now. We will speak further on Monday. She turned to the troll. Snape did not turn to the troll. He looked at Harry. He looked at Harry's right hand, which was, at his side, perfectly steady. He looked at Harry's eyes, which held his, perfectly calmly, for the count of 1. He did not say a word. He turned, with a long black turn of his cloak, and walked toward Quirrell. Whatever he said to Quirrell in the next 30 seconds was not audible to Harry, but Quirrell's small pale face went a degree paler in the saying of it. Harry took Hermione by the sleeve, very gently, and led her away. In the corridor between the 2nd and the 3rd floor, when no adults could see, she stopped him. Potter. Granger. You did not throw a spell. No. You raised your hand. Yes. You raised your hand, she said, and the troll fell down. Yes. She opened her mouth. She shut it. She shook her head. She sat down on the bottom step of the staircase, and she put her face in her hands, not because she was about to cry, but because she did not, in the small private library of her mind, have a shelf yet for what had just happened. Granger. Yes. Are you with me? She looked up. She looked at him. Her eyes were dry. Her mouth was set in the small determined line that he had begun to think of as her gateway expression. I am with you, Harry. Good, he said. Welcome to the secret. He sat down on the step beside her. The cord under his breastbone, which had risen in the corridor and worked, was settling, again, to its companionable hum. The lighthouse on the headland of the sea inside him blinked, and went quiet, and a small thin boy who had spent the past hour breaking, in private, half a dozen of the rules of the school he had been at for less than 2 months, leaned his shoulder, very lightly, against the shoulder of the only friend he had not had before that night, and rested. The next morning, Severus Snape's office door opened to Harry's careful knock as if it had been opening for him all his life. Snape was at his desk, reading a stack of essays with the unblinking patience of a man who had read worse in his life and remembered every one. He did not look up at first. He let Harry stand on the threshold for a count of 3. Mr. Potter. Sir. Sit down. Harry sat. Snape laid down his quill. He folded his hands. He looked at Harry over the bridge of his pale nose, and for a long moment he said nothing. You have, he said at last, been excellent in my class. Thank you, sir. Your wand work in charms is 2 months ahead of your yearmates. Your transfiguration is perhaps 3 months ahead of theirs. Last night you put a mountain troll to sleep in a corridor. Yes, sir. You did not use your wand. Harry was quiet for the count of 3. No, sir. You have not asked me how I know. I assume, sir, that the residue on the corridor was not the residue of an incantation, and that you noticed that on your way out. You assume correctly, Snape said, very softly. Mr. Potter. I am the head of your house. I am, by virtue of my office, the man in this castle who is most strictly bound to your interests. I am also, by virtue of having known your mother before either of us were any older than you are now, a man who has a particular and entirely unprofessional concern for your continued life. I will speak plainly. There is a man in this castle who tied you off when you were a baby. The headmaster. I do not know if you know this. I am telling you that I know it. Harry, behind the small thick doors of his occlumency, did not flinch. The cord under his breastbone, which had risen, did not show. He set his hands flat on his knees. I knew, sir. How long? Since the night of my sorting. How? The hat told me. Not by name. By implication. I worked it out that night. And you have, in the 8 weeks since, said nothing to anyone. No, sir. Snape closed his eyes briefly. The closing of his eyes was the closing, very faintly, of the eyes of a man who has been carrying a private fear for many weeks and has, at the end of those weeks, been told that the child he was afraid for had already taken the matter in hand without him. Mr. Potter, he said. I have told no one of my own knowledge. I will tell no one. The headmaster does not know that I know that he sealed you. He believes I worked out only that the seal exists. That distinction matters. Yes, sir. You will, at no point, mention to him in any way that I have said this to you. You will allow him to believe that I know less than I do. You will allow him to believe that he is, in this matter, alone. Yes, sir. I will, Snape said, very slowly, be teaching you occlumency. Officially, as remedial private lessons, because Slughorn, well, because various heads of house occasionally take pity on first years who show particular promise. Unofficially, because there are at least 3 people in this castle who would benefit very much from being unable to read the inside of your head, and one of them is making polite excuses to drink tea with you. Do not tell me, Potter, whether you have been taught a clemency already. Do not tell me by whom. If you have, I will know it within the first lesson, and we will, in that case, only be polishing what you have. If you have not, we will start from the beginning. Yes, sir. There is one more thing. Sir. Quirinus Quirrell. Yes, sir. He is not what he appears. I know, sir. You know. I have known since the first lesson, sir. Snape's mouth, which had been a thin pale line, eased a fraction. I am beginning, Mr. Potter, he said, to suspect that someone has, in the last 2 months, taken on the slightly thankless work of equipping you for the war in which you happen to find yourself. Harry did not answer. I will not press, Snape said. I will only say this. Whoever they are. Whatever they are. I am very glad of them. And I will, where I can, second their efforts. Is that understood? Yes, sir. Go to breakfast, Mr. Potter. We will begin a clemency on Tuesday at 7. Bring nothing. Bring no one. Do not be late. Harry stood. At the door, he paused, with one hand on the frame. Sir. Mr. Potter. Thank you. He left. Severus Snape sat behind his desk for a long time after the door had closed. He did not, in his life, much believe in Providence. He had been a Death Eater in his youth, and he had watched the people he had loved die, and he had spent a great many years since living in the long shadow of his own bad decisions, and he had developed, in those years, a working theory that the world was a machine that did not care, in any direction, about the small private hopes of any one particular man. He held to that theory still. He did not, on this autumn morning, abandon it. He did, however, allow himself, in the privacy of his locked office, a small thing he had not allowed himself in 11 years. He smiled. November came on. The grounds turned to bronze and bracken, and then to a thin first dusting of frost. The lake along the windows of the Slytherin common room turned the color of a deep cold sapphire. Quidditch began, although Harry did not try out for the team and, when Marcus Flint asked him, with a small polite Slytherin offer of inclusion, said only, "Thank you, but not this year. I have other things to learn first," and Marcus Flint, who was not in fact stupid, accepted it with the small interested nod of a senior boy filing a useful fact for later. In the 7th-floor storeroom that the castle had decided was Harry's, the cord under Harry's breastbone built itself, day by day, into a long, calm, walking cord. He could now raise small flames with both hands, and hold them for the count of 5 minutes. He could now, with his eyes closed, read the magical signature of a wand at 3 feet, and tell, with the small dignified pride of a boy doing a parlor trick, who had touched it last. He could now move a feather, with his thoughts, across the length of the room, with the same patient care that an older boy would use to move a piece across a chessboard. He could not, yet, do any of these things in front of an adult. The voice was firm on this point. You are not hiding, the voice said. You are not lying. You are waiting. There is a time to play your hand. There is a time to hold it. You are a boy of 11 in a castle with a man who would, if he could, hold you again. Waiting is your friend. Until when? Until he overreaches, said the voice, evenness like a bell. Until he overreaches, and you are a boy he cannot, in principle, any longer hold. Harry, who did not yet know what overreach would look like, took the voice at its word and went on with his lessons. The 3rd Friday of November brought the Hogwarts library and Hermione Granger, in a quiet alcove between 2 shelves on the 2nd tier, with a piece of parchment in her hand and a small triumphant pink at the bridge of her nose. Harry. Granger. I have, she said, been doing some research. On what? On magical sealing. The cord under his breastbone gave a small interested chime. Have you? I have. She laid the parchment on the table between them. The handwriting on it was hers, small, neat, indignant, the handwriting of a girl who had spent the past 2 weeks, in stolen evenings, working her way along the high shelves of the restricted section, on a permission slip she had charmed out of Professor Flitwick by being charming. There are, in the wizarding world, at least 4 kinds of magical sealing. There is binding, which is an external imprisonment of an object or a being. There is suppression, which is a temporary suppression of a power, often used in healing for unstable cores. There is occlusion, which is a hiding of one part of a being from another. And there is, very rarely, what is called core binding, which, she paused and looked at him, and her eyes were entirely steady, which is the sealing of part of a wizard's magic away from his own conscious access. It is forbidden under the International Statute of Wizarding Practice, except in the very narrow case of an unstable infant whose core is going to kill him before he reaches walking age. It requires the consent of 2 parents and the supervision of an officer of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, because, and I am quoting from a book that is older than my grandmother, because no other magical creature in the known world is more susceptible to error in this technique than a human child. Granger. I am not done. The technique itself was invented in the 14th century by a Welsh witch named Anwyl Louise, who was burned at a stake at the order of her own coven for binding her grandson. It was reinvented in the 17th century by a French wizard named Beauregard, who was disowned by every member of his family before he died of natural causes. It has been used, in the recorded modern era, fewer than 30 times. Of those 30, 26 were performed on infants who would otherwise have died. Of the 4 remaining, 3 were performed by men who were, within 10 years of the act, hunted down and tried before the Waisengamot. The 4th, she looked at him again, very steadily, the 4th was performed in 1981 by a man whose name does not appear in any official record. His name was redacted. The redaction is sloppy. The hand is recognizable. I can show you, if you would like, the page on which a librarian forgot to fully ink out the name. I will not, for the next 2 minutes, say it aloud. Harry held her eyes for a long count. Granger. Harry. Why are you telling me all of this? Because, Hermione said, with the small fierce dignity of a girl who had grown up being correct in the wrong places, there are very few things in the world that are, in my opinion, unforgivable. There are things that are wrong. There are things that are shameful. There are things that are crimes. There is, in my reading, exactly one thing that the wizarding world treats as worse than murder, and it is sealing a child's core without his parents knowing consent. And the man who did it to you, the only one of the 4 who has not been tried, the one whose name the librarians keep forgetting to ink out, is the headmaster of this school. Harry did not say anything. I do not, Hermione said, intend to do anything stupid about this. I do not intend to march up to his office and shout at him. I am 11. I would lose. I am telling you, only, that I have done the reading, and that my reading agrees with you, and that you are not, on this point, alone. That is all. She slid the parchment across the table to him. Burn this, she said. When you've read it. Don't keep it. Even I am not foolish enough to leave a paper trail. She stood. She paused. And Harry. Yes. You should know, she said, that I have decided to be on your side, completely, with no caveats, until and unless you do something which crosses one of 3 lines. The lines are, she counted them off on her fingers, killing a person who does not deserve it, hurting a child, and lying to me. Those 3. Otherwise, I am with you. Harry, who had not in 11 years had a friend make him a promise of any kind, let his face do something he had not let it do, ever, in front of anyone in this castle. He smiled. It was a small smile, careful, real, the smile of a thin boy who had, after a very long count of years, found one person in the world who was going to take his side without first asking him to apologize for it. Hermione, having seen the smile, gave a small businesslike nod, picked up her bag, and walked away through the stacks at her usual rapid clip, as if nothing had happened at all. Harry burned the parchment in a small cold flame between his palms. He watched it ash. He watched the ash fall onto the table. He brushed the ash, with his sleeve, into the wastebasket. The cord under his breastbone hummed. The lighthouse on the headland of the sea inside him blinked, once, in time, and the great immense thing turning slowly in the deep behind it shifted, by the smallest possible fraction, in the direction of the door. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, Cracks in the Mentor's Mask. Christmas at Hogwarts came with the slow softness of a long northern country falling under a long northern snow. The lake along the Slytherin windows iced over from the outside in, the way old jam thickens in a jar, the forbidden forest beyond the grounds went black under its white roof, and the corridors of the castle filled, in the last week of term, with the particular clean quiet of a building emptying out for the holidays. Most of the students went home. The Slytherin dormitory, with the small cool exception of Theodore Nott, who had told Harry that his father preferred Christmas without him, went home almost entirely. Hermione Granger, who had also intended to go home, had, after a long careful conversation with Harry and an exchange of 3 owls with her parents, asked permission to remain at Hogwarts for the holidays. Permission had been granted. The Gryffindor and Slytherin tables, on Christmas morning, were almost empty. There were, at the high table, only 4 professors. Albus Dumbledore had a cracker beside his plate that, when he pulled it with Minerva McGonagall, exploded into a hat shaped like a vulture which she put on with the dignity of a woman who had decided, on the first day of her Hogwarts career, that she would put on whatever hat the Christmas crackers gave her, no matter what shape it took. Severus Snape did not pull a cracker. He was watching, from the far end of the high table, the Slytherin and Gryffindor children at the small joint table that had been set up between them, with his black eyes thoughtful and his hands quiet around his coffee. There was a parcel at Harry's place at the small joint table. It was wrapped in brown paper. It was tied with common kitchen twine. It bore, in the same hand he had seen on a brown paper parcel at his very first breakfast, no name and no address. He did not open it at the table. He opened it later, in the empty Slytherin dormitory, with the curtains of his 4-poster drawn around him and Theodore not politely turned away in his own bed reading a book of his father's that Harry had decided not to ask after. The parcel contained a cloak. It was the lightest, finest, most nearly weightless piece of cloth Harry had ever held. It poured through his fingers like water with a memory of its own shape. He held it up, in the small green light from the lake window, and for a moment he could see, faintly, the cord pattern of an old enchantment laid into its weave, a dim watermark of magic the color of a deep silver river. The cloth was the color of nothing in particular. He laid it across his arm. The arm vanished. There was, also, a note. Use it well. It was your father's. It is, in fact, considerably older than your father. He was only the latest in a line of men in your family to wear it. I held it in trust. I am returning it. There is no card. There is no message. I never had it, and I am not sending it. Harry read the note 3 times. He laid it on his blanket. He laid the cloak beside it. He sat for a long count, looking at both. Voice. Yes. He is giving me my father's cloak. Yes. As a gesture. Yes. Of what? Of, said the voice, slowly, a man's apology that he does not, on a strict reading, intend to make out loud. He has had this cloak since the night your parents died. He has not worn it. He has had it in a locked cabinet. He has been, at intervals, guilty about keeping it. He is giving it to you now because it would have been odd not to give it to you at Christmas, and because he is, in an unconscious way he would not admit to himself, offering you something in compensation for a much greater thing he has not yet returned. My magic. Yes. Harry breathed. He let his fingers run, very gently, down the soft, near weightless cloth. Voice. Yes. What if I want to keep it anyway? Then keep it, said the voice, gently. It was your father's. Your father wore it. Your father, in the pages of the journal hidden under the wainscoting, mentions wearing it to raid your mother's kitchen at 3 in the morning on the night you were born. The cloak is yours. Its history is yours. The fact that the man who stole it from you when you were a baby has now returned it, with an unsigned note, at Christmas, does not make the cloak less yours. It makes the gesture thinner. It does not diminish the cloth. Harry, who had had a great deal of practice at folding things very small in 11 years under a staircase, folded the cloak. He laid it under his pillow. He folded the note. He laid the note in the inner pocket of his robe. He did not, this Christmas Eve, throw the note in the fire. He did not yet know whether he intended to. It was, on the strict reading, the cloak's fault that he ended up in front of the mirror of Erist 3 nights after Christmas. He had been wandering the castle in the small hours, in the first long-pleased private use of an inheritance he had not known he had. He had walked the empty corridors of the 3rd floor, he had walked the upper galleries, he had crossed the entrance hall in the moonlight, past the marble staircase, past the long shadow of the suit of armor that snored gently in its corner, and he had, almost without meaning to, gone up. Up, the way Slytherins went up. Up to a corridor he had not yet been on the 4th floor, behind a portrait of a knight who was reading a small old book and who, when he saw the cloak passing, said only, with the patient acceptance of a man who had been a portrait for 200 years, mind the second tile from the left, young sir, it's loose. The corridor opened, by way of an unlocked classroom, into a large empty room. The room had nothing in it but a single object, a tall, freestanding mirror, in a frame of carved gold. Harry stopped at the threshold. The cord under his breastbone, which had been quiet, did not pull. The voice in his bones, after a long careful pause, said, "This is a mirror that shows the deepest one of the heart of the one who looks into it. It is, as a rule, safe. It is, in unhappy young people, occasionally addictive. I will advise you. You may look." Harry stepped, in his cloak, into the room. He laid the cloak across his arm. He stood in front of the mirror. He saw himself. He saw, also, behind himself, 2 people he did not, in his life, remember meeting. The man behind his right shoulder was tall and untidy, with hair the color of his own and a pair of round glasses askew on his nose, and a small, lopsided, delighted, somewhat embarrassed smile that put a long line through one of his cheeks. The woman behind his left shoulder was shorter than the man, with hair the color of dark fire and eyes the color of his own, and her smile was quieter, and her hand was on the boy's shoulder, and the boy was leaning, just barely, into the hand. Harry stood in front of the mirror for a long count, and he did not, in his life, ever feel anything quite like the thing he felt at that moment, except, perhaps, on the morning after his sorting, when he had been able to feel his own body for the first time in 11 years. His father's hand came up, in the mirror, and rested on his other shoulder. Behind his parents, in the mirror, there were others. He saw, dimly, his grandfather, in a coat of an old cut. He saw, dimly, his grandmother. He saw, in a long misted line going back into the silver depths of the glass, every Potter who had ever been a Potter, and many of them held cloaks against their shoulders that had the same dim watermark his father's cloak had, and many of them held wands, and many of them held nothing at all but the small steady weight of their own names. He saw, at the very back of all of them, a single woman in robes the color of an evening sky, with an unrecognizable face under a deep hood, who was not, like the others, smiling at him, but who was, like the others, looking. He saw himself, in the mirror, with all of them at his back. He looked. He looked for a long count. Then, very slowly, the picture in the glass flickered. His parents and his grandparents and his long line did not vanish, but they faded a fraction, the way a tapestry fades when a curtain is drawn back behind it, and through them, layered in the same silver, like a second image laid on the first, Harry saw a different scene. He saw the inside of a circular tower room. He saw a desk. He saw, on the desk, a slim glass dish with a small enchanted point of light moving across a glass map of a castle. He saw a long thin hand laid on the dish, a thumb hovering over the point of light. He saw, behind the hand, the bowed silver-haired head of a man with half-moon spectacles and a pot of tea. He saw, in the silver, the man, Albus Dumbledore, pick up a quill and write, on a piece of parchment, a single line. Harry could not, in the silver, read what the line said. But he could see, in the lift and fall of the man's shoulders, that the writing of the line was the writing of an order. The cord under Harry's breastbone, which had been steady, leaned, in the dark of the empty room, toward the glass. "What you are seeing now," said the voice in his bones, gently, "is not the want of your heart. It is the fear of your heart. The mirror is not, ordinarily, an instrument of fear. It is, responding, to you. Your core is showing it what it wants to show it. I confess this is not behavior I have before observed in this particular artifact. We will file it. Tell me what he wrote." "I cannot read the glass," said the voice. "Then guess." "I do not guess." Voice. "Yes." "Fine. Then tell me what you suspect." "I suspect," said the voice, softly, "that the man with the kind blue eyes keeps on that desk a map of the castle which shows him where every student is. I suspect that he asked a favor of the mirror the night he installed it in this room, and that the mirror, being an old and honorable instrument, was alarmed by the favor he asked, and has, this evening, in the presence of a young man whose core is larger than its own, reported the favor. I suspect the scribbled line reads, more or less, favor for me when a young man stands in front of you." Harry stood very still. "What favor?" "I suspect," said the voice, "the favor was, to show the young man a vision compelling enough to pin him in place." A long pause. "To pin me in place?" "Yes." "Why?" "There is not enough evidence yet to answer that question." "We will file it." Harry looked, again, at his own face in the glass. He looked at his father's hand on his shoulder. He looked at his mother's hand on his other shoulder. He looked at the long line of people at his back. "You meant to use this against me," he said, very quietly, to a man who was not in the room. The picture in the glass did not change. His parents went on smiling at him. The line behind them went on, in its silver, without end. He pulled his cloak around his shoulders. He stepped backward, out of the room, into the corridor. He pulled the door closed behind him. He stood in the corridor for a long count, with the corridor torches burning low, and the cloak across his shoulders, and the cord under his breastbone steady, and he did not, in any direction, smile. He was not, on his way back to the dungeons, surprised when, halfway down a stretch of corridor on the second floor, the long thin shadow of an old man in a long blue robe stepped out of a doorway in front of him. He was not, on a strict reading, even alarmed. Albus Dumbledore stood in the corridor with a small lamp in his hand. He had not, this evening, slept. The half-moon spectacles were a fraction askew. His silver beard, which was usually combed, had a single wisp of white hair adrift at his collar. His eyes, in the lamplight, were the kind of tired that no hour of sleep could mend. "Harry," he said, softly. "Walking out tonight, I see." "Yes, sir." "Past curfew." "Yes, sir." "You have a fine cloak." "Yes, sir." "It belonged, I think, to your father." "Yes, sir." "So I am told." Dumbledore's mouth, in the lamplight, gave a small, careful, nearly imperceptible twitch. He had not been expecting Harry to know about the cloak. He had not been expecting Harry to acknowledge it. "The mirror of Eriste, Harry," he said, "is a famously dangerous object." "Yes, sir." "You are not, I trust, planning to make a habit of it." "No, sir." "Was the picture it showed you, kind?" Harry looked at him. He looked at him in the soft light of an old man's lamp, in an empty corridor, in the small hours of an early winter morning. "It was kind at first, sir." "And then?" "Then it was less kind, sir." "Oh." "It showed me an old man in a tower, sir. With a glass map of the castle." writing something on a piece of parchment. The lamplight in Albus Dumbledore's hand did not waver. His face did not change. The pause that followed was, however, longer than the pause of an old man hearing a strange thing for the first time. "Did it?" he said. "Yes, sir." "That is unusual." "Yes, sir. The mirror, in my reading, has not before shown an image of an unrelated event in the lives of the Watcher's acquaintances." "No, sir." Dumbledore breathed in. He breathed out. He set his lamp on a small ledge beside him in the corridor. "Harry," he said, "I think you and I should sit down, in the morning, and have a longer conversation than we have so far had." "All right, sir." "You are not, I trust, frightened of me?" Harry, for the count of one, looked the old man directly in the eye. "I am not, sir." "Not yet." It was the most honest sentence he had said to Albus Dumbledore in his life. Dumbledore, who was a great many things, kind, weary, brilliant, lonely, guilty, wise, was, in his deepest organ of self, a teacher, and a teacher who has been told, by an 11-year-old boy in a corridor at 3 in the morning, that the boy is not yet frightened of him, knows immediately that he is being threatened with a future tense. He let out a small, almost inaudible breath. He folded his thin hands in front of his belt. "Tomorrow at 11, he said. "My office. Not tea. Coffee. With cream, and no sugar, I think, unless you have changed your habits since the last time we spoke." "All right, sir." "Good night, Harry." "Good night, sir." Harry walked past him. He did not, this time, bow at the threshold of leaving. He walked, in his cloak, with the small careful placed feet of a thin boy on stairs, all the way down to the dungeons. He did not, on the way, allow himself any expression at all. In the corridor behind him, Albus Dumbledore stood for a very long time with one hand on the wall. He picked up his lamp. He walked, more slowly than he had walked at any point in the last decade, back to his office. The morning meeting in the headmaster's office did not, in the strict telling of it, contain an explosion. There were no candles that went out. There were no instruments that turned cold on their tables. There was, instead, a small, polite, unhurried, profoundly civilized confrontation, between an old wizard and an 11-year-old boy, in which neither of them said the word seal aloud and both of them said it with everything else. Dumbledore had, when Harry came in, already poured the coffee. "Harry, please. Sit." Harry sat. "I owe you an apology." "For what, sir?" Dumbledore's eyes, in the morning light from the high windows, were the color of a sky after a long rain. "For the mirror." "Yes, sir. It was an instrument I ought not, perhaps, to have charmed in the way I charmed it. I asked it, when I installed it in that classroom, to be kind to certain young people. I have, this morning, asked it to undo the favor." "Thank you, sir. It was meant kindly." "Yes, sir. I suspect it was." Dumbledore, who had been about to say more, did not. He looked at Harry, in the small still way he had begun, this winter, to look at him, with the look of a man at whom a private weather had begun, very gently, to warn him of itself. He folded his hands. "Harry." "Sir. Would you, perhaps, tell me what else the mirror showed you?" "It showed me my parents, sir. And my grandparents. And, behind them, every one of my ancestors, going back as far as I could see. And, at the very back, a woman in a robe with a hood, whose face I could not see." Dumbledore's eyes, at the woman, narrowed faintly. He did not say anything. "And then it showed me the man in the tower, sir." "Yes. You knew it would." Dumbledore did not, this once, bother to deny it. "I had, feared, that it might. I had, hoped, that it would not. I do not, by way of explanation, ask the mirror to do unkind things. I asked it to keep certain very strong-cored students in a place where I could observe them, the first time they encountered it, in the privacy of a room that, on my night patrols, I would be sure to come across them in. It is a system of mine, for very particular students, that I have used twice before. Both of those students became great teachers in this castle, Harry. I am not, in this method, ill-intended. No, sir. I do not think you are ill-intended. You think, however, that you do not always know, sir, whether you are being kind or being polite. There was a long silence. Dumbledore's long thin fingers folded over each other in his lap. The lines of his face, which had been grandfatherly, settled into a different shape, the shape of a man who has, in conversation, been correctly named for the first time in many years. That is a very fair sentence, Harry, he said, very softly. Yes, sir. Did someone teach it to you? No, sir. I worked it out. Did you, indeed? I have had a great deal of practice, sir, at watching adults who do not always know which they are doing. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. He looked, in the morning light, very old. Harry, he said. I am going to tell you a thing. You may not, this morning, ask me for any further telling than the telling I am going to do. There will be more telling. There will not be all of the telling. Is that acceptable? Yes, sir. On the night your parents were murdered, Dumbledore said, I made a decision concerning your magical core which was, at the time, intended as a kindness, and which has, in the years since, grown heavier, in my thinking, the longer I have lived with it. Yes, sir. You know, of course, what decision I refer to. Yes, sir. The Sorting Hat undid it. Yes, sir. I did not, in honesty, think the Sorting Hat could do that. It is not, on a strict reading, an authority on cores. It seems, in your case, to have been assisted. Yes, sir. By what, Harry? Harry, behind the small thick doors of his occlumency, was perfectly silent for the count of one. He did not look at the doors. He looked at the man. I do not, sir, intend to tell you. Dumbledore's eyes came up. He looked at Harry the way a teacher looks at a student who has, in answer to a question, given him a different answer than he had intended to ask for, but the right one. That is an honest answer, Harry. Yes, sir. You will not, I imagine, be willing to tell me until you trust me. That is correct, sir. You do not, currently, trust me. Not currently, sir. Will you, do you think, ever trust me? That is up to you, sir. Dumbledore looked at him for a very long count. Yes, he said, softly. Yes, I suppose it is. He stood. He turned, slowly, to the window. He stood with his hands folded behind him, looking out at the grounds, where the snow was beginning, in great fat patient flakes, to fall again. The phoenix on his perch in the corner, who had not, all morning, made a sound, gave a small, encouraging trill. Harry. Sir. I will not, this term, attempt to seal you again. No, sir. I will not, indeed, attempt to seal you again at all, from this morning. No, sir. You may, of course, take that promise on the strength only of my saying it. Yes, sir. You will, perhaps, not yet take it. No, sir. Not yet. That is fair. Dumbledore turned from the window. I will, however, ask one thing of you, Harry. Sir. There are, in this castle, this year, 2 or perhaps 3 things that are dangerous. One of them is on the 3rd floor, in a corridor I have warned the school about. One of them is in a turban in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, in a man you have, I think, already noticed, and to whom, I gather, you and Severus have both been giving a wide berth. The third, on a strict reading, is me, and you have already, in your way, dealt with that. Of the first 2, you will leave them, this term, to me. Sir. You will not, Harry, climb a trapdoor, and you will not, Harry, draw the third one's gaze. Do I have your word on that? Harry was quiet for a long count. He looked at Dumbledore. The cord under his breastbone, which had been steady, did not move. You have my word, sir, that I will not draw Quirrell's gaze any more than I have to. You do not have my word, sir, on the trapdoor. I have not been on the third floor. I do not, presently, intend to go to the third floor. I do not intend to go to the third floor unless I think someone else is going to. I will not give my word on a thing I do not yet, in honesty, know what I will do. Dumbledore did not, on this answer, frown. He smiled. It was a small, tired, complicated, surprised smile, the smile of an old man who has just been told, by a child, the kind of answer he would have given himself, at the same age, if he had been wiser at 11 than he had, in fact, been. Very well, Harry, he said. Very well. Drink your coffee. Harry drank his coffee. That evening, in the dungeons, in the silence of a near-empty Slytherin common room, Theodore Nott sat down across from him in front of the long fire, with a chessboard between them, and did not, for several minutes, speak. Then he said, quietly, he gave you the cloak. Yes. He has been trying, in his way, to mend it. Yes. You are not letting him. I am not. Good, said Theodore. Slytherin would think less of you if you did. Pawn to e4. Harry moved. The fire crackled. Theodore moved. In the upper galleries of the castle, in a circular tower room, an old man with a long silver beard sat at his desk for a long time, with a small, slim glass dish on the corner that no longer, on Albus Dumbledore's instruction, glowed with the small enchanted point of any boy he was watching, and he did not, for the first time in a very long winter, look at the dish. Term resumed in January with the clean cold of a true winter. The Hogwarts grounds went under a fresh foot of snow on the very night the train arrived, and the castle, in the long dark hours of the new term, took on the particular settled sound of a building that knew it was now, until at least Easter, a sealed kingdom. Lessons resumed. Quidditch resumed. The fire in the Slytherin common room burned, on average, 3 logs hotter than it had in autumn, and Marcus Flint banned anyone but a sixth year from sitting in the leather armchair nearest the fender on principle. In an unused first-floor classroom that Severus Snape had warded against intrusion, against memory, and, against, in particular, the long inquisitive blue eye of a certain old wizard, Harry began the formal practice of occlumency. Empty your mind, Mr. Potter. Yes, sir. Don't look at me. Look between my eyes. Yes, sir. On 3. 1. 2. 3. Legilimens. The first time Snape's mind brushed his, Harry had already been sitting in the chair for 10 minutes with his hands open on his knees, doing the slow patient breathing that the voice had taught him, and the cord under his breastbone had been settled into its quiet hum for a count of 3 minutes. The brush of Snape's mind was nothing like the polite touch of Albus Dumbledore. It was a cold, specific, professional probe, the kind of touch you got at a healer's, or in a customs hall, and it went, in the count of 1, all the way to the long polished interior corridor of his most private memories. It found the small thick doors. It tried the doors. The doors held. Snape disengaged after 5 seconds. He sat back in his chair. His pale face, in the candlelight, was, for a count of 2, very faintly shocked. Mr. Potter. Yes, sir. You have been taught. Yes, sir. By whom? I am, sir, not at liberty to say. Did the man with the kind eyes teach you? No, sir. Did Minerva McGonagall teach you? No, sir. Have you, on a strict reading, been taught by any human being? A pause. On a strict reading, sir, no. Snape set his palms flat on his knees. He looked at Harry over the bridge of his pale nose for a long count of 3. I see, he said. We will, in that case, polish what you have. We will not begin from the beginning. He spent the rest of the hour pushing, politely, professionally, then less politely, at the doors. By the end of the hour, Snape had bruised his knuckles, in the metaphorical sense, on 2 of the 3 doors, and he had not, in the literal sense, gotten through any of them. Mr. Potter. Yes, sir. Whoever has been teaching you. Tell them, when you next have a chance to address them, that I am impressed. Yes, sir. And that I would like, in due time, to know how on earth a first year was equipped with the acclimacy of a third-year auror. I will, sir. He did, that night, in his bed, behind the curtains, tell the voice. The voice, for the only time in the whole of his first year, gave a small dignified laugh. I am glad, said the voice, evenness like a bell, that Severus Snape is impressed. We are not, on a strict reading, finished with him yet. He will, in time, be a useful ally. Not because he is nice. He is not nice. He is, however, competent, and his competence will, in a few months' time, be a thing we will very much need. Quirrell did not, in the new term, look any healthier. He looked, if anything, worse. His stutter had thickened. His skin had gone a fraction grayer. The smell of garlic in his classroom had been thoroughly overpowered by something else, something colder, something the voice in Harry's bones identified, with a small careful gravity, as the smell of a man being slowly drained. The cord under Harry's breastbone, in the corridor outside defense, had begun, on a strict reading, to dislike him. The dislike was not Harry's own. It was the response of his core to a thing on a man's neck that should not have been there. The lighthouse on the headland of the sea inside him brightened, every Friday morning, when he stepped through the door of Quirrell's classroom, and the great immense thing turning slowly in the deep behind it shifted, very faintly, in the direction of the turban. He did not, by any small twitch of his face, let on. But he learned, in the cord under his breastbone, the feel of that particular bad thing, and he filed it. And on the second Friday in January, when Quirrell, for the first time, walked in front of his desk during a lesson and, in passing, allowed his own hand to brush, by a slight intended to go unnoticed, the back of Harry's hand on his desk, the cord under Harry's breastbone gave a sharp clean warning, and the small thing on the back of Quirrell's neck recoiled the way an animal recoils from a hot stove, and Quirrell, in front of the class, gave a small private gasp and dropped his chalk. Pardon me, Quirrell stammered, and turned away, and did not, for the rest of the lesson, walk in front of Harry's desk. After the lesson, in the corridor, Theodore Nott, who had been at the desk beside Harry's, said quietly, "He touched you." Yes. It hurt him. Yes. How? That is, on a strict reading, a question I do not yet have an answer to. Are you going to find out? I am going to find out enough, Theo. I am not going to find out everything. There is a difference. Theodore was quiet for a long count. Harry. Yes. There are 6 of us, in our year, who would be willing to know, some of this. 6. Daphne. Tracy. Blaise. Pansy, on a strict reading, although she will not yet say so out loud. Myself. And, surprising no one in the long run, Draco. Draco. He has been writing to his father about you for 3 months. His father has, in the last fortnight, stopped writing back. Why? Because his father, Harry, on a strict reading, has begun to be afraid of you. And his son has begun to follow the tilt of his father's spine. And his son has, in the dormitory at night when he thinks no one is listening, said your name with a particular tone that is not, in our house, the tone reserved for an enemy. Harry walked for a long count, in silence. Theo. Yes. How much do you want to know? Enough to be useful to you. Not enough to be a danger to me. That is a very Slytherin answer. I have, on a strict reading, been raised in a Slytherin house. All right. Tonight, in the dormitory, after the others are asleep. I will tell you what I can. And the other 5? In time. After I have told you. That is, on a strict reading, a wise sequence. I have, on a strict reading, been raised under a staircase. Theodore, who had not, before that moment, ever heard Harry mention his upbringing, looked at him for a careful 3 seconds and did not say anything. He filed it. Slytherins filed. Harry told Theodore, in the dormitory at midnight, about the seal. He did not tell him, specifically, who had laid it. He did not need to. He said, only, that the seal had been laid by an authority figure in the wizarding world when he was a baby, and that the seal had broken at the sorting, and that the broken seal had given him access to a voice in his bones, and that the voice in his bones had, in the first weeks of term, been teaching him certain things. Theodore, in the dark of his curtain, did not ask who had laid the seal. Theodore, in the dark of his curtain, said, "You will, in due time, tell us." "I will." "You will, also, tell us when, and how, you intend to take revenge." "I am not, on a strict reading, taking revenge. I am taking, only, what is mine. That is, in our house, the only kind of revenge that is admired." Harry, in his bed, did not laugh. He let the dark hold them. "Theo." "Yes." "I am not, on a strict reading, going to be the boy the headmaster expects me to be." "No." "I am also not, on a strict reading, going to be the boy your father expects me to be." "No." "Will the 6 of you stand with me?" "Some of us, yes. Some of us, with conditions. Daphne will want, in due course, to negotiate. Tracy will not. Blaise will go where the wind goes. Pansy will follow Draco. Draco will stand with you, if you stand with him in front of his father. I will stand with you because I have, on a strict reading, no one else." "Theo." "Yes. You have me." There was a small silence in the dark of the dormitory. "That is," Theodore said, very quietly, "a kinder sentence than you owe me, Potter." "I owe my friends," Harry said, "a great deal more than the world has been willing to charge me for." In the 3rd week of January, Hermione Granger, with the small triumphant pink at the bridge of her nose that he had begun to associate with her best work, slid a folded piece of parchment across a library table to Harry and said, "3rd floor. The trapdoor. Cerberus. 3-headed dog. Friend of Hagrid's. The dog is, on a strict reading, the first of a series of obstacles. There is a stone behind them. The stone is the Philosopher's Stone, which is the work of Nicholas Flamel, who is 665 years old this year and who has, by my reading, the only working stone in the world. Flamel is a friend of Dumbledore's. The stone is in Hogwarts because someone tried to take it from the bank. The someone is, by my reading, in this castle. The someone is, almost certainly, in a turban. Harry, who had been sipping his pumpkin juice, set it down. He did not, for the count of 3, breathe. The cord under his breastbone, which had been steady, gave a long, deep, considering chime. "Granger." "Yes." "How do you know all of this?" "I have," Hermione said, with a small fierce pleased smile, "been doing some research." "You have." "I have." "Granger." "Yes." "Do you intend, with this research, to make a habit of saving my life?" "I intend, with this research, to make a habit of being useful." "There is a difference." "There is, in fact, a difference." "I withdraw the question." "I forgive you." "Granger." "Yes." "Tell me everything." She did. She told him, in the next 30 minutes, in the small careful low voice of a girl who had, in the past 2 months, become very good at telling people things in libraries, every detail of what she had pieced together, from a remark of Hagrid's at the Halloween feast, from a name on a chocolate frog card, from the redacted section of an article in an old issue of Wizards Today, from her reading in the restricted section. By the end of the 30 minutes, Harry had, in the cord under his breastbone, the entire shape of the small ugly puzzle that the headmaster had set into his castle, and the small ugly puzzle that another man, in a turban, was working on from the other side. "So," he said, when she was done. "There is a stone in the castle. The headmaster put it here as bait. The man in the turban is here, on a strict reading, to take it." "Yes. And the headmaster intends, presumably, to catch the man in the turban in the act of trying." "Yes. But the headmaster has, this term, asked me not to draw the man in the turban's gaze. He has not asked me not to take the stone. No. In fact, on a strict reading, he assumes I cannot take the stone." "On a strict reading, yes." Harry, very faintly, smiled. The smile was the first proper smile he had smiled in front of Hermione Granger in 2.5 months, and it was the smile of a thin boy who had just realized, after a long careful winter, that the man who had spent his whole life telling himself that an 11-year-old boy could not get through the third-floor corridor was, on a strict reading, about to be wrong. "Granger." "Yes." "In the spring." "Not yet." "In the spring, when the man in the turban moves." "Will you come with me?" "Yes." "Will Theo?" "You will have to ask him." "I think he will." "Will Daphne?" "You will have to ask her." "I think she will negotiate." "Will Draco?" "Draco will follow if Theo follows." "All right. We have time to plan." "We have until Easter, perhaps." "Not later." "All right." She paused. She looked at him. "Harry." "Yes." "Are you sure about this?" He looked at her for a long count. "No," he said. "I am not sure. I am not sure we will succeed. I am not sure we will not be hurt. I am not sure that the man in the tower will not, once we have done what we are going to do, look at me very differently. I am, however, sure of one thing." "What?" "That if we do not do it, a man in a turban with something on the back of his neck that should not be there will, in due course, take that stone, and use that stone to put back in the world a thing that has, on a strict reading, been only halfway out of it for the last 10 years. I would prefer not to be 11.5 on the day that thing is back." Hermione looked at him for a long count. "All right," she said. "All right. Harry." "Yes. Whatever happens next, you should know, I am with you." "I know." "Good." She gathered her parchment. She gathered her notes. She walked away through the stacks at her usual rapid clip, in the small careful pleased way of a girl who had, that afternoon, made the world a very slightly more honest shape than it had been at lunch. Harry sat at the library table for a long time after she had gone. The cord under his breastbone hummed, steady, walking, patient. The lighthouse on the headland of the sea inside him blinked, in time. The great immense thing turning slowly in the deep behind it shifted, by a fraction, in a direction that, very soon, was going to have a name. Outside the library windows, the snow on the grounds turned the long blue of a deep January twilight, and far up in the castle, in a circular tower room, an old man with a long silver beard sat at his desk in a careful pool of lamplight and watched, on a slim glass dish on the corner, a small enchanted point of light belonging to a boy he had, for the first time in his life, decided to allow to choose his own road. The old man did not, this evening, write a single line on any parchment. He had decided, after a long winter, to stop. Late that night, in the bed behind his curtains, Harry pressed his palm flat against his sternum and listened to the cord under his breastbone, and the cord was, for the first time since the sorting, no longer the cord only of his own core. It was the cord of his core and of the people he had bound to it, a Slytherin in a four-poster across the room, a Gryffindor in a tower upstairs, a head of house in a cold office 2 corridors away, an old wizard at the top of a winding stair who was, perhaps for the first time in 20 years, not turning over a glass dish on his desk. He breathed. He counted the lighthouse's blinks. He counted the steady walking beat of the great immense thing turning slowly in the deep. He went to sleep with a small, careful, real, considered smile on his face, the smile of a boy who had begun, at long last, to plan. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6. Through the trapdoor. The night the man in the turban moved was a Thursday in the second week of June, and it was, of all the nights in the term, the one in which the staff of Hogwarts school were going to be the farthest away from the third-floor corridor that any night had been since September. Albus Dumbledore had, that morning, been summoned to London on a falsified telegram from the Ministry of Magic. He had, on a strict reading, recognized the falsification. He had also, on a strict reading, decided to allow it. He had reasoned, in the small careful private corner of his mind that he had, of late, begun to listen to more, that whatever was going to happen on his third floor that night would happen whether or not he was in the building, and that the lesson of his absence would be, for an 11-year-old boy with a C behind his breastbone, more valuable than the lesson of his hovering. He had apparat to London. He had spent the day in a series of small frustrating meetings with people who had not, in fact, summoned him. He had, on the way back, taken the long route home through the forest by way of a stop at the Three Broomsticks, where he had drunk a single glass of mead in honor of an old bad decision he had nearly let himself make again. Severus Snape had, that morning, been informed, by a small careful note left under his door in the headmaster's hand, that the headmaster expected to be away in the evening, and that, in the regrettable event of an emergency, Severus was not to leave his quarters before midnight on any account. Severus Snape, who had known what the note meant the moment he had picked it up, had set the note in his drawer beside two other notes, and he had spent the rest of the day grading essays. Hermione Granger had finished her last History of Magic exam at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Theodore Nott had finished his last Transfiguration exam at 4. Daphne Greengrass had finished her potions practical at 3, she had brewed, with the small steady professional ease of a witch who had, in her own household, been brewing since she was 9, a perfect forgetfulness potion, which Snape had, after the briefest possible inspection, awarded full marks. Tracy Davis had finished her charms practical at 2. Draco Malfoy had finished his astronomy theory paper at 6. By 6:30 in the evening, the 6 of them, plus Harry, had eaten an early supper, gone in 2s and 3s to their dormitories, and changed out of their school robes into the dark clean clothes the voice in Harry's bones had, 3 days ago, suggested. At 9:30 in the evening, in an empty classroom on the second floor, the 7 of them met. Harry stood at the front of the room. He had laid, on a desk between them, a sheet of parchment. The sheet of parchment was a very rough hand-drawn map of the third-floor corridor, its trapdoor, and the obstacles below, to the extent that Hermione's research, his own night walks under his father's cloak, and the voice's patient guidance had been able to assemble. 6 obstacles, Harry said. We think. The dog, the plant, the keys, the chess set, the troll, the potions. We do not know what the 7th is, if there is a 7th. The voice is, at present, not telling me. I am not, said the voice in his bones, mildly, being coy. I have not, at this remove, seen the 7th. We will see when we arrive. Right, Harry said, both to the voice and to the room. We will see when we arrive. Plant, Daphne Greengrass said, behind him. Tracy and I will take the plant. Tracy is good with plants. I am good at standing still when plants are around. We will give you the keys room in 20 seconds, no more. Keys, Hermione said. I will take the keys, with whoever is fastest on a broom. Harry, Draco, Harry said. Draco is fastest. He is also, on a strict reading, the only one of us with a competition broom in his trunk. Draco will fly. You will read him the lock. Acceptable, Draco said, briefly, and did not look at Hermione, but did not, also, refuse to be on the same team as her, which was, in the considered estimation of every other person in the room, progress. Chess, Theodore said. Chess will be me. Will it, Harry said. It will, Theodore said. I am the only one of us who plays at the level the chess set will, on a strict reading, expect. It is, on a Slytherin reading, also the most dangerous of the rooms, because the chess set will, in due course, sacrifice its player. I am willing to be sacrificed. The voice has, in your conversations with me, indicated that no obstacle in the corridor is fatal. I will trust the voice on that, on the strength of your having trusted it. You may trust me, said the voice. The obstacles, on a strict reading, are pedagogical. They are intended to test. They are not intended to kill. Theo, Harry said. Yes. You are very brave. I am, on a strict reading, only logical. Slytherins are brave for logical reasons, Potter. It is one of our quieter virtues. Troll, Harry said. He looked, briefly, at the others. I will take the troll. You will not need to take the troll, Hermione said. By all my reading, the troll, by the time we arrive, will already have been knocked out. Quirrell will have done it on the way down. All right. Then potions. Potions, Daphne said again. I will take potions. There will be a riddle. There always is. I am, on a strict reading, the second best at riddles in this room. And the first. Granger. Yes, Hermione said briskly, but I will be holding the keys for Draco. We must not, in this venture, double-task our brains. Then potions is yours, Daphne. Whoever drinks the potion, drinks it, and goes through the door. Whoever does not, drinks the other potion, and goes back. Yes. Final room. The seventh, if there is one. Harry. Harry, Daphne said evenly. Yes. I will go alone in the final room. The others of you will hold position one room behind. You will not, on any account, follow me into the final room. The reason, he held up a hand against the small chorus of beginning protest, the reason is, that whatever is in the final room is going to be, on a strict reading, an extremely angry version of a man with a passenger he should not have, and that the passenger, on a strict reading, is going to want to drink any one of you. Including Theo. Including Hermione. He will not, however, be able to want to drink me, because I will be, too loud, for him to drink. Voice. Correct, said the voice. The passenger will not be able to take a sip from Harry Potter. He will be able to take a sip from any one of you. We prefer, on a strict reading, not to let him. So, said Harry, the plan is. Plant, keys, chess, troll, potions, Harry alone. 6 of us, 6 rooms, plus Harry alone in the 7th. We will use my father's cloak to get to the corridor. From there, the cloak goes to Theo, because Theo is the smallest, and because Theo, in the chess room, will need to be invisible to the white pieces until he chooses to be visible. The rest of us will walk into our rooms in order. We will, when we have done our task, hold our rooms. We will not, on any account, retreat behind us. We will, when we hear my voice from the 7th, come forward at the run. Are there questions? 1, Tracy Davis said. What if Quirrell is, on a strict reading, faster than us? Then we will arrive in the 7th room behind him. The voice has, on a strict reading, told me that he is not faster than us. He has dawdled. He is, in his own private way, a coward. He is, afraid of the 7th room. We will arrive behind him. We will arrive only just. 2, Draco Malfoy said. What if my father hears about this? There was a small silence. Draco, Harry said, evenly, your father will, in due course, hear about this. Your father will, in due course, have a strong opinion about this. You will, in due course, have to decide whether to live with your father's opinion, or to stand on the small careful private opinion you have, in the past 3 months, begun, in this dormitory at night, to allow yourself to have. I am not going to choose for you. I am, on a strict reading, only telling you that I would prefer you on this side. Draco was quiet for a long count. All right, Potter, he said. All right. 3. Daphne Greengrass said. We will, after this, on a strict reading, not be the same students we were when we walked into this classroom. No, Harry said. We will not. Good. Let us go. The third-floor corridor was warmer than the rest of the castle, in the way the inside of a panting animal is warmer than the inside of a sleeping one. The torches along its walls were already dim. The trapdoor at the end was already, by the time they arrived, open. There were, on the threshold, the unmistakable claw marks of a recently moved Cerberus. The dog itself was lying on its side a few yards down the corridor, snoring through 3 noses. A small enchanted harp sat on a stool beside it, plucking itself. Quirrell got here first, Hermione whispered. Yes. He has been clever. He has been desperate. There is a difference. They went, on his hand signal, through the trapdoor. The plant room was a long damp room with a wide patch of devil's snare in the middle of the floor. Quirrell had, on his way through, set fire to half of it. The half he had not set fire to, on a strict reading, was still alive. Tracy Davis, with the small impatient pleased look of a witch who had been waiting all year to use the small spell she had been practicing in her bedroom over spring break, lifted her wand and set the rest of it on fire in a low, controlled, professional flame that took, on a strict reading, exactly 4 seconds to clear a path. Daphne Greengrass, behind her, held her wand at the ready. The devil's snare, at the end of the 4 seconds, was a polite black circle on the stone. They went through. The keys room was a long high stone hall full of fluttering keys with wings. Quirrell had been through. The locked door at the far end had been opened and shut. There was, on the floor, a single broken silver wing, still twitching faintly. Draco Malfoy, on his Nimbus 2000, lifted off the floor in a long clean half-second and went, through the cloud of keys, with the unhurried small motion of a seeker reading a snitch. He came down with the right key, a heavy iron one, with a bent silver wing, and Hermione, who had been reading the lock with a critical eye, said only, yes. That one. Open it. He did. They went through. The chess set was the chess set. The white pieces stood on the long low board with the small flat-eyed patience of stone soldiers. Theodore Nott walked, with the calm-placed feet of a small careful boy, to the middle of the board, took the place of the Black King's bishop, and began, with the small economical voice of a chess prodigy, to direct his pieces against the white. The match took 8 minutes. He was, in the 8th minute, sacrificed, with a cool fond formal nod, by his own knight. He went down across the board with the small dignified slump of a boy who had been expecting it and had, a count of 3 minutes earlier, told Harry to step over him without slowing. Harry, when his turn came, stepped over him without slowing, and laid one hand, in passing, on the boy's shoulder, and Theo, beneath the cloak, lifted his thumb in answer. They went through. The troll room was, on Hermione's prediction, already done. The troll was on its side. The troll was snoring. The troll, on Harry's quick passing inspection, had a small sleeping charm scar at the back of its neck that suggested Quirrell had not, on this occasion, done anything worth admiring about it. Harry stepped over the troll's club and went through. The potions room was a small stone chamber with a long stone bench across it, on which 7 small glass bottles stood in a careful row. Behind one wall, a curtain of black flame rose to the ceiling, and behind the other wall, a curtain of purple flame rose. Daphne Greengrass walked, with the small careful pleased look of a girl who had been waiting all year for a logic puzzle, to the bench, picked up the small piece of parchment beside the bottles, read it with the count of 15, and said, "Forward potion is the smallest bottle. Backward potion is the round one. There is enough of the forward potion for one. You take it, Potter. We will take the round bottle and go back through the troll, the chess set, and the keys. We will hold the doorway of the keys room for you when you come back. Don't take long." Harry drank the small bottle. The forward potion was cold in a way that suggested, on a strict reading, that someone had not, when they had brewed it, particularly minded if the drinker survived. He felt it move, like a small frozen river, down his throat, into his chest, into his arms, into his fingertips. The cord under his breastbone hummed in welcome to it. Daphne. Potter. Thank you. Don't. All right. Go. He went. He stepped through the black flame, and the black flame did not, on a strict reading, burn him. He stepped into the 7th room. The 7th room was a long, low, vaulted chamber with a white stone floor and a stand in the middle. On the stand, a tall mirror in a frame of carved gold stood with its surface turned toward the door. In front of the mirror, with his turban half unwound and his hands at his temples, stood Professor Quirinus Quirrell. He turned, when he heard Harry's step. The turban fell from his hair as he turned. The thing on the back of his neck, pale, small, terrible, with 2 slits for nostrils and red eyes set into a face that should not, on any decent reading of the world, have been able to look out of the back of a man's head, looked at Harry. Potter, the thing on the back of Quirrell's head said, in a voice that was not Quirrell's, and which was, on a strict reading, the voice of a wizard who had spent the last 10 years not being a wizard, but who remembered, very precisely, what it had been like. Tom Riddle, Harry said, calmly. Quirrell's face went pale. Voldemort's face, on the back of Quirrell's head, did not move. You know, the thing on Quirrell's neck said, slowly, that name. I know that name, Harry said. I know a great many names, this year. It has been a year for names. You are 11. Yes. You should not, at 11, be standing in this room. I am, on a strict reading, here for the same reason as you are. I am here for the stone. The stone, the thing said, is mine. The stone is not yours. The stone belongs to a 665-year-old wizard who has, on a strict reading, agreed to lend it for a year to my headmaster, on the careful private understanding that someone, this year, would attempt to take it. You are that someone. You have been led here. You have been led here, on a strict reading, into a small careful trap, by a man with a long silver beard who is, at the moment, drinking a glass of mead at the 3 broomsticks in honor of you. The thing on the back of Quirrell's head laughed. It was not a pleasant laugh. It was a thin reedy laugh, like a sheet of metal being pinched. Dumbledore, it said, is a fool. He is, in many things, Harry said, evenly, a fool. He is, in a great many other things, not a fool. He is, on a strict reading, certainly not a fool when it comes to you. He has been preparing for you for a year. He has set this trap a long time ago. He has, in his way, done you the unintended courtesy of letting you walk into it under your own power. Boy. Yes. The mirror. I cannot read it. Read it for me. Harry looked at Quirrell. He looked at the thing on the back of Quirrell's head. He looked at the mirror. The mirror, in its frame of carved gold, showed him himself. It showed him himself with a small, dull, red stone in his own pocket. It showed him, in the small careful private way the mirror of Ariste showed every viewer the deepest want of the heart, the want of his heart on this particular afternoon, which was, on a strict reading, to win. He felt, in his pocket, the small heavy weight of the stone. The mirror had, on Dumbledore's enchantment, given the stone to the only person in the room who had wanted it without wanting to use it. He could feel it, against his thigh, with the weight of an apple. Boy, the thing on Quirrell's neck said. What do you see? I see myself, Harry said. And what is in your hand? A pocket watch, sir, Harry said, with the small smooth-lying voice of a thin boy who had been lying to large men for 11 years. He lies, master, Quirrell said, with the small whimpering voice of a man who had not, in his life, ever been particularly strong. He lies, then look at his face, my slippery one, and let me look at his face. Quirrell turned. His pale face looked, with the borrowed gaze of a man on the back of his head, at Harry. Boy, the thing on Quirrell's neck said. Give me the stone. No. Boy. Give me the stone, and I will let you live. I will let your friends live. Do you think me ignorant of your friends? They are, on a strict reading, 2 rooms back. They have been clever. They have been very clever. They will not, at this distance, save you. The cord under Harry's breastbone, which had been steady, went a degree colder. The lighthouse on the headland of the sea inside him brightened. The great immense thing turning slowly in the deep behind it lifted, by the smallest fraction, toward the door. You do not, Harry said, very quietly, threaten my friends. He raised his right hand. The cord under his breastbone, in the count of 1, became the cord of his core, and the cord of his core, in the count of 2, became, for the first time in the 11 years of his life, the full unmuffled cord of an unsealed wizard whose true core had, in the last 10 months, finished rebuilding itself. The vaulted chamber did not, this once, go dark. It went bright. A long, slow, clean, white-edged silver pressure rose off the surface of the sea inside him, lifted out through his shoulder, rolled down his arm, and broke, like the breaking of a great tide, out of the palm of his hand. It did not go in a beam. It did not go in a flash. It went, the way the troll had gone, in the unhurried way of a wave coming in to a beach. Quirrell, who had taken half a step toward him with his wand half raised, was stopped, in mid-stride, by a wall of white-edged silver as broad as the room. The thing on the back of Quirrell's head screamed. It was not a human scream. It was the high reedy scream of a small terrible animal that had been unexpectedly burned. It writhed, on the back of Quirrell's head, and Quirrell, in front of it, jerked, as if his own spine were trying to shake itself apart from the inside, and then, in a small smell of scorched fabric and a high thin sigh, the thing detached itself from the back of Quirrell's head and rose, in a long ragged cloud of dark smoke, into the air. Quirrell collapsed. Harry did not look, for the count of 2, at Quirrell. He looked at the cloud. The cloud, in the air above the white stone floor, gathered itself, in the small petulant motion of a wind testing whether it had a direction. It did not, in the end, choose Harry. It chose, on a strict reading, the path of least resistance, the open trapdoor in the ceiling above the chamber, through which the black flame did not, this once, prevent it from going. It spiraled upward, and out, and it was gone. Harry stood for a long count. He looked at Quirrell. Quirrell was, on a strict reading, dead. The man's small thin frame had, on the moment of detachment, given up the small private work of containing a passenger that should not have been in him, and the man, who had been a moderately decent professor in his second-to-last year of life, had, in the giving up, simply stopped. Harry, who had not, in his life, killed anyone, sat down on the white stone floor beside the body and laid a hand, very gently, on the man's shoulder, and breathed. You did not kill him, said the voice in his bones, very quietly. The passenger killed him. The passenger could not, on a strict reading, ride a man any longer, and the man, on a strict reading, could not, after a year of being ridden, live without the passenger. You did not kill him. He died of a habit. That is, on a strict reading, a thin comfort. Yes. All right. All right. He pressed his palm flat to Quirrell's forehead, very briefly, in the small wordless way an 11-year-old boy who had grown up under a staircase had decided, that night, was the only farewell he had to offer a man he had not, in any direction, liked. He stood. He felt, in his pocket, the small heavy weight of the stone. He looked at the mirror. He raised his hand at the mirror. The mirror, in the cord under his breastbone, gave a small private acknowledging chime, and the surface of it rippled, like water disturbed by a stone, and the silver of it cleared, and there was, in the frame, only a long polished glass. The stone in his pocket sat, for a count of 3, like an apple in his hand. He took it out. He looked at it. It was a small dull red thing. It did not, on its own, hum. He set it carefully back in his pocket. He turned, and walked out of the chamber, and stepped through the curtain of black flame, and walked back through the potions chamber where Daphne and Tracy were holding the doorway with their wands raised, and the two of them, when they saw him, did not, for the count of one, breathe. "It is," Harry said, "all right. He is dead. The passenger has gone. We have the stone." Daphne did not, at his news, smile. Tracy did. Daphne said, with the small cool measured voice of a Slytherin who had decided not to allow herself a smile until she was inside the dormitory, "Then we go back. The chess set. The keys. The plant. The corridor. The dormitory. Harry, you are leaning." He was leaning. He had not, until she said so, noticed. He laid a hand, briefly, on the wall. "All right," he said. "All right. Onward." They came back through the rooms in reverse order. Theodore Nott, on the chessboard, was conscious. The white pieces had laid him out for the count of 15, but the count had, with the breaking of the seventh room enchantment, ended, and they helped him up, with Hermione under one of his arms and Draco under the other. The keys room they crossed in silence. The plant room, with its black scorched circle, they crossed in silence. The trapdoor, when they came up out of it, was closed by Hermione behind them with a small quiet locking charm. They were, when they reached the dormitory, in the small private hour before dawn. In the corridor outside the Slytherin common room, Severus Snape stood with his hands folded inside his sleeves and his black eyes on Harry. He did not, when they came up the corridor, ask any questions. He looked at each of them in turn. He looked, in particular, at Harry's hand, which was, by now, not steady. "Mr. Potter." "Sir. You are alive." "Yes, sir." "Quirinus Quirrell." "He is, on a strict reading, sir, dead." "I did not kill him." "The passenger did." "The passenger has, on a strict reading, fled." Snape closed his eyes briefly. "The stone?" Harry took it from his pocket. He held it, in his palm, out to Snape. Snape did not, for a long count, take it. He looked at it. He looked at Harry. "You will, on a strict reading," he said, "give that to the headmaster, when he arrives. Not to me. He will, on a strict reading, expect to receive it from your hand. He will, on a strict reading, be in his office at 6. "All right, sir." "You will, until then, sleep." "Sir." "Mr. Potter." "Yes, sir. You did very well tonight." It was the single most generous sentence Severus Snape had said to a student in 17 years. The Slytherin first years, behind Harry, did not even pretend not to notice. He nodded, once. He turned, with the long black turn of his cloak, and went. Harry, in the bed behind his curtains, did not, for several minutes, sleep. He lay with the stone in his fist on his chest, and the cord under his breastbone humming, and the lighthouse on the headland of the sea inside him bright, and he listened, in the small cool quiet of the dormitory, to the breathing of 3 boys he had begun, over a long year, to call, in his head, his. In a circular tower room, far above him, an old man with a long silver beard was, at that moment, stepping out of a fireplace. He had not, on a strict reading, slept. He had not, on a strict reading, drunk a second glass of mead. He had walked, in the late evening, through the long forest path, and he had, on the way, written, in his head, a short polite speech. He went to his desk. He sat. He folded his hands. He waited. At 6:10 in the morning, the gargoyle outside his office stepped aside, and a small thin boy in green and silver, with the careful placed feet of a thin boy on stairs, came into the room, and laid, on the desk between them, a small dull red stone. "Good morning, sir," Harry said. "Good morning, Harry," the old man said. "I see you have had an interesting night." Dumbledore looked at the stone on his desk. He did not, immediately, pick it up. He sat with his hands folded over each other in his lap, and he looked at the stone, and he looked at the boy, and he looked, after a long count, back at the stone. You took it from the mirror. Yes, sir. Without instruction from the mirror. On a strict reading, sir, yes. The mirror gave it to me, in my pocket, on the strength of my having walked into the room without intending to use it. I do not, on a strict reading, intend to use it now. You will, however, give it to me. Yes, sir. I will. Dumbledore lifted, with the careful long-fingered motion of a man whose joints had been, in the last 24 hours, particularly unkind, the small dull red stone from his desk. He weighed it on his palm. He set it gently back down. Harry. Sir. Tell me what happened in the 7th room. Harry did. He told it carefully, in the small careful patient voice he had practiced, in the last 9 months, telling adults what they were going to be told. He omitted, on a strict reading, only one thing, the moment in which he had laid his hand on Quirrell's shoulder, and the moment in which he had said, in the cord under his breastbone, a small wordless apology to a man he had not, in any direction, liked. He kept that for himself. He told Dumbledore everything else. When he had finished, Dumbledore was quiet for a long count. Harry. Sir. You raised your hand. Yes, sir. Without your wand. Yes, sir. You raised your hand, Dumbledore said, slowly, and you produced a working broad-spread disjunction charm on the order of a 5th-year auror, without an incantation, on a passenger that has, in the last decade, evaded every other adult wizard in this country. Yes, sir. Harry. Yes, sir. Is this, Dumbledore said, with the small careful voice of an old man who had decided, at long last, to stop pretending he did not know the answer, the result of the broken seal? Harry breathed in. Yes, sir, he said. It is. And you have, Dumbledore said, in the last 9 months, been training. Yes, sir. With assistance. Yes, sir. From whom? Harry was quiet for a long count. Sir, he said, I will tell you, in time. I will not, on a strict reading, tell you today. I will tell you when I have decided that you are, on a strict reading, to be trusted with the answer. I do not, sir, intend it as an unkindness. I intend it as a careful first piece of work, from a boy who is, on a strict reading, 11, to a man who has, on a strict reading, given him reason for caution. Dumbledore did not, at this answer, frown. He lowered his head. He sat for a long count, in the morning light from the high windows, with his hands folded in his lap, and his long silver beard drifting, very faintly, against the front of his blue robe, and he did not, in any direction, look like the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He looked like a very old man who had, after a very long winter, run out of reasons for the small private speech he had, in his head, on the long forest path, written. Harry, he said. Sir. I owe you an apology. Yes, sir. Not, on a strict reading, only for the mirror. Not, on a strict reading, only for the cloak that I held in trust for 10 years and gave back at Christmas with an unsigned note. I owe you an apology, he paused. He looked at the small dull red stone on his desk, with the long tired look of a man who had, twice in his life, made a decision in a nursery that he had spent the rest of his life making excuses for. I owe you an apology, he said, for Halloween, 1981. Harry sat very still. I sealed your magic, Harry. 99 parts in 100. I did it because, in that hour, I thought it was the kindest thing I could do for a child who was, in the court of his core, very large for his age. I was, at the time, frightened of what such a child would become if he were allowed to grow into himself in a world that had, the night before, just lost 2 of the people who would have been best able to teach him to wield himself. I thought I would, in time, undo it. I thought I would, in time, sit down with you, and explain, and ask your forgiveness. I thought I would, in time, do the thing I could never quite, in the years between, bring myself to do. He looked, at last, at Harry. Harry. I was, in this matter, wrong. Completely. From the first. I have spent 10 years, now, telling myself a small careful private story about why I did what I did, and the story has, in the last 9 months, fallen apart in my hands. I do not, on a strict reading, expect you to forgive me. I would not, in your shoes, on a strict reading, forgive me either. I would, in your shoes, walk out of this office in the next 30 seconds, and I would write, by owl, before noon, to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and I would lay, before that office, the documents that would, by the end of summer, end my career. I would, in your shoes, be entitled to do all of these things. Harry was quiet for a long count. Sir. Yes. Why, sir, are you telling me this now? Dumbledore looked at him for a long count. Because, he said, very softly, you have, this morning, brought me a stone you could, in honesty, have kept. Because you have, in the past 9 months, given me a great many small careful private chances to be a different man than the man I was on Halloween, 1981, and I have, on a strict reading, chosen to be that different man perhaps 2/3 of the time, which is a great deal more often than I am, in the strict reading, ordinarily able. Because you are, on a strict reading, entitled to the apology, and because the apology, on a strict reading, will not become any easier if I delay it any longer. Because, he paused. He smiled, very faintly, the kind of smile a man smiles at himself when he has, at last, said a sentence aloud that he has been afraid of for a long time. Because, Harry, I am, on a strict reading, 11 months from 111 years old, and I have decided, on a strict reading, that I have not, in the last 111 years, made very much progress at being a genuinely good man, and I would prefer, on a strict reading, to make some progress in the time I have left. Harry sat very still. He looked, in the morning light, at the long-lined face of the most powerful wizard in Britain. He saw, in the cord under his breastbone, the precise size of the man's apology. He saw, in the cord, that the apology was real. He saw, in the cord, also, that it was incomplete, that there were still many things the man had not yet said, that the man was not, this morning, going to say them. He saw that the man was offering only what he had, this morning, the strength to offer, and that the man knew it, and that the man was, in the offering, being honest about its limits. It was, on a strict reading, the most honest sentence Albus Dumbledore had spoken in his office in 20 years. Harry lifted his eyes. He looked at the man, fully, for the first time in his life. Sir. Harry. I do not, this morning, forgive you. No. I will not, this summer, write to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. No. I will, this summer, on a strict reading, allow you to remain headmaster. Yes. I will also, on a strict reading, expect from you, by August, a document which, in your own hand, in a sealed parchment, lays out for me the truth, the entire truth, of what you did to me on Halloween, 1981, and what you have, in the years since, done in connection with my upbringing. I will, after I have read it, return it to you, sealed, with my own seal added beside yours. We will, on a strict reading, hold that document together, the two of us, between us, against any future in which either you or I, on a strict reading, becomes a different man than the one we are this morning. Dumbledore looked at him. He looked at him for a very long count. Yes, Harry, he said, very softly. Yes. I will, by August, write that document. I will, on the day I send it to you, do you the small further courtesy of not asking what you intend to do with it. Thank you, sir. Harry. Sir. I will not seal you again. No, sir. I will not, on a strict reading, even if I wished to. There is, in your core, an architecture that would, in any case, prevent it. I will, in my way, be quietly pleased about that. Yes, sir. Harry. Sir. In the matter of the man whose passenger you removed from the back of Quirinus Quirrell's head, last night. Yes, sir. He will, in time, return. Yes, sir. The voice has told me. He will, in time, want to finish the work he began on Halloween, 1981. Yes, sir. You will, in time, be the boy he comes back for. Yes, sir. You will not, on a strict reading, be ready for him at 12. You will not be ready for him at 13. You will, by my reading, be ready for him at the end of the 5th year of your education, which is, on a strict reading, the year your generation tends to be ready for things. He will, on his own reading, wish to come for you sooner than that. Yes, sir. I would like, between now and the end of your 5th year, to assist in your preparation. I will not, in this assistance, ask you to trust me beyond your ability. I will not, in this assistance, ask you to share with me the source of the teaching you have, this year, received. I will, in this assistance, only offer what I, on a strict reading, am able to offer, which is the small careful private guidance of an old wizard who has, on a strict reading, finally decided to behave, in this office, like a teacher rather than a guardian. Harry was quiet for a long count. All right, sir, he said. All right. I will, on a strict reading, accept the offer. I will, on a strict reading, also continue to be very careful. Yes, Harry. I would, in your shoes, be very careful. Yes, sir. Harry. Sir. Drink your coffee. It is, on a strict reading, getting cold. Harry, for the count of 1, allowed himself a small careful smile. He drank his coffee. The two of them sat, for a long count, in the morning light, in the office of a man who had been wrong for a very long time, and a boy who had been small for a very long time, and the cord under Harry's breastbone hummed, steady, walking, and the long thin fingers of Albus Dumbledore did not, this morning, tremble. The end-of-year feast was held in the Great Hall on a Thursday evening at the very end of June, and the 4 banners were all ready, when the students filed in, hung, green and silver, on a strict reading, by the smallest possible margin over red and gold, after a year in which Slytherin had, by various small careful means, edged Gryffindor in the points race for the 17th time in the past 2 decades. The Slytherin tablecloth was, this evening, in the dark green of the house. The candles overhead burned the soft warm white of a room that was, this evening, glad of itself. Harry sat with his housemates. Theodore was, after a week in the hospital wing, recovered. Hermione, 2 tables over at Gryffindor, had been excused, by a small careful private intervention from Severus Snape that she had not been told about, from the questions she would otherwise have been asked. Ron Weasley, beside her, did not know what to do with the fact that the girl he had spent the year being rude to was, in the last fortnight, not speaking to him. He was being, in his way, sorry about it. Hermione, in her way, was forgiving him. By August, Harry suspected, they would be friends. He liked the idea. Slytherin did not, on a strict reading, mind a Slytherin keeping a Gryffindor friend. At the high table, Dumbledore stood at his lectern with the same kind tired smile he gave at every feast, and gave the small announcements with which he closed every year, and awarded the house cup to Slytherin with a small careful smile that did not, this once, contain any small careful private last-minute reversal in favor of Gryffindor. The Slytherin table cheered. The other 3 tables clapped politely. Then, in the small careful private way he had begun, after this morning, to allow himself to do, Dumbledore said, and one further announcement, before we eat. There has been, this term, a certain, small private, work, performed by a number of students, that I do not, on a strict reading, intend to detail aloud. The students who performed it know, on a strict reading, who they are. They do not, on a strict reading, require an award of points from me. They are, on a strict reading, already aware that they have, this year, done a great kindness to this castle. I would like, however, to thank them. Quietly. From the lectern. In the only way I can. In front of the whole of the school. He looked, in the warm white light of the candles, down the Slytherin table, and the Gryffindor table, and he met the eye, in turn, of 7 students. He inclined his head. It was a small bow. It was the smallest bow a headmaster of Hogwarts could give without giving none at all. It was, on a strict reading, the deepest bow Albus Dumbledore had ever given a student in his career. He said, "Thank you." He sat down. At the Slytherin table, Theodore Nott, who had not, in his life, been bowed to by an adult, did not lift his head. He laid his hand, very briefly, on Harry's wrist under the table, in a small careful Slytherin gesture of acknowledgement, and lifted it again. Daphne Greengrass took a small steady breath and, for the count of 1, smiled. Tracy Davis lifted her goblet a fraction, and set it back down. Draco Malfoy, who had spent the entire feast deciding what to do with the bow, looked at his plate, then at his fingers, then at his plate, and did not, in any direction, eat. 2 tables away, Hermione Granger was crying, very faintly, into her napkin. The hall, which had not, on a strict reading, been told what the headmaster had thanked the students for, ate. Harry, in his green and silver, with the cord under his breastbone steady, and the lighthouse on the headland of the sea inside him bright, and the great immense thing turning slowly in the deep behind it now turning, on a strict reading, with the unhurried weight of a thing that knew exactly what room it was going to walk into next, ate his pudding. He had survived his first year. He had, on a strict reading, also, in his small careful private way, won it. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7. Summer of the chosen privet drive in late June was a pale shimmering thing under a heat wave that had begun, the local newspaper said, on the very night Harry Potter had stepped off the Hogwarts Express and into a station full of strangers. Petunia Dursley had, by the time Harry came up the path from the corner, finished pruning her hedge for the 3rd time in as many days, and was standing at the front door with a glass of squash and the small careful tight expression of a woman who had been hoping, all year, that her nephew would come back smaller than he had left. He had not. He had not, on a strict reading, grown an inch. He was, however, no longer the boy who had stood on her doorstep last September, and Petunia, who had spent 11 years sharpening her senses against the small private signs of magic in her house, knew it before he had said hello. He came up the path with the careful placed feet of a thin boy on stairs, and he held her eye for the count of 2 as he came up, and he did not smile. Aunt Petunia. Harry. Where would you like the trunk? In the cupboard under the stairs. Where it belongs. All right. He did not, on a strict reading, mind. He had a great many small private uses for the cupboard under the stairs. He set the trunk inside it, with the small careful motion of a boy who had decided, somewhere on the train, that he would not, this summer, allow the cupboard to mean to him what it had meant in his other life. The cupboard was, this summer, a storage closet for a young wizard's school trunk, which was, on a strict reading, a perfectly normal use of a cupboard. Vernon, in the kitchen, did not look up. Dudley, on the sofa, did. Dudley had grown, that year, into his own particular shape, wider than tall, with a face that had, in the past 9 months, settled into the kind of permanent dissatisfaction that his mother wore. He looked at Harry. Harry looked back. The cord under Harry's breastbone, which had been quiet for the long train ride, lifted, very faintly, in interest. He had not, in his life, particularly disliked his cousin. He had, in his life, particularly disliked being hit by his cousin. The two were, on a strict reading, separable. He gave Dudley, in the doorway, a small civil nod. Dudley, who had not, in the 11 years they had lived under the same roof, ever received a civil nod from Harry, looked at his television, looked at his plate of biscuits, looked at his mother in the doorway of the dining room, and did not, in any direction, hit him. It was, on a strict reading, the most peaceful homecoming the Dursleys had ever given him. It was also, on a strict reading, the last homecoming privet drive was going to give Harry Potter for some time. He had, in his trunk, a letter. The letter had been delivered to him in Slytherin colors on the morning of the last day of term, in a Gringotts envelope that bore, in heavy red wax, the seal of a goblin who had, on Harry's first visit to the bank, looked at him with the small careful private interest of an old creature noting the shape of an interesting face. The letter, in the small spiked goblin hand of an under clerk who had, on a strict reading, written it under instruction, requested the presence of Mr. Harry James Potter at the Inheritance Office of Gringotts Bank, London, at the earliest convenience consistent with summer break, for the formal review and signing of certain documents that had been, by the bank's own admission, held in escrow for a period now in excess of 10 years. Harry, the morning after his arrival on Privet Drive, told his aunt that he had, by way of the school, an errand in London. He did not, on a strict reading, ask permission. He told her. He left, before lunch, on the bus. The Inheritance Office at Gringotts was on a corridor he had not, on his first visit, been to. The corridor was old. The walls were lined with framed lists of names, in goblin script, that ran back, in places, 600 and 700 years. The door at the end was small, low, and, when he pushed it opened into a long stone chamber where a single goblin sat at a single desk with a single ledger open in front of him. The goblin was the goblin who had inclined his head at Harry on the morning of the wand shop. Mr. Potter. Sir. I am sorry, I do not know your name. My name is Ragnarok. I am, in this bank, the senior inheritance manager. I am also, on a strict reading, the goblin who, in this bank, in 1981, on the day after your parents died, was instructed by the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to freeze, on principle, certain aspects of your inheritance until you had reached, in his careful private estimation, a particular age. Harry sat. He folded his hands. He did not, in any direction, allow his face to do anything. Tell me. Ragnarok, with the small steady professional pleasure of a goblin who had, for 10 years, been waiting to deliver the contents of his ledger, told him. There were, on a strict reading, 4 lordships. There was the lordship of the House of Potter, which Harry had not, in his life, been told existed, an old, careful, quiet lordship, from a family that had not, in the last 3 centuries, made any particular fuss about itself, but which held 2 seats on the Wisengamot and a small, carefully managed, non-trivial portfolio of investments in the magical financial industry. There was the lordship of the House of Peveril, which had, in 1349, been granted in perpetuity to the descendants of 3 brothers whose surname did not, in any modern document, persist except through the female line of the Potter family. This was a lordship that Harry, on a strict reading, was the only living holder of. There was the lordship of the House of Black, by an unusual codicil of his godfather Sirius Black's pre-Azkaban arrangements, which had been, on a strict reading, redirected to Harry on the day of Sirius's incarceration. This lordship had been, by Albus Dumbledore's instruction, frozen on the morning of Sirius's arrest, and had remained frozen for 10 years. And there was, perhaps most surprisingly, a small 4th thing, not a lordship, exactly, but a stewardship, over the seat of Slytherin, which had been, by an even more unusual codicil that Ragnarok read with the small careful pleasure of a goblin enjoying himself, deeded to, the descendant who first reawakens the lineage of the founders, and which had, on the night of Harry's sorting, on the strength of a true core unsealed in the brim of the sorting hat, fired itself off and registered, in the Inheritance Office of Gringotts Bank, in Harry James Potter's name. It was not, Ragnarok said, a thing one used. It was a thing one held. It was, on a strict reading, a piece of magical machinery whose proper use had been forgotten by everyone but the hat for the better part of 900 years. He recommended, with the small steady professional smile of a goblin, that Harry hold it quietly. And the lordships, Harry said. You may, Ragnarok said, claim them. You may claim them today. They have been waiting for you. They were, on a strict reading, never held in escrow lawfully. They were held in escrow on the strength of a private letter from the headmaster of Hogwarts, which, in our internal review of 2 months ago, in the wake of certain magical events at your school, we have come to consider non-binding. 2 months ago. Yes. The bank, in the second week of November, on receipt of a letter from a witch who I cannot, on a strict reading, name aloud, undertook a full review of your inheritance status. We concluded, in February, that the headmaster's instruction did not, on a strict reading, hold. We waited, on the small careful private courtesy of a bank that did not wish to disrupt a school year, to inform you until summer. We are, now, informing you. Hermione Granger wrote to you. Ragnar's small black eyes brightened, almost imperceptibly. I did not, Mr. Potter, say that. You did not, sir, say that. You may claim your lordships now, Mr. Potter. The signing will take, on a strict reading, 3 minutes. The legal effect is immediate. The notification of the wizarding press will be, on the strength of a small careful private communication from this bank, suppressed for 30 days, to give you time, on a strict reading, to make appropriate arrangements. All right, Harry said. All right. I will sign. He signed. The pen was a long, thin, silver thing that drew, on the strength of a single small drop of his blood, the names of Potter, Peveril, and Black, in a long careful steady line, across the top of 3 separate parchments. The fourth, the Slytherin stewardship, did not, on a strict reading, require a signing. It had, 10 months ago, signed itself. When he was done, Ragnar stood. He bowed. It was, on a strict reading, a deep bow. Lord Potter. Master Ragnar. You have, in your 3 vaults, a sum total which I shall not, in this corridor, name aloud, but which is, on a strict reading, more than sufficient. You have, in addition, 2 properties, Potter Manor, in Devonshire, currently warded and unoccupied, and a small terraced house in Camden, currently let. You have, in your black holdings, 12 Grimmauld Place, currently warded and uninhabited, and a small estate in the south of France whose taxes have been paid for 10 years by the bank, on its own initiative, in the small private hope that you would, in time, claim it. You have, in the Peveril holdings, a single piece of land in Godric's Hollow, on which a ruined cottage stands. Harry did not, for the count of 3, breathe. That is, yes. The cottage. It has been, on a strict reading, held in trust by the Peveril line for 700 years. It is, in any case, yours. It will, in time, be yours to do with as you wish. Thank you. There is one further matter. Sir. You will, on the strength of having claimed your 3 lordships, no longer be permitted, on a strict reading, to live with your aunt and uncle. The Peerage Act of 1684 prohibits a sitting lord of the Wisingamot from being a dependent of a non-magical adult guardian. You will be, by tonight, on a strict reading, your own guardian. You will, at 12, be a young lord on his summer holiday at his own estate, with a staff of his own choosing. We can, on a strict reading, recommend a house elf agency. We can also, on a strict reading, recommend that you keep a low profile until your second year begins. Harry looked at the small, neat, very old goblin across the desk. Master Ragnar. Yes. Thank you. From the bottom of, on a strict reading, my entire core. Ragnar's mouth, for the count of 1, did something that might have been a smile in a smaller, more nervous goblin. In Ragnar, it did not, in fact, become a smile. It became, instead, the small careful professional acknowledgement of a goblin who had, this morning, given a young man a great deal more than the young man had walked in expecting. Lord Potter. Welcome to your inheritance. Potter Manor was a long low rambling stone house in a hidden valley in Devonshire, and it had been waiting, on a strict reading, for 10 years. The wards, when Harry stepped through the gate, recognized him in the count of 1. The front door, when he laid his palm on it, swung open in the count of 2. The portraits in the hall, who had not, in 10 years, had a Potter to look at, gave a small startled chorus of welcome and went, in the same count of 3, to ring, in the small careful old way of a portrait gallery, the small bell that had not been rung in this house for a decade. From the kitchen, 2 house elves, who had been waiting, with the patient steady patience of house elves, came up the corridor at the run. The elder of them, Tilly, was crying. The younger, Pip, was not, but was, on a strict reading, holding her sister's elbow. Master Harry. Tilly. Pip. Master Harry has come home. Yes, he said, and laid a hand, very carefully, on each of their thin shoulders. Yes. I have come home. He did not, that night, sleep in his bed at Privet Drive. He sent a polite, brief, formal letter to his aunt by way of an owl Tilly produced from a small house at the back of the grounds, informing her that he had, on the strength of certain inheritance matters that the bank had, today, made formal, taken up his own residence, that he would not, this summer, be coming back to Privet Drive, that he wished her family well, and that he would, on the strength of his own future correspondence, write, in due course, to his cousin if his cousin should wish to receive a letter. He laid down the quill. He folded the letter. He sat, in the long quiet study of the house his father had grown up in, with the small dull red weight of a stone he had, on the strength of the second to last day of June, not, in fact, given to Albus Dumbledore, a stone Dumbledore had, in his own office, in his own fingers, set carefully back on the desk and, with the small careful private smile of an old man who had decided to make some progress in the time he had left, told Harry to keep, in his pocket, and the cord under his breastbone hummed, and the lighthouse on the headland of the sea inside him brightened, and the great immense thing turning slowly in the deep behind it took a long, slow, private breath. He was, on a strict reading, 12 years old in a fortnight. He was, on a strict reading, the head of an old house. He was, on a strict reading, home. July at Potter Manor was the first July of Harry's life that contained no bacon to fry, no hedge to clip, no chore list, no cupboard, and no boy to be hit by. Tilly fed him, with the small steady ferocious devotion of a house elf who had been, on her own admission, rationed, for 10 years, 3 meals a day, with a particular insistence on second helpings of pudding. Pip, who was younger, ran errands. She could, on a strict reading, apparate to Diagon Alley and back in the count of 2, and was, in the second week of July, on Harry's instruction, doing it twice a day. He had a book list. He had a list of authors. He had a list of subjects. He had, in the long old library of his father's family, 3,000 books that nobody, in the last 10 years, had read, and he had, on the desk of his father's old study, the small leather-bound journal that he had, on the morning of his departure from Hogwarts, slipped into the lining of his trunk, the voice having said only, "Your father wrote that for you. You will, in the long summer, want it." He read. He read, for the first 3 weeks of July, 10 hours a day. The voice in his bones sat with him. The cord under his breastbone hummed. He read theory of magical cores in the morning, theory of household wards in the afternoon, theory of dueling at the long bench at the end of the garden in the evening, where he set up, on the small careful private instruction of the voice, a series of straw dummies on iron poles, and worked, on the strength of an unsealed core and the patient teaching of a voice in his bones, the long slow patient art of casting at moving targets. He grew, in those 3 weeks, very steadily better. He grew also, in those 3 weeks, very steadily taller. His shoulders, which had been those of a thin boy who had been rationed for 11 years, began, with Tilly's 3 meals a day insistence, to fill out a fraction. He stopped, in the 3rd week of July, looking like an 11-year-old who could be passed off as 9. He started, on a strict reading, looking like a 12-year-old who could, by a careful reader, be mistaken for 13. In the 4th week of July, on his birthday, Hermione Granger appeared at his front gate in a green muggle sundress with a small embarrassed pleased pink at the bridge of her nose, and was admitted, in the count of 1, by the wards. She had, in her hand, a small wrapped parcel. She had, in her bag, a small careful private list of subjects she wished, on his birthday afternoon, to discuss. Harry Granger. You have grown. I have eaten. Yes. You have. She was, in her way, in a long pause. Granger. I have, in the past month, made a difficult decision. Tell me. I am not going home, she said, with the small fierce pink at the bridge of her nose that he had, by now, learned to associate with her best work. I have spoken with my parents. They are, on a strict reading, very supportive of my education. I have, this summer, made it clear to them that the wizarding world has, at present, certain risks attached to it that may, in due course, attach themselves to me. They are not, on a strict reading, in a position to defend me from those risks. They are, on a strict reading, dentists. I have, with their full agreement, asked permission to spend the rest of my summer holidays with you. Harry did not, for the count of 3, breathe. Granger. Yes. That is, don't make me say it twice. All right. All right. Yes. Yes, of course. Tilly will set up a room. Pip will get whatever you have not packed. Granger, it is, on a strict reading, only logical. We have, between the two of us, 17 subjects to revise for second year, and a great many small careful private things to read about. We have, also, a man with a passenger to plan against. We will, on a strict reading, work better together. He looked at her. He looked at her in the long pleased pink late afternoon light at his front gate. Granger. Yes. Thank you. Don't. All right. She came in. Tilly fed her. Pip set up a room. The library, by Hermione's request, was thrown open. They worked, in late July, from 7 in the morning until 10 at night, with breaks only for meals and a single long afternoon swim each day in the small careful private lake at the back of the property. In the first week of August, Theodore Nott, in a cool, careful, private letter to Harry, wrote that his father had, in the last fortnight, been suspiciously occupied, that he expected to be sent, by the end of the month, on a particular small private errand involving a certain dark book, and that he had, in his very Slytherin way, decided that his small private opinion about the errand differed, on a strict reading, from his father's. He requested, in the same letter, with the small careful Slytherin formality of a boy taking, on a strict reading, his first political risk, asylum. Harry read the letter twice. He folded it. Yes, said the voice in his bones. He wrote back. He invited Theo. He invited him for the rest of the summer. He invited him, by way of a small further offer, to bring with him, if his discretion would allow, the small private item the elder Mr. Nott was, by Theo's reading, intending to send into the world by the end of the month. Theo, in a return letter 4 days later, wrote only, in his small careful spider hand, I will come. I will bring it. We will see, on a strict reading, what you can do with it. He arrived, on the 17th of August, at the front gate of Potter Manor. He had, in his trunk, a small black leather-bound book, with no title, and no author, and a small empty page where, on a strict reading, a name should have been. The diary did not, when Theo set it on the long study table, open. It sat, like a small dead thing, in the lamplight of an August evening. Harry looked at it for a long count. Hermione, beside him, looked at it for a longer one. Theo, on the other side of the table, did not, on a strict reading, look at it at all. Voice. Yes. What is it? A Horcrux, said the voice, very calmly. One of several. The passenger who left your friends back is, on a strict reading, in possession of a number of small private insurances of this kind. This is one. It is, if I am not mistaken, the one intended this summer for a particular young girl in a Weasley household who is about to be a first-year student. Hermione, who had, in her year and a half of acquaintance with the wizarding world, learned a great many words for fear, did not say any of them. How do we destroy it? Very carefully, said the voice. Not tonight. We will, at the end of second year, have the tools. We will, for now, hold it. We will, on a strict reading, also hold its twin, when its twin arrives in the Chamber of Secrets. There is going to be a chamber. Yes. All right, Harry said. All right. We will hold the diary. We will plan. We will, on a strict reading, also write, this evening, a careful private letter to a man with a long silver beard, on the strength of his small private agreement of the second to last day of June, and we will tell him what Theo has brought us. You are, Theo said, very quietly, going to tell Dumbledore. Yes. Why? Because, Harry said, the small careful private document he is, by August, supposed to send me, will arrive in the next fortnight, and because the document he is, by August, going to send me, will, on a strict reading, set a small careful private price on his honesty. He is paying that price. I am, on a strict reading, choosing to pay one of my own. We are, this summer, on a strict reading, building, between him and me, the small private trust that we did not, last summer, have. We will not get there in a season. We will not get there in a year. We will, in the meantime, do what small careful private things we can, on the strength of small careful private good faith, to start. Theo was quiet for a long count. Harry. Yes. That is, on a strict reading, the most Slytherin sentence you have, in my hearing, ever said. I have been raised, on a strict reading, in a snake pit. You have, on a strict reading, learned. The rest of August was, by Hermione's later careful private accounting, the busiest month of Harry Potter's life so far. He read, with Theo and Hermione, the entire Defense Against the Dark Arts curriculum for years 2 through 4. He worked, in the long evening hours at the bench at the end of the garden, with Theo pacing alongside him, on the careful slow patient art of dueling. He received, on the 22nd of August, by Phoenix delivery, a small sealed parchment in the long thin careful hand of Albus Dumbledore. The parchment was the document Dumbledore had promised. Harry read it, in the long quiet study of his father's house, with Hermione and Theo on either side of him, and when he had finished, he laid down the parchment, and laid his palm flat on it, and breathed in and out, 3 times, slowly. He sealed it with a small silver lump of his own house's wax, in which he had, on a strict reading, embedded the smallest possible drop of his own blood. He wrote a short letter back. He sent it, on the strength of the same Phoenix, to Hogwarts. He went down, that evening, with Hermione and Theo, to the small careful private lake at the back of the property, and the 3 of them swam until full dark, and at the end of the swim, he sat on the dock with his feet in the cool black water and his hand on the small dull red stone in his pocket, and he did not, in any direction, smile, but he did, on a strict reading, settle. He was, on a strict reading, 12 years old. He was, on a strict reading, the head of 3 houses, the steward of a 4th, and the master of a manor. He was, on a strict reading, due, in 9 days, to board a train. He was, on a strict reading, ready. In the long quiet shadows of his father's study, on the desk where his father had, in 1981, written 6 long entries about a son who would be enormous, the small leather-bound journal lay open, on a strict reading, to the last page, and in his own careful small steady hand, in the small hours of the last night of August, Harry Potter wrote, in his father's journal, a small careful new entry of his own. Father. I am 12. I have a house. I have friends. I have, on a strict reading, a voice in my bones that is, on a strict reading, mine. I have a man with a kind blue eye who has, on a strict reading, asked my forgiveness, and I have decided, on a strict reading, not to give it yet, but to allow for the small careful private possibility that I may, in time, give it. I have, on a strict reading, not let anyone make me a smaller boy than I was. You would, on a strict reading, be glad. I am, on a strict reading, glad too. He closed the journal. He laid his palm on it. The cord under his breastbone hummed. Outside the long study window, in the cool clear blue dark of the last night of August, an owl rose from the small house at the back of the grounds, and went, in a long clean unhurried curve, off into the night, with a small careful sealed letter in its claws addressed to Mr. Severus Snape, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The letter was, on a strict reading, 2 sentences long. It read, "I have read what the headmaster sent me. I am, on a strict reading, on board." Diagon Alley on the 28th of August was warm, crowded, and, in a way that Hermione, on her 6th visit to the place, did not have a precise word for, brittle. The shoppers moved a fraction faster than they had moved last summer. The shopkeepers smiled a fraction tighter. There was, at every other corner, a small cardboard cutout of a very tall man in lilac robes whose hair was the color of straw and whose smile had the small careful professional dazzle of a man who had been told, by an agent, exactly which angle of his face to present to the camera. The cutouts moved. The cutouts winked. The cutouts beckoned. Their author's name, Gilderoy Lockhart, in lavender lettering large enough to be read from 100 feet, was on every shop window for the length of the alley. "He is," Theonot said, with the small deeply unimpressed voice of a Slytherin who had been raised in a household of intelligent people, "going to be our defense against the dark arts professor." "He is going to be," Hermione said, with the small careful pink at the bridge of her nose, "an enormous fraud." "How do you know?" "Because no man," Hermione said, "who has, on a strict reading, performed every single one of the feats described in his books, would have time, on a strict reading, to write the books. The arithmetic alone, Granger." "Yes, Harry. Save it for him." "All right." They went into flourish and blots. The shop was packed. Lockhart, who was not, on a strict reading, a cardboard cutout, was at the front of the shop on a small raised platform, signing books, with a long line of witches in their 30s and 40s leading up to him. Harry, who would, in any other summer of his life, have stood at the back of the shop and watched, took the school list out of his pocket, handed it to Tilly, who had, this morning, accompanied them in a dark muggle cardigan and looked, on a strict reading, like the small private aunt of a slightly stocky family, and let her, at her small fierce insistence, fight her way to the counter. Lockhart, on the platform, was talking. He was talking about himself. "And the third time I encountered the wraith of the Carpathian hag, I thought to myself, oh, Gilderoy, this is going to be a chapter to remember." The cord under Harry's breastbone, which had been quiet, gave a small, low, considering hum. The lighthouse on the headland of the sea inside him brightened. The voice, in his bones, said, "This man has, on a strict reading, never met a wraith of the Carpathian Hag. He has met, on a strict reading, the witch who encountered the wraith of the Carpathian hag, and who, afterwards, was relieved by him of the memory of her encounter. He is a user of memory charms. He is, on a strict reading, exactly the sort of fraud Miss Granger has deduced him to be." Voice. "Yes. He is going to be at Hogwarts." "Yes. Beside students." "Yes." "All right. Filing." "You are," said the voice, with the small dignified voice of a teacher who had grown, in 9 months, fond of his pupil, becoming, on a strict reading, a very good filing system. In the queue for the till, with Tilly, in her muggle cardigan, holding their stack of books with the small steady ferocious patience of a house elf doing the work of 3 adults, Hermione caught Harry's elbow. "Harry." "Yes." "Look. By the door." He looked. By the door of the shop, in a long elegant black robe that was not, on a strict reading, the robe of a man come to buy school books, stood Lucius Malfoy. He was tall and thin and silver blonde, with a long thin face that was, on a strict reading, the long thin face of his son, only 20 years older and considerably less honest. He had, with him, his son. Draco, on his father's left, was carrying a small careful wrapped parcel with the small careful uncomfortable expression of a boy who had been told, by his father, to carry it. Beside them, on the strength of, on a strict reading, the most ill-advised piece of timing in any wizarding family's summer, stood Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and a great many of their children, including, at the very end of the line, a small thin red-haired girl Harry had not, in his life, seen before, with a stack of second-hand school books in her arms and a small bright nervous excited expression he recognized, on a strict reading, from the mirror of his own 1st August. Harry's eye went, in the count of 1, to the parcel in Draco's hand. Theo's eye, beside him, went to the same parcel. The cord under Harry's breastbone, in the count of 2, gave a clean cold warning. "The twin," said the voice, calmly. "The father has brought it. He intends, on a strict reading, to put it in a book in that girl's cauldron." "Theo. I see it. We are going, on a strict reading, to take it from him. We are." It was done in the count of 3, and very, on a strict reading, smoothly. Theodore Nott, in the small steady professional way of a Slytherin who had been raised by a father who had taught him, on a strict reading, the small useful arts of slipping things in and out of pockets at parties, walked, with the small careful blank face of a boy on his way to the till, past Lucius Malfoy. He bumped, with the small careful pleasing apology of a small boy with too many books in his arms, against Mr. Malfoy's hip. He stumbled. He recovered. He apologized. "Sir, I am most dreadfully sorry, I have, Theodore Nott, sir, you know my father, please, sir, do allow me," and laid a hand on Mr. Malfoy's elbow in the small, careful, steady gesture of a Slytherin first year acknowledging the head of a related house. When he stepped back, the small wrapped parcel that had been in Draco's hand was, on a strict reading, in the inside pocket of Theo's robe. Draco, who had, on a strict reading, watched the entire exchange with the small careful blank face of a boy whose father had, in the long winter, finally lost the right to issue him orders, did not, in any direction, say anything. Harry, on the strength of a small careful private signal Draco had given him with 2 fingers, did not look at the parcel. Lucius Malfoy did not, on a strict reading, notice. He had, in the same instant, found his target. Ginny Weasley, at the end of her family's line, with her small stack of second-hand school books in her arms, had not, in her own innocent 11-year-old way, paid him any particular attention. He stepped, with the small careful aristocratic smile of a long thin man on a long thin errand, up to her. "Miss Weasley, is it not? May I? Well, what a battered old book. Allow me." His long pale fingers reached for the top book on her stack. His long pale fingers paused, in midair, for a count of 1. He did not, on a strict reading, find the diary in his pocket where he had left it. He patted, very faintly, at his own robe. He did it the way a man pats at his own robe when he has, in the last 60 seconds, walked through a place where, in his careful private estimation, his pocket might have been picked. He did it, on a strict reading, in front of 3 witnesses he had not, in his life, expected to be witnesses. His face did not change. He gave, with the small thin unhurried aristocratic smile, the second-hand book back to Ginny Weasley. He turned. He paused for the smallest possible count by Theo Nott, looked at him with the small thin slow blue eye of a man who had been, on a strict reading, embarrassed in a public bookshop, and said, very softly, "Tell your father, Theo, that I shall be paying him a visit." "Yes, sir," Theo said, with the small careful blank face of a boy who had, in the past minute, decided that this might, on a strict reading, be the last time he ever called the elder Mr. Malfoy, sir. Lucius Malfoy turned. He went to the door. Draco, with the smallest possible glance over his shoulder at Harry, followed. Hermione, beside Harry, breathed out. "We have it," she whispered. "We have it," Harry said. "We are going to be," Hermione said, "in so much trouble, on a strict reading, with Mr. Lucius Malfoy. We are. We are also, on a strict reading, going to give a small private red-haired girl a year of her life back. I will, on a strict reading, take the trade." That evening, in the long quiet study of Potter Manor, with Tilly in the doorway holding a tray of cocoa and Hermione and Theo on either side of him, Harry laid the small wrapped parcel on the desk and opened it. Inside was a small black leather-bound book with no title and no author and a small empty page where, on a strict reading, a name should have been. It was, of course, the twin of the book Theo had brought him from his father's house at the end of July. There were now, on the desk, 2 of them. Harry laid them side by side. Voice. Yes. 2. Yes. How many more? The passenger has, on a strict reading, made a number of these. The exact count is, on a strict reading, not yet clear to me. I can hear, in the chord of your core, at least 4 more. There may be 5. There may, on a strict reading, also be a 7th that I cannot, on a strict reading, count because of a reason I will not, tonight, explain to you. Voice. Yes. Is one of them in me? I will not, said the voice, very gently, explain tonight. I will explain, on a strict reading, in due course. We have, in any case, the summer to read. We have, in any case, a second year to attend. We have, in any case, a chamber of secrets to open. Harry was quiet for a long count. He looked at Hermione. She, on her own, did not say anything. Theo, beside him, who had heard the voices answer through the cord under his own breastbone, for he had, in the past 4 months, on the small careful private permission of Harry's own core, become, on a strict reading, the second person in the world able to hear it, in a small low private hum of his own when Harry was nearby, did not, in any direction, look at him. All right, Harry said. All right. We will, on a strict reading, deal with the question of what is in me when we are ready. We will, this year, deal with the question of what is in this castle. Voice, am I right that the chamber will, this year, open? Yes. Is it the diary that opens it? Yes. Not the 2 you have on this desk. There is, on a strict reading, a 3rd copy that I did not, until this evening, know existed. The passenger made 3. He has used 1. He has lost 2 to you, on a strict reading, in the last fortnight. The one he has used is, on a strict reading, already in a wall of the castle, buried in a hollow brick by a young Tom Riddle 40 years ago. It will, at the opening of term, make itself known. We will, on a strict reading, respond. All right. Harry, Hermione said, very quietly. Yes. Promise me, on a strict reading, that we will not, this year, do this without a plan. I promise, on a strict reading, that we will not. Good. Granger. Yes. You are, on a strict reading, the only reason any of us, last year, were not dead. I am, on a strict reading, aware of that. Good. The 1st of September came in, on a strict reading, blue and bright. Harry, with Tilly and Pip at the gate of Potter Manor in their muggle cardigans, with Hermione and Theo on his right and his left, with 3 trunks in a small private floating line behind him on a Porter charm Pip had, that morning, set with the small steady professional pleasure of a house elf, came up the platform of King's Cross at 10:30, walked with the unhurried small placed feet of a thin boy on stairs through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, and stepped out, on the other side, onto platform 9 3/4. The platform was, on a strict reading, a riot. Owls hooted. Cats wove. Mothers fussed. A pair of red-haired twins ran past with a small private firework that they, on a strict reading, were not supposed to have. On the far end of the platform, at the door of a compartment, a small red-haired girl in new black robes with her hair in 2 careful new plaits stood beside her mother, with a small new wand in a new white box in her hands, and her face, in the early morning light, was the small bright nervous excited face of a girl who had not, on a strict reading, yet been ridden by any passenger, and who would not, on a strict reading, in this version of the year, ever be. Harry looked, briefly, at her. He did not, in his life, know her. He had, by the work of 3 children in a bookshop on a Tuesday afternoon, given her a year of her own. He did not, on a strict reading, expect anything in return. He turned, with Hermione on one side and Theo on the other, toward the train. He climbed up. He found a compartment. He sat down. The cord under his breastbone hummed. The lighthouse on the headland of the sea inside him brightened. The great immense thing turning slowly in the deep behind it took a long, slow, private, patient breath. He was, on a strict reading, 12 years old. He was, on a strict reading, on his way to the most dangerous year of his school life. He was, on a strict reading, ready. The Hogwarts Express let out a long whistle and pulled, on a strict reading, slowly and patiently, out of King's Cross, into the long blue Scottish September, and on toward, on a strict reading, the next chapter. Chapter 7 End. Chapter 8, The Voice and the Vow. By the second week of September, the third diary had spoken. It spoke, on a strict reading, by way of a wall. The wall was on the second floor, in a long little-used corridor outside a girl's lavatory, and the message that appeared on the wall, written in a clean dark red of fresh blood, was exactly the message that Hermione Granger had warned Harry, on the morning of the journey north, that it would be, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware." Beneath the message, on a strict reading, hung Mrs. Norris. The cat was, on Hermione's quick professional inspection, not dead. The cat was, on Hermione's quick professional inspection, petrified. The cat was, on Hermione's quick professional inspection, the first of a number of small careful private warnings the writer of the message intended, this term, to issue. Argus Filch, beside her, was crying. Severus Snape, beside Filch, was not. Albus Dumbledore, at the head of the small careful crowd, lifted the cat down with the small slow long-fingered motion of a man who had been, on a strict reading, expecting this for 40 years. He turned. He looked at Harry. Harry looked back. They did not, in the corridor, in front of the assembled staff and a great many students who had filed up from the Halloween feast at the small summons of a clattering bell, say anything to one another at all. But, at the end of the corridor, in the small careful private way two people who had spent the summer exchanging sealed parchments would, the two of them inclined their heads to one another, in the count of one, in a small quiet acknowledgment, and parted. The second-year Slytherin dormitory was, in the small careful private way a dormitory of 7 people becomes, after a long winter, a council, the place where the small careful private plan for the rest of the year was made. It was made on the night after the writing on the wall, in the small low firelight, with the curtains of the dormitory windows drawn against the green of the lake, and the small private ferocious patient attention of 7, 12, and 13-year-olds focused on a single piece of parchment laid across the long low table between the beds. The parchment, on a strict reading, was a hand-drawn map of the second floor. Harry, with Hermione on one side of him and Theo on the other, with Daphne and Tracy at the foot of the table and Draco, on a strict reading, at the head of it, pointed, with the small careful steady index finger of a boy who had spent the summer looking at the same map, to the corridor where Mrs. Norris had been hung. Voice. Yes. The entrance. The entrance to the chamber, said the voice, calmly, is in a sink in the girls' lavatory that Filch has, on a strict reading, avoided cleaning for the last 40 years, because a ghost in the lavatory has, on a strict reading, made a habit of ruining his work. The sink opens, on a strict reading, at a word in Parseltongue. You, Mr. Potter, are, on a strict reading, a Parselmouth. The chamber will, on a strict reading, open for you. And inside. Inside there is, on a strict reading, a long stone passage, a small careless litter of shed snake skin, a large stone door, a long stone chamber, a statue of Salazar Slytherin, and, on a strict reading, a basilisk. A basilisk. Yes. There was a small silence in the dormitory. Voice. Yes. That is, on a strict reading, going to need a plan. We have a plan, said the voice, evenly. We have, on a strict reading, 11 months of plan. We will, on a strict reading, review it. By the second week of November, the writer of the wall had petrified 2 more victims. By the third week, 3. The students of Hogwarts walked, in those weeks, in groups of 3, with the small careful blank faces of a school under a small careful private siege. The headmaster ate at his high table. The defense against the dark arts professor, whose name was not, in any of the Slytherin second year's notes, referred to without a small careful Slytherin sigh, performed in the front of the hall every evening at supper a small careful private trick involving the disappearance and reappearance of a chocolate frog from his own breast pocket, which the more tired members of the staff did not pretend to applaud. Albus Dumbledore, in the small careful private way of an old man who was, this term, eating, on a strict reading, his second most recent batch of regrets, did not, in any direction, in the corridors, ever, this term, ask Harry anything aloud. He met Harry's eye, on the staircase, 3 times in November, and inclined his head, in the small careful private way of an old man at a council, on each of those occasions, and went. Severus Snape, in his small careful private fortnightly letters to the desk in the long quiet study of Potter Manor, had, in the second week of October, ceased even pretending to call them anything but letters of report. He wrote, on the strength of a small careful private agreement with the boy he had, in the long winter, agreed to look after, brief, careful, professional accounts of what, that fortnight, he had observed. By December, he had written 11. Harry had, in his trunk, the 11 of them in a small flat sealed box. In the second week of December, the third diary spoke for the second time. It spoke, on a strict reading, by way of a girl. The girl was Penelope Clearwater, a fifth-year Ravenclaw prefect with a small steady careful professional reputation for being, on a strict reading, the most reliable older student in her house. She was, on the morning of the second Friday of December, found, in the corridor outside the same girl's lavatory, petrified, with a small mirror in her hand. Hermione, at the foot of her stretcher, with the small careful pink at the bridge of her nose, made a small steady professional examination of the mirror, and, in the count of 3, looked up at Harry. She used the mirror, she said. She knew. She and one of her friends. They had, on a strict reading, worked it out. Yes. Then we are, on a strict reading, out of time. Yes. How long does she have? Without Mandrake, said the voice, calmly, indefinitely. With Mandrake, a fortnight from the brewing. Professor Sprout will, on a strict reading, have the batch ready in mid-May. We will, on a strict reading, not wait that long. No, Harry said. We will not. The 2nd of January, in the second-floor girls' lavatory, with Tilly at the door of Potter Manor instructed, on the small careful private case of an emergency, to apparate in the count of 2 to the headmaster's office, with Pip in the kitchen of the manor watching, on the strength of a small careful private piece of magical machinery Hermione had built over the holidays, a glass dish that, in the count of 1, would change color if Harry's heart did, with Severus Snape on the second floor of Hogwarts in his official capacity holding the corridor against any small careful private student who might wander, with Albus Dumbledore at the head of the staircase to the second floor doing the same, with Theo not in the hospital wing under the invisibility cloak watching, on a strict reading, the Rider of the Wall, with Draco Malfoy at the entrance of the Great Hall watching, on a strict reading, his father's house elf Dobby who had, on the strength of a small careful private letter, promised to send a small careful private signal if Lucius Malfoy ever, by flu, arrived at the school, Harry Potter, with Hermione Granger on his left and Daphne Greengrass on his right and Tracy Davis at the door, sat in front of the row of sinks in the girls' lavatory, and said, in the small careful steady voice of a parcel-mouth, the small careful single hissed word that was the password to the Chamber of Secrets. The sink slid open. Below it, in the dark, was a long, smooth, stone tunnel. All right, Harry said. Tracy, you hold the door. I hold the door. Daphne, you watch the staircase. If anyone comes, I will, on a strict reading, deal with them. Hermione. Yes. With me. With you. He drew the small bright cocked mirror Hermione had spent the last fortnight angling in her own hands, in the small careful private way she had, over the holidays, perfected. He took her free hand. He stepped, with her, to the lip of the open sink. All right. All right. They went down. The Chamber of Secrets, when Harry stepped into it, was a long, low, cold, stone hall with a high vaulted ceiling and a great green-tinged silence. There were, along the walls, the long carved coiling forms of stone snakes, there was, at the end of the chamber, the long thin face of a great stone wizard in long stone robes, with a long stone beard, the carved face of Salazar Slytherin himself, looking down on the floor with the small careful aristocratic patience of a man who had been, on a strict reading, the first person in the wizarding world to predict the existence of the boy now standing in his chamber. In the middle of the floor, on the cold stone, lay a small red-haired girl. It was not Ginny Weasley. Ginny Weasley, on the strength of 3 12-year-olds at Flourish and Blotts in August, had spent the autumn and the early winter in her small bright nervous excited first year, on a strict reading, untouched. The small red-haired girl on the floor of the chamber, on a strict reading, was a memory. The voice had said so. He had built an enchanted hollow doll, on the strength of a private experiment by Lockhart's predecessor in the 7th subfloor cabinet of the Defense Office, that was, on a strict reading, the size and shape of a sleeping girl, and she had been, 2 weeks ago, lowered down the sink by a small careful private hand at midnight, with the small careful private intention of summoning the thing in the chamber out into the open. The thing in the chamber, on a strict reading, had taken the bait. Beside the red-haired girl on the floor, holding, in his long pale young man's hand, a small black leather-bound book, stood a young man of perhaps 16, in old Hogwarts robes of Slytherin green, with the small careful aristocratic face of a young Tom Riddle. He looked up, when Harry came down the chamber. His face was, in the small green light of the chamber, beautiful and patient and entirely, on a strict reading, dead. "Harry Potter," he said, softly. "Tom Riddle," Harry said, evenly. The young man's mouth, in the small green light, did not change. His eyes, however, narrowed. "You know my name. I have, on a strict reading, done my reading. Have you? Then you will, perhaps, know that I will, on a strict reading, save us both the small careful private monologue, Mr. Riddle. I have the diary in your hand. I have, in my own pocket, 2 of its twins. I have, in this room with me, a friend who, on a strict reading, is going to in the next 30 seconds open a small careful private box in her bag, and remove from that box a single basilisk from my friend Theo, by an arrangement with our headmaster, fetched, on the 2nd of last August, from a hidden storage room behind the headmaster's 7th shelf. I have, in my hand, a mirror, with which I am going, on a strict reading, to deal with the snake. I have, in my cord under my breastbone, an unsealed core large enough, on a strict reading, to hold the gaze of a basilisk for the count of 1. I am, on a strict reading, here for you. I am here, on a strict reading, to end you. I would prefer, on a strict reading, not to bother with conversation." Tom Riddle, 16 years old in the small green light, did, for the count of 1, smile. "You are interesting," he said. "I am, on a strict reading, aware. You are not, on a strict reading, alone. No. You are, on a strict reading, more than I expected. Yes. You will, on a strict reading, regret that I am not, on a strict reading, alone either." He turned. He raised his hand. He spoke, in the small careful voice of a parselmouth, a single hissed word at the long stone face of Salazar Slytherin at the end of the chamber. The mouth of Salazar Slytherin opened. A long, scaled, terrible thing, the color of a deep wet poison green, slid out of the mouth, in the slow patient unhurried weight of a creature that had, in the last 40 years, gone hungry. It was longer than the chamber was wide. It had, on its head, a small careful crest. Its eyes, which it had not, on a strict reading, yet opened, would, when opened, kill any human being who looked into them in the count of 1. Hermione, beside Harry, with the small careful private pink at the bridge of her nose, set the mirror in his hand. "Harry." "Yes. Now." He raised the mirror. The basilisk, with the small careful blind hiss of a thing newly woken, opened its great yellow eyes. It looked, on a strict reading, into the mirror. The mirror, on the strength of a small careful private enchantment Hermione had been polishing for a fortnight, sent the gaze, in the count of 1, back into the basilisk's own face. The basilisk, in the count of 2, met its own eye. The basilisk, in the count of 3, on a strict reading, stiffened, and began, with the small slow patient terrible weight of a thing being unmade by its own gaze, to fall. Tom Riddle, in the small green light, did not, for the count of 1, breathe. The basilisk, on the strength of 40 feet of slow patient stone becoming, slumped, in the count of 4, against the floor of the chamber, and was, in the count of 5, on a strict reading, a long, immense, polished marble snake, dead. Tom Riddle stared. Mr. Riddle. Boy, Mr. Riddle. You are out of your snake. I am also, in the next count of 1, out of my patience. He raised his hand. The cord under his breastbone, in the count of 1, became the cord of his core, and the cord of his core, in the count of 2, became the full unmuffled cord of an unsealed wizard whose true core had, in the last 21 months, finished growing into itself. The lighthouse on the headland of the sea inside him brightened. The great immense thing turning slowly in the deep behind it lifted, on a strict reading, fully, for the first time in his life, to the surface. A long, slow, clean, white-edged silver pressure rose off the surface of the sea, lifted out through his shoulder, rolled down his arm, and, on a strict reading, did not, this time, go in the small careful broadspread blanket wave of a corridor outside a girl's lavatory. It went, in a long steady spear of white-edged silver, the size and shape and color and unhurried weight of a moonbeam, directly into the heart of the open page of the diary in Tom Riddle's hand. The diary, in the count of 1, did not, on a strict reading, scream. Diaries, on a strict reading, do not scream. The thing inside the diary did. It screamed in a thin reedy high voice that was, on a strict reading, not the voice of a 16-year-old young man, but of a very old, very tired, very angry passenger who had, in the past 60 years, made himself very small in a very small thin black book with a very empty page where, on a strict reading, a name should have been. It screamed, in a long careful arc, all the way out through the empty page and into the air of the chamber. It screamed, on a strict reading, until there was no more of it left to scream. It went out, in the count of 3, the way a candle goes out when a hand is laid across the flame. The diary, on the long stone floor, closed itself. It lay, in the green light, in a small black smoke. It did not, on a strict reading, smoke for long. By the count of 10, it was, on a strict reading, ash. Tom Riddle, in the green light, was, on a strict reading, also gone. Hermione Granger, beside Harry, breathed. Harry. Yes. I am, on a strict reading, fine. Hermione. Yes. Get the small black box out of your bag. All right. She got it. Inside the box was the basilisk Fong Theo, on the strength of his own small careful private adventure on the 2nd of August, had fetched. There were also, in the box, 2 other small, neat objects, the diary Theo had brought from his father's house, and the diary Theo had pickpocketed from Lucius Malfoy at the door of Flourish and Blots. Hermione, with the small careful pink at the bridge of her nose, and the small careful steady professional pleasure of a witch who had been waiting all year to do this single thing, set the 2 diaries, side by side, on the long stone floor of the Chamber of Secrets, drove the basilisk Fong, in 2 careful blows, through the cover of each, and stepped back. The 2 diaries, in the count of 1, did, on a strict reading, scream as well. By the count of 10, they were ash. Hermione, in the green light, with the small steady careful pink at the bridge of her nose, lifted her chin, and looked at Harry. 3 down. 3 down. How many to go? I heard, said the voice in his bones, gently, for more, just now. One of them answered. We have, on a strict reading, a list. Good, Harry said. Good. They went, with the small careful unhurried steady step of 2 children who had, that evening, on a strict reading, ended a 60-year war by the count of 3 diaries, back up the long stone tunnel. Daphne Greengrass, at the staircase, was holding, on a strict reading, a small careful private corridor. Tracy Davis, at the door of the lavatory, was holding, on a strict reading, the door. Severus Snape, on the second floor, was holding, on a strict reading, the staff. Albus Dumbledore, at the top of the staircase, was holding, on a strict reading, his own piece. When Harry and Hermione came up out of the sink, Snape was, on the strict reading of his face, the most relieved he had been in 17 years. Dumbledore, beyond him, did not, in any direction, smile. Dumbledore did, however, in the small careful private way of an old man who had, on a strict reading, finally decided to behave like a teacher, lower himself to one knee on the second-floor flagstone, in the corridor outside the girls' lavatory, in front of an enormous house elf and 3 Slytherin 12-year-olds and a Gryffindor in a Slytherin dormitory robe, and lay one long thin trembling hand, very lightly, on Harry Potter's shoulder. "Harry. Sir. Are you, on a strict reading, all right?" "Yes, sir. The basilisk is dead. The diary in the chamber is destroyed. 2 of its twins, on a strict reading, are also destroyed. The thing in the back of Mr. Quirrell's head, last year, is, on a strict reading, currently 4 pieces of soul lighter than he was an hour ago. I am, on a strict reading, fine." Dumbledore, on his knee, lowered his head. He did not, on a strict reading, weep. He had not, in his 111 years, wept in a corridor in front of a house elf. He did, however, on a strict reading, breathe out, very slowly, the breath he had, on a strict reading, been holding for several months, which had, in the long careful private estimation of Severus Snape, who was watching from a distance, the small careful private color of a man, this evening, at last, putting down the staff he had, on a strict reading, been carrying since 1899. "Harry. Sir. Thank you. Sir. Yes. You are, on a strict reading, welcome." Dumbledore stood. He did it slowly. He did it, on a strict reading, with the small careful aid of the wall. "I am going," he said, "to convene, in the morning, in my office, the small private gathering you and I have, all year, been preparing for. I will invite Severus. I will invite Minerva. I will invite Filius. I will invite Pomona. I will invite the 7 of you. I will, on a strict reading, lay before that small private gathering the document I sent you in August, with the seal you, in August, added beside mine. We will, on a strict reading, between us, decide how the rest of your education at this castle is to look. We will, on a strict reading, begin, this term, the small careful private work of training a young man for a war that is, on a strict reading, coming for him. I will, on a strict reading, no longer pretend to be his guardian. I will, on a strict reading, only be his teacher. He will, on a strict reading, choose his road from here." Harry looked up at him, in the corridor light. "Sir. Yes. On a strict reading, that will do." Dumbledore's mouth moved. It was the smallest possible smile of a 111-year-old man at the end of a long winter. It was, on a strict reading, also a real one. He turned. He went up the staircase. The 7 of them, Harry, Hermione, Theo, Daphne, Tracy, Draco, who had come up at the run from the Great Hall in time to see the smoke come up the sink, and a second Slytherin, on a strict reading, in the form of one Blaise Zabini, who had not, in any direction, asked to be involved, but whom, on a strict reading, Daphne had drafted at the last minute, followed. The morning meeting in the headmaster's office was, on the strict reading of the small careful private parchment Albus Dumbledore had, in August, sent to Harry, the moment in which the small private war that had been, on a strict reading, fought between an old man's regret and an 11-year-old's right became, on a strict reading, the small careful private alliance of a headmaster, a head of house, 3 heads of related houses, and 7 students, against a passenger who had, on a strict reading, been, since 1981, pretending to be dead. The parchment, when Albus Dumbledore unfolded it in the morning light from the high windows of his office, was the parchment Harry had received in August. It had Dumbledore's seal at the top, in red wax, with a small thin sigil of a phoenix, and it had, beside that seal, Harry's own seal, in green wax, with a small thin sigil of a stag in flight. Dumbledore laid it on his desk. He looked at the 7 of them, plus Severus Snape, plus Minerva McGonagall, plus Filius Flitwick, plus Pomona Sprout, plus, on a strict reading, an old phoenix on his perch in the corner who, this morning, had not, on a strict reading, slept either. On Halloween, 1981, he said, in the small careful steady voice of an old man who had, at last, decided to behave, in his own office, like a teacher, I sealed Harry James Potter's magical core. I did this for reasons that, in the years since, have proved to be, on a strict reading, a great deal more wrong than I told myself, at the time, that they were. The seal, on a strict reading, broke at his sorting, on a date in September of last year, in the Great Hall, at the end of an enchantment performed, on a strict reading, by a voice no one in this office is, in this hour, prepared to fully name. The breaking of the seal returned, to a small thin boy from Privet Drive, 99 parts in 100 of his magic. He has, in the year and a half since, used those 99 parts, in part with my knowledge and in larger part without, to remove from this castle a passenger who was, in the autumn of his first year, riding a man on the back of a man's neck, to recover, from the wall of a chamber in the 2nd floor, a Horcrux of the same passenger, and to destroy, on a strict reading, 3 of 7 such Horcruxes. There remain, by his own counting and by the counting of the voice he carries, 4. We will, this year, begin to find them. We will, on a strict reading, with the assistance of every adult and every student in this room, hunt them. We will, on a strict reading, end the war that I, in 1981, on a strict reading, mistakenly believed I had ended already. He looked, in the morning light, at the small thin boy at the far end of the table. Lord Potter. Sir. I am, on a strict reading, your headmaster. I am, on a strict reading, also, this morning, your servant. I have, on a strict reading, much to make up for. I will, on a strict reading, in the next 4 years, do my best. Harry stood. The cord under his breastbone hummed. The lighthouse on the headland of the sea inside him brightened. The great immense thing turning slowly in the deep behind it took a long, slow, private, patient breath. Headmaster. Yes. On a strict reading, that will do. He looked, in the morning light, at his head of house, at his headmaster, at his 3 other professors, at his 3 best Slytherin friends, at his Gryffindor friend, at the elder of his 2 house elves who had, on a strict reading, accompanied them to the meeting on a small careful breakfast tray, at the small dull red stone in his pocket, at the small dull silver mirror in Hermione's bag, at the small clean silver fong in a small lead-lined box on the corner of Dumbledore's desk, at the small far-off careful private memory of a stag endear sampler in a doorway that had, on a strict reading, never quite finished falling, and at the small bright steady patient 7 Horcruxes now 3 remaining the voice in his bones had, that morning, on a strict reading, begun to count. He looked, last, at the long careful weary blue eye of the man who had, on Halloween, 1981, sealed him. Headmaster. Yes, Harry. This is, on a strict reading, only the beginning. Yes, Harry. It is. The voice in his bones, in the small careful private way it had, on the strength of nearly 2 years of patient teaching, begun to wear at the edges of the official voice it had used in the first months, the voice that was, on a strict reading, becoming, day by day, more and more recognizable as something, on a strict reading, very nearly Harry's own, said, in the small careful steady cadence of the cord that had, in the brim of an old felt cap on the first day of his real life, said 3 words, true core, stable. And, after a long count, it added, with the small careful private satisfaction of an old companion at the end of a long opening movement, Chapter 1, complete. In the morning light from the high windows of the headmaster's office, on the 2nd of January in the first year of his real life, Harry Potter, 12 years old, 3 lordships in his name, 4 diaries down and, on a strict reading, a great many more enemies to outpace, picked up his cup of coffee, looked at his teachers and his friends, and said, very quietly, "Then, on a strict reading, let us begin." It would not, on a strict reading, be honest to leave the events of that autumn at the small careful private summary of the dormitory council. There were, in the 4 months between the sink opening and the final morning meeting in the headmaster's office, a great many small careful private actions that became, in the long retrospect of the 7 children at the table, the spine of how the war was fought. Gilderoy Lockhart, to take only one example, had been, in the small careful private estimation of the Slytherin second years, the single most aggravating obstacle to a season of preparation. He had announced, in the second week of November, on a strict reading, his intention to single-handedly capture the heir of Slytherin in the corridors. He had, in the same announcement, on a strict reading, asked Harry Potter to lend him a few small careful private hours of the boy's time, in the safe and private setting of his own office, to demonstrate dueling techniques to a young man who was, in the man's small careful unwelcome estimation, fortunate enough to have witnessed the great Gilderoy Lockhart at close range. Harry, in the corridor outside the defense office, had, on a strict reading, accepted the invitation. He had, in the next afternoon, gone to the defense office, alone, on the strength of a small careful private signal he had given Severus Snape that morning at breakfast in the form of a tilted goblet, and Snape had, on the strength of the signal, left his own office on the 3rd floor at 3 on the dot in the afternoon and walked, in the small careful steady professional way of a head of house on a small careful errand, in the direction of the defense office. Lockhart had not, on a strict reading, expected an audience. The small careful private interview Harry had with him, on a strict reading, lasted, by Snape's silent professional witness in the corner, exactly 7 minutes. In those 7 minutes, Lockhart, in the small careful pleased way of a man who liked an audience, demonstrated to Harry the dual pose he had, in his books, used against the wraith of the Carpathian hag. Harry, in the same 7 minutes, in the small careful private way of a young man who had been, that summer, working at a long bench at the end of his garden, demonstrated, with the courteous small smile of a thin boy on a very small private holiday, the dueling form he had, on a strict reading, learned. He drew. He stood at attention. He bowed the small careful low bow of a Slytherin offering a duel. He raised his wand. He cast, in the count of 1, a small clean disarming charm. Lockhart's wand left his hand. Harry caught it. He looked at it, in the small careful private way of a young man who had, in his pocket, the cord under his breastbone telling him exactly what kind of wand it was. He turned the wand over. He noted the small careful private burnt patch on the handle. He noted the small careful private signature of a memory charm that had been cast, on a strict reading, with this wand, 314 times over the past 12 years. He laid the wand, very gently, on Lockhart's desk. "Professor." "My dear boy, that was, Professor. I have, on a strict reading, a question." Of course, how many times, Professor, has this wand cast a memory charm in the past 12 years? The small careful pleased smile on Gilderoy Lockhart's face, in the small careful private warm light of the defense office, did, for the count of 1, on a strict reading, slip. He did not, in the count of 2, recover. Snape, in the corner, in the small careful steady professional voice of a head of house on a small careful errand, said, 314, Mr. Potter. By the strict reading of the wand. Yes, sir. Professor Lockhart. I would, on a strict reading, like to know, at this hour, before any further steps are taken, the names of the witches and wizards from whom you have, in the past 12 years, taken memories. I would, on a strict reading, also like the small careful private documents in your locked cabinet under the 3rd floorboard of your bedroom. I have, on a strict reading, a friend who is, this hour, in your bedroom, looking, with the careful steady professional pleasure of a house elf, for them. By dinner, on a strict reading, Gilderoy Lockhart was no longer the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. By breakfast the next morning, on a strict reading, he was in a holding cell at the ministry. By lunch, on the strength of a small careful private letter Severus Snape had, on a strict reading, written to a contact in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the names of the witches and wizards from whom Lockhart had, on a strict reading, taken memories had begun, by owl post, to be returned to them. The defense post at Hogwarts had been, after Lockhart's removal, briefly vacant. By Christmas, on the strength of a small careful private appointment Albus Dumbledore had, in the morning meeting of the second week of December, asked Harry to consent to, the post had been filled, on an interim basis, by a tall thin shabby man with kind tired eyes and the small careful private smell of a man who, on the strength of a personal condition, on a strict reading, did not get out much. His name was Remus Lupin. He had, on a strict reading, been the closest friend of Harry's father. He did not, on a strict reading, recognize the small thin boy on the front row of his classroom for the first 3 lessons. By the 4th lesson, on a strict reading, he did. He came to Harry, after the lesson, in the small careful tearful way of a man who had not, in his life, particularly believed he would, in any direction, ever, see the boy again. He did not, in any direction, on a strict reading, ask Harry's forgiveness for 10 years of not having checked in. Harry, in the small careful private way of a young man who had, by then, done a great deal of forgiving and a great deal of refusing to forgive in his short life, did not require it. He had, on the strength of a small careful private letter that had, on the strength of an unfrozen lordship, on a strict reading, gone out from Gringotts that summer to a wizarding prison, on a separate front entirely, already, on a strict reading, filed his godfather's case for review. There was, on a strict reading, going to be, in due time, a man named Sirius Black at the head of his table at Potter Manor. There was, on a strict reading, going to be, in due time, a great many small careful private corrections of the records of a great many lonely men. There was, also, in those 4 months, the small careful private matter of the elder Mr. Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy had not, after the bookshop, been quiet. He had, in the 2nd week of November, attempted, on a strict reading, to have the Hogwarts Board of Governors remove Albus Dumbledore from his post. He had, on the strength of his own ill-judged second visit to the school in late November, attempted, by way of a small careful private threat to a house elf, to retrieve the diary he had, in his careful private estimation, lost at Flourish and Blotts. He had, on the strength of his same ill-judged second visit, on a strict reading, found, in the corridor of the 2nd floor, his own son, who had, with the small careful slither and courtesy of a boy who had, in the past month, decided, in his way, to choose his side, looked at his father, in the small careful blank face of a boy on a council, and refused, on a strict reading, to lie for him. Lucius Malfoy had, in the same week, gone home. He had, in the same week, on the strength of a small careful private review of his accounts that had been performed by a small thin boy at Potter Manor with a small private goblin auditor at his elbow, on a strict reading, become, in addition to a man who had lost, on a strict reading, a piece of his master's soul, a man who was, on a strict reading, considerably less wealthy than he had been at the start of the autumn. The Black Lordship, on a strict reading, had been Sirius's. Sirius's vault, on a strict reading, had not, in the last decade, been administered by Sirius. The audit had, on a strict reading, found that a number of small careful private withdrawals had been made, in the last decade, from the Black Vault, by a man named Lucius Malfoy, on the strength of a small careful private piece of paperwork that had not, on the careful private reading of the senior inheritance manager, been, in any direction, on a strict reading, lawful. The senior inheritance manager, on a strict reading, was not, in any direction, sympathetic. By Christmas, on a strict reading, the Malfoy vault was approximately 1/3 of what it had been in October. Draco, in the dormitory, on the night of Christmas Eve, had, in the small careful private way of a boy at the end of a long winter, said only, into the small private silence of his four-poster, "Thank you, Potter," and had not, on a strict reading, said anything else. There was, last, on a strict reading, the small private matter of the small thin boy who had been, on a strict reading, on Halloween, 1981, sealed. He had grown, in the year and a half since the Sorting Hat had, in its small careful old felt brim, allowed a voice to wake. He had grown, on the strength of 3 meals a day and a long summer at his father's house and a winter in a Slytherin dormitory and a great many small careful private patient lessons by a voice in his bones and a great many small careful private patient corrections by a head of house and a great many small careful private patient courtesies by an old headmaster, into a young man whose shoulders had begun, on a strict reading, to fill out a fraction, and whose green eyes had begun, on a strict reading, to be steady, and whose hands had begun, on a strict reading, to be entirely still under any pressure that the world had, in his short life so far, learned to place on them. He stood, in the small careful private morning light of the headmaster's office, on the 2nd of January, with his hand on a cup of coffee and the cord under his breastbone humming, and the lighthouse on the headland of the sea inside him bright, and the great immense thing turning slowly in the deep behind it patient, and he looked, with the small careful steady eye of a thin boy who had, on a strict reading, finally come into his correct shape, at the room. He looked at Hermione Granger, who had, on a strict reading, made him a friend in a library at the end of the first week of his real life, and who had, in the year and a half since, never on any morning, on a strict reading, failed to be one. He looked at Theodore Nott, who had, on a strict reading, made him a brother in a dormitory at the end of his 4th night, and who had, in the year and a half since, on a strict reading, never on any night, failed to be one. He looked, in turn, at Daphne, Tracy, Draco, Severus Snape, Minerva McGonagall, and the rest of the small careful private alliance that had, on a strict reading, in the year and a half since the Sorting Hat had spoken, become his. He looked, last, at Albus Dumbledore. The old man, in the morning light from the high windows of his office, was, on a strict reading, smaller than he had been in the autumn of last year. He was, on a strict reading, quieter. His silver beard was a fraction whiter. His half-moon spectacles were, on a strict reading, an even smaller fraction more askew. His long thin hand, on the desk, held the small sealed parchment from August in the small careful private way of an old man who had, on a strict reading, in the long winter, finally come, on a strict reading, to the place at which he could put it down. Headmaster. Yes, Harry. On a strict reading. Yes, Harry. You are, on a strict reading, forgiven. The old man, in the morning light, did not, on a strict reading, weep. He had not, on a strict reading, in his 111 years, wept in front of 7 children. He did, however, on a strict reading, lower his head, and the long careful blue eye of the most powerful wizard in Britain, on a strict reading, in the morning light, in the count of 1, was, for the smallest possible fraction of a 111-year-old man's weight, on a strict reading, the eye of a young man named Albus, in 1899, in a kitchen, on the day he had, on a strict reading, lost his sister and his belief in himself in the same hour, who had, on a strict reading, finally, been forgiven. He breathed. Thank you, Harry, he said, very softly. On a strict reading. Thank you. In the cord under Harry Potter's breastbone, in the small careful private way of a voice in his bones, a voice that had, on a strict reading, in the year and a half since the Sorting Hat had given it the brim of an old felt cap to wake in, become, on a strict reading, increasingly indistinguishable from its own host, said, very quietly, Welcome home, Harry Potter. And, on a strict reading, in the morning light from the high windows of the headmaster's office of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, in the 2nd day of January, in the 2nd year of his real life, with his 3 best friends and his head of house and his headmaster and his transfiguration mistress and his charms master and his herbology mistress and his Gryffindor friend and his interim defense professor and the small careful steady patient devotion of 2 house elves at his elbow, and the small dull red stone in his pocket, and the small clean silver mirror in Hermione's bag, and the small clean silver fong in the small lead-lined box on the corner of the headmaster's desk, and the small careful steady patient list of 4 remaining Horcruxes the voice in his bones had, that morning, begun to count, the boy who had, on Halloween, 1981, been, on a strict reading, sealed, set down his coffee, stood up, looked at his teachers and his friends, and said, in the small careful steady private voice of a thin boy who had finally come into his correct shape, on a strict reading, then, on a strict reading, let us begin. Chapter 8 End.